They're like, that motherfucker's a bank robber. And you know who the pedophiles are. So my job as the white guy was to approach the white pedophiles and have a conversation. The conversation was basically, hey, don't know what you do. Don't care what you do. But if you got some sort of fucked up charge, you need to tell me. If you tell me everything's going to be all right, if you don't tell me, you see those guys over there? If you start to associate with them or they start to talk to you, then they find out you're in here on something, they're going to kill you.
And what are the things? Pedophile,
rapist, anything that harms children, harms women, anything like that.
There are, it's like the mob. There's rules. There's an ethical code. Even if you have the division between races and all that, you still have these lines drawn.
And what that looks
hierarchy too.
Very, very much so. What that looks like in prison, depending on it depends on the security class that you're in, what level of prison. But at that prison, what that looked like was you're not allowed to talk to anybody. You're not allowed to watch television. You can go to the library. You don't associate with anyone except your own type. If you do anything like this, we will kill you. If someone wants to extort you, we will do that too, and you won't tell us, or we'll kill you. So that's the way that works at that movie.
And everybody quickly learns this.
Quickly. And so typically the guys would say, I just want to do my own time. That would be the line. And it's like, okay, don't mess with him. All right. Every now and then you had somebody lie, and that would come with those types of consequences. I got to see, while I was there, saw 2 people murdered, went through 3 prison riots, and through my entire tenure in prison, saw 4 suicides. The people who got killed, it was, so we had outside, you had this track, 30-mile track. You walk it counterclockwise. And inside of the track, you got 2 handball courts. So of an evening, it happened both times. All of us would be walking, doing our exercises. And at the top of the key, like a flock of birds, you'd see all the inmates start to migrate down toward the gate. So the first time you see that migration, you look up in the distance, and one of the inmates got another inmate down. And he's just hammering his head right in the gate, like that right there. Well, guards don't stop that because the guard may get hurt. So the guard has 15 minutes coming out to stop that until everything's over. By that point, the guy doesn't have a head. They shut the compound down, and this is what happens. So shut the entire compound down. They make 2 lines of inmates, and what happens is the inmate walks into a room. They shut the door behind the inmate. Guard asks him 2 questions. First question is, did you see anything? The answer is no. Second question is, if you had seen anything, did you say anything? Answer is no. Guard then says, get the fuck out. And that's it. Anybody that stays in any longer than that is automatically suspect. So there was one incident, I remember this Hispanic guy, he's in there for a few minutes. And everybody's like, what's going on? So his people then call him over. Explain to us what went on. And it happens like that.
It's fascinating because you talked about the network of trust in the cyber crime community, and here's a network of trust.
Absolutely.
In the prison crime community.
Absolutely.
And trust.
Matters. Trust drives everything. The riots that I went through, the first riot, man, you're scared to death. Scared to death. You've got the cops dressed up in the Ninja Turtle outfits. You've got the rubber bullets, the tear gas canisters, all that crap. You got the inmates that are raising hell. Scared to death. The second riot, you calm down. Second riot, you start to notice. This is racial riot. This is typically, almost always, it's Hispanics and African Americans.
So you get to detect what is the motivation for the riot, what is the reason, and that gives you some call.
That's exactly right. So the second riot, you start to notice things. Hey, man, this ain't me. This ain't our group. Third riot, no shit. Third riot, you lay me for. You let them wage war all around you. And every now and then you have an inmate that'll run up to you and they'll point to a locker and say, "Is that your locker?" And you just tell them yes, they leave it alone. You say, "It's not my locker." They'll break into it and steal everything out of it and go from there. And that's what happened. But
you did your time for 5 years.
5.5.
5.5. You made it out.
Made it out. I went through, I told you it was a good lie that I told. I went through the residential drug abuse program. It's a 9-month intensive therapy. And the way I got to that, this counselor at Big Spring, he bought this. He wanted inmates to be educated. He was a really good guy. So he wanted inmates to be educated. He got a discount on a game theory class set. So he gets all these discounts and everything, and he's asking, does anybody on the compound know anything about game theory? And somebody says, if anybody does, it'll be Brett Johnson. So he comes up to me one day at my bug. He's like, "Are you Brett Johnson?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you know anything about game theory?" And I was like, "Yes, I do." So I start rattling off Prisoner's Dilemma and everything else. He's like, "Will you teach a class?" So I started teaching that. I started teaching inmates public speaking and to make friends with this counselor. So it gets time where I'm supposed to be transferring out to this drug program that they only had in Fort Worth. And the transfers are taking like 4 or 5 months. That's 4 or 5 months I could be out free. So I went up to him one day and I was like, "Look," his name was Keeley. I was like, "Look, man," I said, "is there any way that I can get transferred out any sooner?" And he looks at me, he's like, "Brett, I cannot help you." And I was like, "I appreciate that. Thank you so much for even trying." So he said that. A week later, I'm on a bus. Going to Fort Worth. So he got to Fort Worth.
I got it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So it was a 9-month program, 24 hours a day of cognitive behavioral therapy. It had nothing to do with drugs. It was all pure study stuff and CBT training. And honestly, it's the best thing we could ever have. It truly is.
But that part, what was the thing that changed you as a man? Is it the solitary confinement? Was it the years? Was it losing the people you loved? Or was it that behavioral therapy?
It's a combination, man. It's a combination. It was, so my sister disowns me. The only person I had in my life. Me and my sister, that's it. I loved Elizabeth. I love my wife now, but, it's me and my sister. We went through all that shit together. So Denise disowns me. She doesn't talk to me for an entire year when all this stuff happens. And after I get arrested on the escape, she ends up driving 7 hours to come see me and tell me she loves me. And I don't see her again for 5.5 years. Yeah. So that's really the first turnaround. It took me 2.5 years in prison to accept responsibility.
That was amazing that she did that.
Yeah.
She drove down.
Yeah. Yeah, she's something. Yeah, she saw me for 10 minutes, tell me she loves me, and then I don't
planted the seed.
But
yeah, you had time to think.
Yeah, it took 2.5 years to realize that I didn't commit crime because of stripping girlfriends or wives or family. I committed it because I wanted to, chose to, and that's the first turnaround. Second turnaround is like the CBT training. It didn't really hit while I was in prison. I went through it and they ingrained it in you, but until you choose to make it work, it doesn't work. So I got out in 2011, didn't want to break the law, did not. And I was under 3 years probation, couldn't touch a computer. I had a job offer from Deloitte to run a cybercrime office in the UK, which that was a no. No, you're not moving, and that's a computer idiot. So then I had a job offer from KnowBe4, a fishing company. Couldn't take that. I got to where I was trying to apply for fast food jobs. That's a computer. Can't touch that. Okay. Then what about a waiter's position? Well, that's a computer and access to credit cards. Idiot. Can't touch that either. So literally could not get a job. Could not. Doing food stamps. I had a roommate that paying half the rent. They tell you when you leave prison to get a job and something you care about, and you won't recidivate. Couldn't get a job, and what I had was a cat. And, Monster the cat. That was the cat's name. And I had enough money to feed that little guy, and didn't have money to buy toilet paper for the apartment. So I was on Panama City Beach. it was a steady decline. Because remember, I taught my dad how to commit tax fraud. So he bankrolled a lot of that until he couldn't. And then from there, it's like, what do you do? So I didn't want to go into computer crime at all. And I ended up shoplifting toilet paper. Shoplifting toilet paper.
Just like for the basics.
Yeah.
The basics of survival.
So about the same time, I had a friend that this guy, I did date the same kind of women I had been dating. You know, these unhealthy ones. The hot, unhealthy ones.
Yes.
Love. Yeah.
That's how that works.
Yeah. So I had a friend post an ad for me on Plenty of Fish, and this woman responds. My wife, she responds. The pictures I had taken were these prison type pictures, mysterious, like over there. She sends me a message of, "Why aren't you smiling?" My response was, "That is my happy face." So we started talking, and we started dating. And she's got a second savings, and I ended up moving in with her. I was going broke. I was about to get kicked out of the apartment and everything else, and she didn't say it, but she knew it. And moved in with her, and I got a job. And the job I got, my probation officer let me have a cell phone. I was going through Craigslist. This guy was advertising for landscaping. Called him up. His name was Dustin Duremus. Called him up, and he's like, "Come on down and talk to me." So he was running this business when his brother worked out of his house. So I'm sitting there talking to him for about 20 minutes. He looks at me. He's like, "Can I ask you a question?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Are you on the run or something?" So I'm like, "No, why?" And he's like, "Well, you just don't look like the kind of guy that do this." So I told him. I was like, "This is who I am. This is what I've done." And he looks at me. He's like, "Man, I got to think about that." So he tells me to go on home. That was a Friday. Sunday evening, he gives me a call, and he was like, "Brett," he's like, "if I hire you, will you actually work?" And I told him, I was like, "Dustin, if you'll give me a job, I promise I'll work my ass off." And he's like, "Show up 6 o'clock." So I was like, "All right." So my job was to push a lawnmower 10 hours a day, 5 days a week for $400 a week. And busted my ass. I hit it so hard I would, I'd come in of a night and pass out, wake up the next morning and hit it again. And it got to the point, this dude ended up offering me to come in and partner with his business. His brother dropped out, and by that point, I'd learned everything on the business and everything. And he's like, "If you'd like to come in, I'll cut you in half." And I was like, "Dustin, I can't do it, man," because I wasn't making any money. He didn't want to pay me anymore until he was able to do more. And I thought I found another job doing something else. In a speech, I say it got cold and the grass stopped growing. The truth of the matter is I thought I found another job. A guy was offering to pay me $1,500 a week doing the sales for oil rig training, is what it was. And I accepted the job. I quit working for Dustin. And the guy, I told him before he even offered me the job, I told him my criminal history, because I was required to do that. So I was supposed to start work. Well, he calls me and tells me he can't hire me. So I'm out of work. And Dustin's already hired somebody else by that point, so I can't go back to him. And I'm that guy again. It's important for me to show value in a relationship. All right. So Michelle was the only one working. And I'm like, I got to do something. And I get it in my head. I was like, if nothing else, I can just bring food in the house. She was only making, I think we were headed hard. It was just her working. And it's like, nothing else, I can bring food in the house. And get on the dark web. Get some stolen credit cards. Yeah. Start ordering food. Well, it gets worse than that. It's, she's got 2 sons there. So I'm like, well, they need clothes. So he starts stealing clothes. And it continues like that. I get arrested. On a food order. And Michelle didn't know what I was doing. So she'd been to work, and she was coming back from work. I get arrested, and I'm like, they let me make a phone call. And I call her, and I say, "Come to the police station. I've been arrested." And she shows up, and she didn't know I've been doing that. My probation officer, of course, he didn't know anything else. At my sentencing for that, probation officer was there, prosecutor, the judge, U.S. Marshals, Michelle, and me. Michelle stands up and she tells the judge that I'm a better dad to her kids than their actual fathers. And at that point, I'm crying. Probation officer stands up and he was like, we think Mr. Johnson's a good guy. We think this is a one-time thing. Prosecutor says the same thing. Judge sentences me to 1 year. Probation officer stands back up and he's like, Mr. Johnson, it meant the judge, if you can give Mr. Johnson a year and a day, he can get the good time and get back to his family. So the judge amends the sentence to a year and a day. So I served 10 months. They sent me back to Texas. And that's when I find out that Michelle didn't need me for what I could give her. She just wanted me for me that entire time. She stands by me the entire time. I do my 10 months, get out, we get married after that, and they kill probation. So I can touch a computer. They tell you, they're like, inmates, a fellow, if nothing else, he can sell cars. Well, it turns out you can't. You can sell cars if you're a drug dealer. If you're the guy that steals all the money and people's information, no, you can't get a job selling cars. So you can't get a job. Cannot. And to this day, I know what my triggers are. I know what it would take to get me back into committing crime. And I knew I'd go so far at that point. So I looked at the show and I was like, let me see what I can do. Signed off on LinkedIn. Reached out to this FBI super cop named Keith Malarski out of the Pittsburgh office. He was involved with my arrest, some associates and everything else. And sent him a message. And the message was, hey, I respect everything you did. Think you did a great job. By the way, I'd like to be legal. And dude responded within 2 hours. 2 hours, he gives me references, advice, takes me in under his wing, everything else like that. And from that point, man, it was the head of the Identity Theft Council did the same thing. Card Not Present Group hires me to speak. Microsoft hires me to consult with them. And the Microsoft hire established enough trust in the industry that I was all right.
So now you're helping in many ways fight the very guy that you used to be. So big picture advice. Given that you were that guy, how do we fight cybercrime today and in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? What advice do you have to individuals, to companies, to governments, and also to Elizabeth? Like the human beings,
yes,
that love, that live, that are friends with cyber criminals.
There's so many lessons to really be had from that. To me, the lesson, one of the big lessons to me is you can't serve two masters. If you're that guy that is committing crime, or that person that's addicted, or you're in love with somebody that's addicted or has that, they don't love you. They love that addiction. That comes first. It's always going to come first. So you have to realize that. You have to know when to you gotta know when to cut somebody off, when to end something. That knowing that they're not going to change until they decide to change. At the same time, you got to realize that the only reason I was able to turn my life around is because people took that chance on me. Yeah, that's really the only reason.
They believe that there's a good person.
Yeah. If Malarski hadn't responded, if I hadn't had my sister, my wife, these companies that initially gave me that chance, my ass would be back in business for 20 years. I have no doubt about that at all right? So you have to realize that. Cybercrime, a lot of companies that I talk to, they don't really understand or appreciate that networking aspect, that trust aspect of how criminals establish trust with each other, how they work together. A lot of companies think that it's a single player that's out victimizing them. And when you really break down how cybercrime operates, that you've got a group of individuals that are working together to hit you, but not only hit you, but they share and exchange information freely. Companies don't do that. You You've got privacy concerns, you've got competitive edge concerns, everything else. Companies don't share information across the board like criminals do. Criminals do that. You have to appreciate that. You have to understand that big statistic that 90% of attacks use known exploits. It's not the stuff we don't know about, it's the shit we do know about. We're not doing anything about.
So the way to defend against cybercrime is like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit they should fix.
A lot of that.
So a lot of basic stuff that's already vulnerabilities, update the system security.
Now that doesn't take care of SolarWinds or CNAP or anything like that. It doesn't. But those instances, I mean, that's a big instance. I mean, it is.
But in the full spectrum of, especially in the future, because there's more and more companies that are coming online, right, becoming digital, and it's just more and more and more, and those vulnerabilities in terms of human nature, so for social engineering and the actual outdated systems, all of it. As somebody that I guess is, I mean, you're exceptionally good at this, is educating on the social engineering side,
right,
is educating people and companies that like,
you've got to do that. And companies have to, I made that point that they never report to law enforcement. That's companies and individuals. I've worked with Fortune 50 companies that will not press charges. Instead, they'll have that insider or that criminal sign an NDA, they'll pay them off, and we won't mention this shit anymore. You have to press charges. You have to report. You have to raise the awareness of everyone in the group. You have to be. It's that idea, and I've talked about that before, of understanding your place in that cybercrime spectrum. The way a criminal will victimize you depends on who you are and what you do as a person and as a business. So you have to understand that. Design security around that. We've got 7,500 security companies out there. A whole lot of them are snake oil salesmen. A lot of them is going to tell you that we're the one-stop solution, but you're not. You're not. You're a tool, all right? And you may have a very good tool, but it's not the only tool that's needed to protect against the attacks that are out there. We have to be open and honest about that kind of stuff.
So I guess defense is not just like one tool. It's a process of just like a diversity and just constantly educating people.
Absolutely.
So it's the social side. It's constantly, because there's so many probably attack vectors. It's the software that you have.
If you look at it, that's that attack surface. You can't plug everything. It's too damn large to plug everything. But you can do the best job you can possibly do. But it takes a variety of tools to do that. All right. The idea, and Arcos is big about that. But the idea is to take the cost of fraud to the fraudsters so high that they basically try to make another target. All right, that's the idea that you want it to be not worth the criminal's time to hit your company.
What about white hat hacking? So like, hacking for good, sort of testing systems and then giving companies the vulnerabilities as you find them.
I think it's outstanding. I do. I think pen testing, white hat stuff is outstanding. I truly do. I think that that you have to. It has to be tempered with what is reality as well, though. All right, we've got a whole industry of people who try to sell RFID wallets. That I don't know of many RFID hackers out there on the criminal side, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so some of it's just like a psychological safety blanket that's not actually providing any protection. By the way, you wrote on LinkedIn something about IDD. What is it? Why is it a problem? I was going down the rabbit hole.
I was wondering if you were going to mention that. They lost. I guess I was partially responsible for them losing an $86 million contract.
Well, what was the contract with?
The IRS.
Yeah, the IRS. So what is it?
So IDMe is an identity. Okay, backtrack. IDMe is a marketing company that wants to say they're an identity verification company.
I just want to bring this up to see you get angry.
Okay. I'll tell you what my issue is. Yeah. My issue is...
It's a company that's used for authentication by the IRS again.
Well, IRS, Social Security Administration, VA, at 1.23 state unemployment offices, a few other services.
So I guess the idea is that you would be able to unlock your account and get authenticate yourself as a human being by using your face or something like that.
So
Or private information.
They've got a tiered system of verification. They've got you can do. They've got a free system which is questionable, where you submit an ID, and it's been shown several bypasses have been shown. And I don't want to talk about their security horribly bad, because I want to be honest, there are bypasses for a lot of security systems out there. All right. The issue that I have with IDB is that their policies are somewhat questionable. I don't care if you're a private company that has those policies in place, but if you're a government agency and you as a citizen are entitled to a benefit or a service of that government agency, and then the government agency forces you to give up your complete identity profile to a private company, and then that private company uses that profile for marketing purposes to further profit, things like that, I have a huge issue with that. I don't care if you're a private company that does that. I just don't think the citizens need to be forced into doing that in order to get a benefit or service that they're entitled to. So that's my big issue.
So that, I mean, given how much we talked about the value of identity, you don't think that should be handed over? Like,
no, absolutely not. And who would have thought that Brett Johnson would ever become a privacy advocate? But here I am. I mean, it's just people don't understand or appreciate the value of who they are. You know, and certainly you've got a host of companies. IDME is not the only one, but you've got some of these companies that say, well, we strip out the PII of the individual. We're just using the biometrics and sites they're visiting and things like that. That's identity. That is, you can still ping that one unique individual out of all using that information. Stripping out the PII, you can still ping who that individual is.
So, having lived a life of crime for many years, I'm sure you've connected indirectly to a large number of very dangerous people.
Directly, indirectly.
Yeah. But the network indirectly is even larger, right?
Oh yeah.
Are you, and I apologize for this question, are you ever worried for your life, for your well-being? Like, having seen a world that's really dangerous in ways that operates in the shadows.
You know, like I said, when we started Shadow Crew and started that initial cybercrime business, that world, violence wasn't there. It came in later. Now violence is inherent in the system. To do my Python, but it's part of it.
The mob, the mafia are now part of this whole thing.
Cartels are part of it.
Yeah.
Drugs are inherently intertwined in cybercrime marketplaces because of the profit potential, and with that comes a lot of violence as well.
Yeah, the cartels already brought the violence that they're good at from the 20th century into the technology of the 21st century.
Now, do I worry about that? It's interesting that my family worries about that. All right. I think I may be just too involved in it to appreciate that type of danger. But my family worries about that. They do. Do I think it's a possibility? I'm the guy that says what needs to be said. I've built my trust in this industry by not being scared of calling out companies and individuals, and not being scared of targeting criminals or criminal groups.
Your honesty as a human being, emotionally and intellectually, is really refreshing. It's a gift, and thank you for doing that. Is there a advice you can give to young people today about life? You broke many rules, all the rules. Some rules they're pretty young today in high school and college, thinking how they can break the rules legally and live a life.
Biggest lesson I've learned: you want your life to be one where you're helping people and not hurting people, and that really hit me the first time I walked into Quantico. You know, you see the brightest minds in the United States who give up a lot of money, opportunities, a lot of money, because they believe in helping people. where I spent a career just hurting and harming individuals, that's a hell of a lesson. And I'm glad I'm there. But I would tell people out there, it's fine to want money. It's fine to do that. It's fine to test systems. It's fine to circumvent the rules if you're not breaking the law. It's fine to do all that. I like doing that. All right. But if you've got the mindset, if you can just adhere to the mindset of helping people and not hurting people, I think you'll be all right at the end of the day.
What gives you, again, given the dark web, given all the dangers out there, what gives you hope about the future? Looking into 5, 10 years, 50 years, I mean, hope for human civilization. If we do all right, if we make it out of this century, what do you think would be the reason?
What would be? That's a damn good question. I mean, we got a lot of bad stuff going on.
We got a lot of reasons. If I asked you the other question of how do you think human civilization will destroy itself, I'm sure you have a lot of answers.
You know what gives me hope is you see people working together. The COVID's have been a little bit different because I think too many people wanted to play politics with it.
That's been the heartbreaking thing about COVID is it's in many ways put people apart because a virus involves kind of being afraid of each other because, I mean, that was a scary thing. People talk about pandemics in that way, that you're afraid of other humans. That is the most terrifying thing. It's not the destructive nature of what it does to your body. It's just that it pulls people apart. And then you realize how fundamental that human connection is to humans.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, we, as human beings, we do, when things really get bad, we do tend to respond and move together. We do that. And
there's injustice.
Yeah.
We see it. We rise up.
I wake up in the morning and I watch Fox News and CNN so I can be pissed off at everyone. All right.
But the division, the outrage, they're really feeding. They want you to be angry.
Yeah. That's what causes me despair when I think that, we just need to. Elizabeth was she taught me one hell of a lesson because before I met her, I was in news. News be on all the time, a couple channels of it. And she was the woman who didn't watch the news at all. And I didn't understand that back then, man. But now I do. Now I'm like, it's pretty smart, Don't think listen to that bullshit as it is.
That's why I love reading history books. I feel like that's the right perspective I take on modern times. How will this time be written about in the history books?
Yeah,
and react to that. Don't the daily ups and downs of the outrages, which is getting worse and worse in terms of how quick the turnaround is in terms of the news.
I'll tell you what, I'm sitting here. I appreciate you talking to me. I do, because I talked about that relationship and everything. It's really been this kind of realization for me on a lot of things. So I really appreciate you asking those questions and everything. To be able to talk about that.
I love it that you value. First of all, you're self-aware how important love is in a human being's life. It can make you do some of the best and some of the worst things in this world. And it's good to think about that. That is what makes us human, is that connection and that love for each other. What do you think is the meaning of life? This big, ridiculous question. Why the hell? What are we all here for?
I don't think it is ridiculous, man. To me, that meaning of life is finding out that lesson that we need to help each other. If you asked about security, I didn't get to say that, but everybody's worried about themselves. The way you solve that security problem is it takes everybody looking out for everyone else. That's how you solve that problem.
And however you take, whatever journey you take to discovering that point.
Yeah. I mean, with me, I've been asked a few times, do you regret anything? Would you change anything? I've done a shitload of despicable things in my life. But I'm at a point in my life where I like who I am. And I know that I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing in my life. So would I change anything? As bad as a lot of that shit has been, I wouldn't.
It made you who you are.
Yeah.
the whole of it.
I mean, that's trite to say that, but it's true. That's the weird thing. It's true. So,
Yeah. Also, you mentioned that you're thinking of launching a show. What's it going to be called? Because you've done a couple of podcasts. You're incredibly good at this. You're so good at this.
I've done a couple. I'm on a lot of podcasts and everything like that. I had the broadcast with a friend of mine, Carice Henry, and that ended because of a difference of opinion. Depending on who you ask, one of us was an asshole.
Yes.
And it may have been me.
Yeah.
But then I did the Anglerfish podcast, which I got to be honest with you, like I said, it was completely directionless. And it was Brett Johnson getting lazy. So I ended that. The Brett Johnson show is launching.
That's the new one.
That's what
the new one's called.
And, you know, I
what are you thinking of doing with it?
Making a difference for one thing. But it's going to be talking about cybercrime security, helping people.
Interviews.
A lot of it's going to be solo. Now, I'm calling it the Brett Johnson Show. I mean, because it's going to handle crime, talk to criminals, and how they turn their lives around to a degree as well. But there's some shit I want to bitch about, too.
Yeah.
So figure it
I can tell you're good at this. I'm a fan already. I'm going to listen. Let's subscribe. You should, too. You're launching it
soon, next week.
Brett, you're an incredible human being. The honesty, the love, I can just see how much of yourself you put out there. One of the best public speakers I've ever heard. Definitely you should be in a Scorsese film about cybercrime. 100%, I can tell you're a good actor. It makes perfect sense. Anyway, I'm deeply honored that you spent your time with me today.
I am too.
It was amazing. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Brett Johnson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George R.R. Martin from A Clash of Kings. A good act does not wash out the bad, nor a bad act the good. Each should have its own reward. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
The question really comes down to want to save the most money and rebuild as quickly as possible. The question simply becomes, is there a margin to solve?
What are your thoughts on the ongoing war in Ukraine? How do you analyze it within your framework about war?
How far would they go to hang on to power when push came to shove? Is, I think, the thing that worries me the most, and is plainly what worries most people about the risk of nuclear war. Like, at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the rubble still on top.
The following is a conversation with Chris Bladman, professor at the University of Chicago, studying the causes and consequences of violence and war. This he explores in his new book called Why We Fight, The Roots of War and the Paths to Peace. The book comes out on April 19th, so you should pre-order it to support Chris and his work. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Chris Bladman. In your new book, titled Why We Fight, The Roots of War and the Paths for Peace, you write, quote, "Let me be clear what I mean when I say war. I don't just mean countries duking it out. I mean any kind of prolonged, violent struggle between groups. That includes villages, clans, gangs, ethnic groups, religious sects, political factions, and nations. Wildly different as these may be, their origins have much in common. We'll see that the Northern Irish zealots, Colombian cartels, European tyrants, Liberian rebels, Greek oligarchs, Chicago gangs, Indian mobs, Rwandan genocidaires, any word I learned, thank you to you. Those are people who administer genocide. English soccer hooligans and American invaders. So, first, let me ask, what is war? In saying that war is a prolonged violent struggle between groups, what do the words prolonged, groups, and violent mean?
I sit at the sort of intersection of economics and political science, and I also do a little bit in psychology, but that's partly because I'm married to psychologists. Sometimes do research with her. All these things are really different. So if you're a political scientist, you spend a lot of time just classifying a really narrow kind of conflict and studying that. And that's an important way to make progress as a social scientist. But I'm not trying to make progress. I'm trying to sort of help everybody step back and say, you know what, there's like some common things that we know from these disciplines that relate to a really wide range of phenomena. Basically, we can talk about it in a very similar way and we get really similar insights. So I wanted to actually bring them together, but I still had to like say, although individual violence, which has a lot in common, but individuals choose to engage in violence for more and sometimes different reasons. So let's just put that aside so that we can focus a bit. And let's really put aside short incidents of violence, because those might have the same kind of things explaining them. But actually, there's a lot of other things that can explain short violence. Short violence can be really demonstrative. Like I can use it to communicate information. The thing that all of it has in common is that it doesn't generally make sense. It's not your best option most of the time. And so I wanted to say, let's take this thing that should be puzzling. We kind of think it's normal. We kind of think this is what all humans do. But let's point out that it's not normal. And then figure out why. And let's talk about why. So I was trying to throw out the short violence. I was trying to throw out the individual violence. I was also trying to throw out all the competition that happens if not violent. That's the normal competition. I was trying to say, let's talk about violent competition, because that's kind of the puzzle.
So that's really interesting. So you said usually people try to find a narrow definition. And you said progress. So you make progress by finding a narrow definition, for example, of military conflict in a particular context. And progress means, all right, well, how do we prevent this particular kind of military conflict? Or maybe if it's already happening, how do we de-escalate it and how do we solve it? So from a geopolitics perspective, from an economics perspective, and you're looking for a definition of war that is as broad as possible, but not so broad that you cannot achieve a deep level of understanding of why it happens and how it can be avoided.
Right, and basically like recognize that common principles govern some kinds of behavior that look pretty different. Like an Indian ethnic riot, it's obviously pretty different than invading the neighboring country, right? But and that's pretty different than two villages or two gangs. A lot of what I work on is studying organized criminals and gangs. Two gangs, where you think is really different, and of course it is. But there are some like common principles. You can just think about conflict and the use of violence, and not learn everything, but just get really, really far by sort of seeing commonalities rather than just focusing on the.
So again, those words are prolonged, groups, and violent. Can you maybe linger on each of those words? What does prolonged mean? Where's the line between short and long? What does groups mean, and what does violent mean?
So let me, I have a friend who, someone who's become a friend through the process of my work and writing this book also, who was 20, 30 years ago was a gang leader in Chicago. So this guy named Napoleon English or Nap. And I remember one time he was saying, well, when I was young, he was 15, 16, and he'd go to the neighboring gang's territory. He said, I'd go gang banging. And I said, well, I didn't know what that meant. I said, what does that mean? He said, oh, that just meant I'd shoot them up. Like I'd shoot buildings, and I'd shoot people. I wasn't trying to kill them. He wasn't trying to kill them. He was just trying to sort of send a signal that he was tough and he was fearless and he was someone who they should be careful with. And so I didn't want to call that war, right? That's something different. It was short, it was kind of sporadic, and he wasn't, and he was basically trying to send them information. And this is what countries do all the time, right? We have military parades, and we might have border skirmishes, and I wanted to sort of, so is it, what's short is a 3-month border skirmish a war? I mean, I don't try to get into those things. I don't want to, but I want to point out that like these long, grueling months and years of violence are like part of the problem and the puzzle. And I didn't want to spend a lot of time talking about the international version of gangbang. It's a different phenomenon.
So what is it about Napoleon that doesn't nap? It's called not Jad Confusion.
Yeah.
That doesn't qualify for war. Is it the individual aspect? Is it that violence is not the thing that is sought, but the communication of information is what is sought? Or is it the shortness of it? Is it all of those?
It's a little bit. I mean, he was the head of a group, or he was becoming the head of a group at that point. And that group eventually did go to war with those neighboring gangs, which is to say it was just long, drawn-out conflict over months and months and months. But I think one of the big insights from my field is that, you're constantly negotiating over something, right? Whether you're officially negotiating or you're all posturing, like you're bargaining over something. And you should be able to figure out a way to split that pie. And you could use violence. But violence is, everybody's miserable. Like if you're NAP, like if you start a war, there's lots of risks. You can get killed. That's not good. You could kill somebody else and go to jail, which is what happened to him. That's not good. Your soldiers get killed. No one's buying your drugs in the middle of a gunfight. So it interrupts your business. And so on and on. It's really miserable. This is what we're seeing right now, as we're recording. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is now the 4th or 5th week. Everybody's, if it didn't dawn on them before, it's dawned on them now just how brutal and costly this is.
As you described, for everybody. So everybody's losing this war.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe the insight. Everybody loses something from war. And there was usually, not always, but the point is there was usually a way to get what you wanted or be better off without having to fight over it. So there's this, it's just saying fighting is just politics by other means. And it's just inefficient, costly, brutal, devastating means. And so that's like the deep insight. And so I kind of wanted to say, so I guess like what's not war? And I don't try to belabor the definitions because some there's reams and reams of political science papers written on like what's a war, what's not a war. People disagree. I just wanted to say, where's the thing that we should do, or where's the violence that doesn't make sense? There's a whole bunch of other violence, including gangbanging and skirmishes and things that might make sense, precisely because they're cheap ways of communicating, or they're not particularly costly. Where's the thing that's just so costly we should be trying to avoid? It's maybe like the meta way I think about it.
Right. Nevertheless, definitions are interesting. So outside of the academic bickering,
yeah,
every time you try to define something, I'm a big fan of it. The process illuminates. So the destination doesn't matter. Because the moment you arrive at the definition, you lose the power.
Well, yeah, one of the interesting things, so people, if you want to do, some of what I do is just quantitative analysis of conflict. And if you want to do that, if you want to sort of run statistics on war, then you have to code it all up. And then lots of people have done that. There's 4 or 5 major data sets where people or teams of people have over time that we're going to code years of war between these groups or within a country. And what's interesting is how difficult these data sets don't often agree. You have to make all of these, the decision gets really complicated. Like, when does the war begin, right? Does it begin when a certain number of people have been killed? Did it begin, what if there's like lots of skirmishing and sort of lots of little terror attacks or a couple bombs dropped, and then eventually turns into war? Do we call that, do we backdate it to like when there's actual violence started? And then what do we do with all the times when there was like that low scale, low intensity violence, a lot of bomb drops, and do we call those wars, or maybe only if they eventually get worse? But so you get, it's actually really tricky.
And the defensive and the offensive aspect. So everybody, Hitler in World War II, it seems like never attacked anybody. He's always defending against the unjust attack of everybody else that he's taken over the world. So that's like information propaganda that every side is trying to communicate to the world. So you can't listen to necessarily information like self-report data. You have to kind of look past that somehow. Maybe look, especially in the modern world, as much as possible at the data. How many bombs dropped? How many people killed? How the estimate of the number of troops moved from one location to another. that kind of thing. And the other interesting thing is there's quantitative analysis of war. So, for example, I was looking at Just War Index, where people trying to measure, trying to put a number on what wars are seen as just and not. It's there's numbers behind it. It's great. So it's great because, again, as you do an extensive quantification of justice, you start to think what actually contributes to our thought that, for example, World War II is a just war and other wars are not. A lot of it is about intent and some of the other factors like that you look at, which is prolonged, the degree of violence that is necessary versus not necessary, given the greater good of some measure of the greater good of people, all those kinds of things. Then there's reasons for war, looking to free people or to stop a genocide versus conquering land, all those kinds of things. And people try to put a number behind it. And lot of
based on, what I'm trying to imagine is, suppose I wake up suppose I think my God tells me to do something. Or my God thinks that, or my moral sense thinks that something that another group is doing is repugnant. I'm curious, are they evaluating the validity of that claim, or just the idea that you said it was repugnant, you deeply believe that, therefore it's just?
I think, not to be corrected on a lot of this, but I think this is always looking at wars after they happen. So and trying to take a global perspective from all, sort of a general survey of how people perceive. So you're not weighing disproportionately the opinions of the people who waged war.
Yeah. I kind of ended up dodging that because, one is to just point out that wars, actually most wars aren't necessary, and so in the sense that there's another way to get what you wanted. And so on one level it's no just war. Another, it's not true because, take an example like the United States attack. There's a culpable, reliable evidence of Al-Qaeda. They're being sheltered, walking in Afghanistan by the Taliban. And then the Taliban, this is a bit murky, seems that there was a attempt to hand them over or else, and they said, now you can make an argument that invading and attacking is strategically the right thing to do and sending signals to your future enemies. Or if you think it's important to mention justice, in this case, then maybe that's just war, so that's the justification. But it hinges on the fact that the other side just didn't do the seemingly sensible thing, which is say, okay, we'll come on. And so it was completely avoidable in one sense. But if you believe, and I think it's probably true, if you believe that for their own ideological and other reasons, Mullah Omar in particular and Taliban in general decided we're not going to do this, then now you're left with very limited choices. And now I didn't want to talk about is that a just war, or is that what's justice or not. I just wanted to point out that if one side transiges, if that's what people have, then one side can transigent for maybe compels you to basically eliminate all of the reasonable bargains that you can be satisfied with, and now you're left with really no other strategic option. I think that's a slight oversimplification, but I think that's one way to describe it.
So your book is fascinating. Your perspective on this is fascinating. I'll try to sort of play devil's advocate at times to try to get a clarity. But the thesis is that war is costly, usually costly for everybody. So that's what you mean when you say nobody wants war. Because you're going to, from a game theoretical perspective, nobody wins. And so war is essentially a breakdown of reason, a breakdown of negotiation, of healthy communication, of healthy operation of the world, some kind of breakdown. You list all kinds of ways in which it breaks down. There's also human beings, and there is ideas of justice. So, for example, I don't want to. I remember this is serving well on which wars are seen as just as very, very few in the 20th century of the many that have been there. The wars that were seen as just, first of all, the most just war seen is World War II by far. It's actually the only one that goes above a threshold is seen as just. Everything is seen as unjust. It's less. It's like degrees of unjustness. And I think the ones that are seen as more just are the ones that are fast. That you have a very specific purpose, you communicate that purpose honestly with the global community, and you strike hard, fast, and you pull out to do sort of, it's like a rescue mission. It's almost like policing work. If there's somebody suffering, you go in and stop that suffering directly. That's it. I think World War II is seen in that way. That there's an obvious aggressor that is causing a lot of suffering in the world and looking to expand the scale of that suffering. And so you strike, given the scale, you strike hard and as fast as possible to stop the expansion of the suffering. So that's kind of how they see. I don't know if you can kind of look with this framework that you presented and look at Hitler and think, well, it's not in his interest to attack Czechoslovakia, Poland, Britain, France, Russia, the Soviet Union, America, the United States of America. Same with Japan. What is it in their long-term interest? I don't know. So for me, who cares about alleviating human suffering in the world? Yes, it's not. It seems like almost no war is just, but it also seems somehow deeply human to fight. And I think your book makes the case. No, it's not. Can you try to get at that? Because it seems that war, there is some that drum of war seems to beat in all human hearts. Like it's in there somewhere. Maybe there's like a relatively fast thing to get rid of it. It's deeply irrational.
Okay, so obviously we go to war, and obviously there's a lot of violence, and so we have to explain something, and some of that's going to be aspects of our humanness. So I guess what I wanted us to sort of start with it, I think it was just useful to sort of start and, actually, there's really, 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 really strong incentives not to go to war because it's going to be really costly. And so all of these other human or strategic things, all these things, the circumstantial things that will eventually lead us to go to war have to be pretty powerful before you go there, and most of the time.
Sorry to interrupt, and that's why you also describe very importantly that war throughout human history is actually rare. We usually avoid it.
Most people don't know about the U.S. invasion of Haiti in 1994. I mean, a lot of people know about it, but people just don't pay attention to it. We're gonna, the history books and school kids are gonna learn about the invasion of Afghanistan for decades and decades, and nobody's going to put this one in the history books, and it's because it didn't actually happen. Because before the troops could land, the person who'd taken power in a coup basically said, "Fine." There's a famous story where Colin Powell goes to Haiti, to this new dictator who's refused to let a democratic president take power, and tries to convince him to step down or else. And he says, no, and then he shows him a video, and it's basically troop planes and all these things taking off. And he's like, this is not 5, this is 2 hours. So it's and basically, he basically gives up right there. So
that's a powerful move.
Yeah. I think Powell might have been one of his teachers at the U.S. military college, because a lot of these military teachers were trained at some point. So there was some personal relationships, at least between people in the U.S. government and this guy, that they were trying to use. The point is, and that's like what should have happened. If that makes sense, right? Like, yeah, maybe I could mount an insurgency, and yeah, I'm not going to bear a lot of the cost of war because I'm the dictator, and maybe he's human and he just wants to fight or gets angry or just in his mind, whatever he's doing. But at the end of the day, it's like, this does not make sense. And that's what happens most of the time, but we don't write some books about it. And now some political scientists go and they count up all of the nations that could fight to have some dispute right next to one another, or they look at the ethnic groups that could fight with one another because there's some tension and they're right next to one another, and then whatever, some number like 900,000 don't fight because they just find some other way. They don't like each other, but they just loathe in peace because that's the sensible thing to do. And that's what we all do. We loathe in peace. And we loathe the Soviet Union in relative peace for decades. India loathes Pakistan in peace. And 2 weeks into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, again, it was in the newspapers, but most people didn't take note. India accidentally launched a cruise missile at Pakistan, and calm ensued. So they were like, yeah, we do not want to go to war, so be bad. We'll be angry, but we'll accept your explanation that this was an accident. And so these things find to the radar. And so we overestimate, I think, how likely it is sides are going to fight. But then, of course, things do happen. Like Russia did invade Ukraine and didn't find some negotiated deal. And so then the book is sort of about, half the book is just sort of laying out, well, actually, like, there's just different ways this breaks down. And some of them are human. Some of them are this. I actually don't think war beats in our heart. It does a little bit, but we're actually very cooperative. As a species, we're deeply cooperative. We're really, really good. The thing we're okay at violence. We're okay getting angry and vengeance and big principles that will sometimes lead us. But we're actually really, really, really good at cooperation. And so that's, again, I'm not trying to write some big optimistic book where everything's going to be great and we're happy and we don't have to fight. It's more just to say, let's be like a doctor. As a doctor, we're going to focus on the sick, right? I'm going to try. I know there's sick people, but I'm going to recognize that the normal state is health and that most people are healthy. And that's going to make me a better doctor. And I'm kind of saying the same thing. Let's be better doctors of politics in the world by recognizing that the normal state is health, and then we're going to identify what are the diseases that are causing this warfare.
So yeah, the natural state of the human body with the immune system and all the different parts wants to be healthy and is really damn good at being healthy. But sometimes it breaks down. Let's understand how it breaks down.
Yeah.
So what are the 5 ways that you list that are the roots of war?
Yeah, so I mean, they're kind of like buckets. So there's sort of things that rhyme, right? Because it's not all the thing. There's lots of reasons to go to war. There's this great line, there's a reason for every war and a war for every reason. And that's true. And that's kind of overwhelming, right? And it's overwhelming for a lot of people. It was overwhelming for me for a lot of time. And I think one of the gifts of social science is actually people have started to organize this for us. And I just tried to organize it a tiny bit better.
Buckets that rhyme.
Buckets. Yeah, the terrible metaphor, right? I had a metaphor. So the idea was that that basic concept, something overrides these incentives. And I guess I was saying there's 5 ways that they get overridden, and 3 are, I call, strategic. They're kind of logical. There's circumstances that and this is, they're sort of, where strategic is, the strategy is this game theory. You could use those 2 things interchangeably, but game theory is sort of making it sound more complicated, I think, than it is. It's basically saying that there's times when this is the optimal choice because of circumstances, and one of them is when the people who are deciding don't bear those costs. So or maybe even have a private none of that's if they're ignoring the cost, then maybe the costs of war are not so material. That's a contributing factor. Another is there's uncertainty, and we can talk about that, but there's just the absence of information means that there's circumstances where it's your best choice to attack. There's this thing that political economists call commitment problems, which is basically saying there's some big power shift that you can avoid by attacking now. So it's like a dynamic incentive. It's sort of saying, well, in order to keep something from happening in the future, I can attack now, and because of the structural incentives, it actually makes sense for me, even though war is, in theory, really costly. But it is really costly nonetheless. And then there's these human things. One's a little bit like just war. One sort of thing is ideologies or principles or human value that weigh against those costs. Exterminating that radical idea or standing up for a principle might be so valuable to me that I'm willing to use violence, even if it's costly. And there's nothing irrational about that. And then the fifth bucket is all of the irrationalities, all the passions, and all of the, most importantly, I think, like misperceptions. The way we get, like, we basically make wrong calculations about whether or not war is the right decision. We misunderstand or misjudge our enemy or misjudge ourselves.
That you put all those things into buckets. So how much can it be modeled in a simple game theoretical way, and how much of it is a giant human mess?
So 4 of those 5 are really, on some level, easy to think strategically and model in a simple way. In the sense that any of us can do it, right? We do this all the time. Think of like bargaining in a market for a carpet or something, or whatever you bargain for. You're thinking a few steps ahead about what your opponent's going to do, and you stake out a high price, like a low price, and the seller stakes out a high price. And you might both say, "Oh, I refuse to. I could never accept that." There's all this sort of cheap talk. But you kind of understand where you're going, and it's efficient to like find a deal and buy the market. So we all understand this, like game theory and strategy, just intuitively. Or maybe even a closer example is like, suppose, I don't know, you have a tenant you need to evict, or any normal like kind of legal, or not. It's not yet a legal dispute, right? Like we just have a dispute with a neighbor or somebody else. Most of us don't end up going to court. Going to court is like the war option. That's the costly thing that just ought to be avoided. We ought to be able to find something between ourselves that doesn't, require this hiring lawyers and the long drawn out trial. And most of the time we do, right? And so we all understand that incentive. And then for those 5 buckets, so everything except all the irrational misperceptions are really easy to model. And then from a technical standpoint, it's actually pretty tricky to model misperceptions. And I'm not a game theorist, and so I'm more channeling my colleagues to do this and what I know. But it's not rocket science. I mean, I think that's what I try to lay out in the book is like there's all these ideas out there that can actually help us just make sense of all these wars, and just bring some order to the morass of reasons.
Well, to push back a lot of things in one sentence. So first of all, rocket science is actually pretty simple. People, I think.
I'll defer to you, actually.
Well, I think it's because, unfortunately, it's very, like engineering, it's very well defined. The problem's well defined. The problem with humanity is that it's actually complicated. So it is true it's not rocket science, but it is not true it's easy because it's not rocket science. But the problem, the downside of game theory is not that it helps us make sense of the world. It projects a simple model of the world that brings us comfort in thinking we understand.
Yeah.
And sometimes that simplification is actually getting at the core first principles on the understanding of something. And sometimes it fools us into thinking we understand. So, for example, mutually assured destruction is a very simple model. People argue all the time whether that's actually a good model or not, but there's empirical fact that we're still alive with mutualization. And also, in the game theoretic sense, do we model individual leaders and their relationships? Do we, the staff, the generals, or do we also have to model the culture, the people, the suffering of the people, the economic frustration or the anger or the distrust? You have to model all those things. Do they come into play? And sometimes, again, we could be romanticizing those things from a historical perspective. But when you look at history and you look at the way wars start, it sometimes feels like a little bit of a misunderstanding. Escalates, and just builds on top of itself, and all of a sudden it's an all-out war. It's the escalation with nobody hitting the brakes.
So you're absolutely right, in the sense that it's totally possible to oversimplify these things and take the game theory too seriously. And some people who study those things and write those models, and people like me who use them sometimes make that mistake. I think that's not the mistake that most people make most often. And what's actually true is I think most people who are actually really quick, whether it's the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan or Iraq, we're really quick to blame that on the humanness and the culture and that. So we're really quick to say, oh, this was George W. Bush's either desire for revenge and vengeance or some private agenda or blood for oil. So we're really quick to blame it on these things, and then we tend to overlook the strategic incentives to attack, which I think were probably done. I think those things might have been true to a degree, but I don't think they were enough to ever, bring those wars about. Just like I think people are very quick to sort of, in this current invasion, to sort of talk about Putin's grand visions of being the next Catherine the Great, or nationalist ideals, and the mistakes and miscalculations. Are really quick to sort of say, oh, that must be, and then kind of pause, and not pause, but maybe even stop there, and not see some of the strategic incentives. And so I guess we have to do both. But the strategic, I guess I would say, like, the wars is such a big problem. It's just so costly that the strategic incentives and the things that game theory has given us are like really important in understanding why there was so little room for negotiation and bargain that things like a leader's mistakes start to matter, or a leader's nationalist ideals or delusions or vengeance actually matter. So those do matter, but they only matter when the capacity to find a deal is so narrow because of the circumstances. And so it's sort of like saying, like an elderly person who dies of pneumonia, right? Pneumonia kills them, but that's not the reason pneumonia was able to kill them. All of the fundamentals and the circumstances that make it very fragile. And that's how I think all the strategic forces make that situation fragile. And then the miscalculations and all of these things you just said, which are so important, are kind of like the pneumonia. And let's pay attention to both.
And you're saying that people don't disproportionately pay attention to the...
It's hard. I mean, it wasn't
leaders.
It took me a long time to learn to recognize them, and it takes many people. It took generations of social scientists years and years to figure some of this out and to sort of help people understand it and clarify concepts. So it's just not that easy. Now, it's not hard. I think it's possible, but just as I was taught a lot of stuff already in graduate school and competing, possible to communicate and stuff, but it's still really hard. And so that's kind of what I was trying to do, is like close that gap and just help people recognize these things in the wild.
Before we zoom back out, let me, at a high level, first ask, what are your thoughts on the ongoing war in Ukraine? How do you analyze it within your framework about war?
A Russian colleague of mine, Konstantin Sonin, tells the story about a visiting Ukrainian professor who's at the university, and one night he's walking down the street and he's talking on two cell phones at once for some reason. And a mugger stops him and demands the phones. And it's sort of like deadpan way, Konstantin says, and because he was Ukrainian, he decided to fight. And I think that's a little bit like what happened. Most of us in that situation would hand over our cell phones. And so in this situation, Putin's like the mugger, and the Ukrainian people are being asked to hand over this thing, and they're saying, no, we're not going to hand this over. And the fact is, most people do. Most people faced with a superpower or a tyrant, an autocrat, or a murderous warlord who says, hand this over, they hand it over. And that's why there's so many unequal imperial relationships in the world. That's what empire is. Empire is successive people saying, fine, we'll give up some degree of freedom or sovereignty because you're too powerful. And the Ukrainians said, no way. This is just too precious. And so I said one of those buckets was that there are these sort of values. Sometimes there's something that we value that is so valuable to us and important. Sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes it's the extermination of another people. But sometimes it's something noble, like liberty or refusal to part with sovereignty. And in those circumstances, people will decide, I will endure the costs. They probably, I think they knew what they were probably risking. And so to me, that's not to blame the Ukrainians any more than I would blame Americans for the American Revolution. It's actually a very similar story. You had a tyrannical, militarily superior, pretty non-democratic entity come and say, you're going to have partial sovereignty. And Americans, for ideological reasons, said, no way. And that, people like Bernard Bailey and other historians, that's like the dominant story of the American Revolution. It was an ideological origins, this attachment to this idea of liberty. And so now there's lots of other reasons, I think, why this happened. But I think, for me, it starts with Ukrainians failing to make that sensible, quote unquote, rational deal that says we should relinquish some of our sovereignty because Russia is more powerful than we are.
So that's a very clinical look at the war. Meaning there is a man and a country, Vladimir Putin, that makes a claim on a land, builds up troops, and invades.
Yeah.
The way to avoid suffering there, and the way to avoid death, and the way to avoid war is to back down and basically there's a list of interests he provides, and you go along with that. That's when the goal is to avoid war. Now, let's do some other calculus. Let's think about Britain. So, France fought Hitler, did not fight very hard. Portugal, there's a lot of stories of countries like this. And there's Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare humans in history who had that "we shall fight on the beaches." It made no sense. Hitler did not say he's going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense, but it was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler goes all in on Britain. It seemed like he was going to. And yet Winston Churchill said a big F you. Similar thing, Zelensky and the Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think we're saying the same thing. I'm being more clinical about it.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and we won't know this, but which path minimizes human suffering in the long term?
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poorer in per person terms than it was in 1990. The economy is just completely stagnant. In Russia, meanwhile, and like many other parts of the region, sort of boomed to a degree. I mean, certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons. And Putin's consolidated political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think one way Putin and Russia could look at this is this: look, we were temporarily weak after the fall of the Iron Curtain, and the West basically took advantage of that. Like, bravo, you pulled it off. You basically crept democracy and capitalism, all these things right up to our border. And now we have regained some of our strength. We've consolidated political control. We've cowed our people. We have a stronger economy, and we somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy independence, and actually we've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation. This may be a fair, impartial analysis. And in the West, but more specifically Ukraine, said that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. I'd like to think I'd make that same decision, but that's the answer. If the answer is why would they fight if it's so costly, why not find a deal? It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the thing that their power said they quote unquote deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course we ought to accept semi-sovereignty, but we refuse, and we'd rather endure a bloody fight that we might lose than take it. And so you need some of these other 5 buckets. You need them to understand this issue. You need to sort of there are other things going on, but I do think it's fundamental that there's just that this noble intransigence is like a big part of it.
Well, let me just say a few things if it's okay.
Yeah.
So your analysis is clear and objective. My analysis is neither clear nor objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man over the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war and the people pay the price for that war. Let me just say on this point of standing up to an invader that I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, that I'm proud of the Ukrainian people. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of pain, standing up, there's something in me that's proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, the millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong, when you see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural, just political, but just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, with all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. And he went in that Russian winter. And, you know, a lot of people, and that pisses me off, because if you know your history, it's not the winter that stopped Hitler. It's the Red Army. It's the people that refused to back down. They fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's in war. You know, war is hell, but it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech from Braveheart. I think about this a lot. That does not fit into your framework.
No, I wouldn't disagree. I think it totally fits in, and it's this. There's nothing irrational about what we believe, especially those principles which we hold the most dear, right? I'm merely trying to say that there's a calculus. There's one calculus over here that says Russia's more powerful than it was 20 years ago and even 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not, and it's asking for something. And there's an incentive to give that up. That's obvious. Like, there's an incentive to comply. But my understanding is many of the post-Soviet republics have appeased, right? Which is what we call compromise when we disagree with it. All of these other people in the Russian sphere of influence have not stood up. And many Russians have tried to stand up, and they've been beaten down. And now people have, we'll see, but people have not been standing up very much. And so lots of people are cowed, and lots of people have appeased, and lots of people hear that speech and think, I would like to do that, but don't. And my point is that, sadly, we live in a world where a lot of people get stepped on by tyrants and empire and whatnot, and don't rise up. And so I think we can admire, especially when they stand up for these reasons, and I think we can admire Churchill for that reason. I think that's why we admire the leaders of the American Revolution and so on. But it doesn't always happen, and I don't actually know why. But I don't think it's irrational. I think it's something, it's about a set of values, and it's hard to predict. And it was hard. I think Putin might not have been out of line and thinking, just like everybody else in my sphere of influence, they're going to roll over too.
And I should mention, because we haven't, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, we have to include the United States and NATO into the pressure they apply into the region.
Yeah.
That said, I care little about leaders that do cruel things onto the world. they lead to a lot of suffering. But I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill.
Yeah.
Sometimes standing up to an authoritarian regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling of a lobster or something like that. It's a slow control of your mind and the population. And our minds get controlled even in the West by the media, by the narratives. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people call red pilled, is to see that they're, maybe the thing I've been told all my life is not true. And at every level, that's the thing very difficult to do in North Korea. The more authoritarian the regime, the more difficult it is to see. Maybe this idea that I believe that I was willing to die for is actually evil. It's very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Ukrainians, for Chinese, for Indians, for Pakistani, for everybody.
I think thinking about this Ukrainian, whether you want to call it nobility or intransigence or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control, or the control of his cabal, is the other thing I would really point to is what's going on here. And if you ask me, like, big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of most violence in the world? I think it's unaccountable power. I think, in fact, for me, an unaccountable power is the source of underdevelopment. It's the source of pain and suffering. It's the source of warfare. It's basically the root source of most of our problems. And in this particular case, it's also one of our buckets, in the sense that, like, why did Russia ask these things? Like, well, it was democracy in Ukraine a threat to an average Russian? No. Was capitalism, is NATO, is whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No, it's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies and the sort of group of people that rule, this elite in Russia, it was a threat to them. And so they had to ask the Ukraine to be neutral, or to give up NATO, or to have a puppet government, or whatever they were seeking to achieve, and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades. Right? They've been trying to undermine these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because it threatens their. And that's like one of these other logics of war. It's not just that there's something that I value so much that I'm willing to endure the cost. It's that there are people. Not only does this oligarchy or whatever elite group that you want to talk about in Russia, first of all, they're not bearing some cost of war, right? They're certainly bearing cost of sanctions. But they don't bear all the cost of war, obviously, and so they're quick to use it. But more importantly, like, in some sense, I think there's a strong argument that they had a political incentive to invade, or at least to ask Ukraine this sort of impossible to give up thing, and then invade despite Ukrainian nobility and transigence, because they were threatened. And so that's extremely important, I think. And so those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. That's, I think, why we ended up go not all the way, but a long way to understanding. You could layer onto that these intangible incentives, these other things that are valued on Putin's side. Maybe there's a nationalist ideal. Maybe he seeks status and glory. But maybe those things are all true, and I'm sure they're true to an extent. And that'll weigh against his cost of war as well. But fundamentally, I think he just saw his regime as threatened. That's what he cares about, and so he made this cruelest of demands.
I mean, I would say I'm just one human. Who the hell am I? But I just have a lot of anger towards the elite in general, towards leaders in general that fail the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, the Ukrainian people, and anyone who silences that beautiful voice of the people anywhere in the world is destroying the thing that I value most about humanity. Leaders don't matter. They're supposed to serve the people. This nationalist idea of a people, of a country, is only makes any sense when you celebrate, when you give people the freedom to show themselves, to celebrate themselves. Like, the thing I care most about is science and the silencing of voices in the scientific community. The silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader that silences the human spirit. There's something about this. Like, whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very irrational to fight. Man, does it seem somehow deeply human when the people stand up and fight. There's something that, if you know, we talk about progress, that feels like how progress is made. The people that stand and fight. So let me read the Churchill speech. It's just, I'm so proud that we humans can stand up to evil when the time is right.
I guess here's the thing, though. Think of what's happening in Xinjiang in China. We've appeased China. We basically said you can just do really, really, really horrible things in this region, and you're too powerful for us to do anything about it, and it's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for people of Xinjiang when what's happening is on, you know, in that realm of what was happening in Europe, and that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, there's a lot of opposition to those. So there were a lot of reasons for the invasion of Iraq. For some, it was humanitarian. Like Saddam Hussein was one of the worst tyrants of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. He invaded Kuwait. He, attempted domestic genocide and all sorts of repression. And it was probably a mistake to invade. So it's important not just to select on the cases where he stood up, and to select on the cases where that ended up working out in the sense of victory. Right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand these things in the context of all the times we didn't give that speech, or when we did, and then it just went sideways.
Well, that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life for your principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the life. You die. That's why it's powerful. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the ocean. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to anybody. That was a terrifying armada coming our way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and to the Russian people. These are great people that throughout history have stood up to evil. Let me ask you this, because you quote Sun Tzu in The Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Can we just linger on this? Since leaders wage war and people pay the price, when we say that there's no reason to do prolonged war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders if they disregard the price? So like, if they have a different objective function or utility function that measures the price that's paid for war, is that one explanation of why war happens? Is the leaders just have a different calculus than other humans?
I mean, I think this links us back to what we were talking about earlier about just war. Because in some sense, just war is saying, that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something. Our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find essential, and is demanding that we compromise in a way that's completely repugnant. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite these material costs and these human costs. So that and that's and then that principle that you go to war on is in the eye of the beholder. And I think liberty and sovereignty, I think we can understand and sympathize with, and maybe that's just a universal. Maybe that's the greatest cause of just war. But other people could go to war for something considerably less, a principle that's considerably less noble, right? Which is what Hitler was doing. That's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanations that helped us understand that the compromise that was on the table, given the relative balance of power, was just repugnant, at least to one side. If not that there's something they're willing to part with. And then you get to the leaders. Well, what happens when what the leaders want? What happens when the leaders are detached from the interests of their groups, which has been true for basically most of human history? There's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been accountable to their people. A lot of them exist today. Where to some degree they're channeling the interests of their group. Right. So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cruel Russian demands, because even if they had, it would have been political suicide. Because it seemed, or it seems that the Ukrainians just rejected this. So they were in some sense channeling the values of the broader population. Even if they, I don't know what was going on, and if they didn't share those principles, they self-interestedly followed them. Probably they shared them, but I'm just saying that even if they didn't, they wouldn't come. Occasionally you get the reverse, which is where the leaders are not accountable. And now they have some value, which could be glory. And this is the story of the kings, to some lesser extent, the queens of Europe. For hundreds of years, it was basically a contest, and war was the sport of kings. And to some extent, they were just seeking status through violent competition, and they paid a big price out of the royal purse. But they didn't bear much to the suffering. And so they were too quick to go to war. And so I think that detachment of leaders, combined with, you mingle it with that one bucket, that uncheckedness, and you mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war, combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think autocracy and unaccountable power is. I could make that story for all of the things, all 5 buckets. We're all more susceptible to these things, to all 5 of these things, when leaders are not accountable to the people and their group, and that's what makes it like the meta cause of conflict in all of human history, and sadly today.
Does the will to power play into this? The desire for power, that's a human thing again in the calculation. That shall we put that in the misperceptions bucket, or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans, and power is more about the thing you feel in your heart when you're alone as a leader?
I said there were 3 strategic reasons, like the unchecked leaders, the commitment, promise, uncertainty. There were 2 sort of more psychological, and I called them intangible, then it was a misperception. The way that a game theorist, or the way that behavioral economists would think about those 2 was just to say preferences, and then erroneous beliefs and mistakes. So their preferences are our preferences.
Yeah.
Right? And so utility functions, whatever we want to call it, there's not. That's why I wouldn't call them a misperception or irrationality. We like what we like.
Yeah.
If we like power, if we like relative status, if we like our racial purity, if we like our liberty, if we like whatever it is that we have convinced ourselves we value.
Maybe you fell in love with a rival queen, a king.
Exactly. When I said it was a big bucket full of stuff that rhymes, that's a pretty messy bucket. There's a lot of different stuff in there. And I'm just trying to say, let's be clear that just with the shared logic of these things is maybe just, they're really dissimilar, but let's be clear about the shared logic. And if it were true that deep down we were aggressive people who just liked violence and enjoyed the blood, or some percentage of us do, that would be there too. And so I just want to say but we're really quick to recognize those, right? When we diagnose a war as an armchair analyst or as a journalist or something, we really jump to those. We don't need a lot of help to see those happening. So we probably put a little bit too much emphasis on them. It's maybe the only thing that I would caution, because the others are more subtle, and they're often there and they contribute.
So, just to look at something you said before, would it be accurate to say when the leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, that's more likely to lead to war? So,
mechanically, it's just they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's going to basically narrow the set of deals that they're going to be willing to accept instead of violence. At the same time, most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of consequences. You can be deposed, you can be killed, you can be tried, and the public purse is going to be empty. That's the one story throughout history, is at the end of the day, your regime is broke as a result of war. And so you still internalize that a little bit. If I had to say, in my my buckets so far, I've sort of started with Ukrainian intransigence. And then I jumped in and I said, essentially, then you really have to understand Russian hypocrisy just to understand why they would ask something so cruel. But I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. If you think of it, think of all of the things, the way this is played out, and just in some ways, in how many ways we've been surprised. We've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West and the sanctions. That's sort of what's happened. Is it was in the realm of possibility, but it was sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West and the worst case scenario for the Russians. The second thing is just the pluckiness and the effectiveness and the intransigence and nobility of this Ukrainian resistance. That, again, was within the realm of possibility, but wasn't necessarily a likely thing, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization for Russia, the best realization in some sense, in terms of revealed strength and resolve. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, the corruption and ineptitude and problems on the Russian military side. Again, within the realm of possibility, maybe people who really knew the Russian military are less surprised than the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible draws for Russia. And so Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over, at least to a degree, was based on a different set of probability. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of the probability distribution and not all these different tail events. And so the fact that the world's so uncertain, and the fact that Putin can come with a different set of expectations than the Ukrainians in the West, all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on just what the facts are, because we live in an uncertain world. Everyone's quick to say, "Oh, we miscalculated." Well, I don't know if you miscalculated. I think you got a really bad draw in terms of what the realized outcomes are here. And so, good for everybody else in some sense, except the fact that it's involving a lot of violence.
So there's also economic pain, not just for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people, but for the whole world.
Yeah.
So it's you could talk about things that you are surprised from an analysis perspective of small victories here and there, but I think it's universally true that everything loses once again in this world.
Right, and so the question is when does it? Why did Russia choose to invade when Ukraine didn't give this up? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it wanted, that the available bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, based on its power in the world, it wasn't getting, and so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it potentially more likely that they would choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, but still plays a role, but less important than in many wars, it's the fact that it's really hard to resolve that uncertainty. Right? In theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are. We're super resolved. And your military is not as strong as you think it is.
You mean before the conflict?
Before the conflict, everybody should be like, you know what,
on
like,
the table. Here's
no
my cards.
one wants, yeah,
Here's your cards.
exactly. Like that's, as a competitor in this, you can use that uncertainty to your advantage. I can try to convince you, I can bluff. Right? And so anyone who's ever played poker and bluffed or called a bluff, that's the inefficient, that's the analogy in some ways to war. It's not the perfect analogy, but the uncertainty in the circumstance, you don't have to miscalculate. The fact that if you bluff and lose, this is not you miscalculated. You made an optimal choice, given the uncertainty of the situation, to take a gamble. And that was a wiser thing for you to do than to not bluff. And just to fold or to just not pay in that round. And so the uncertainty of the situation gives both sides incentives to bluff, gives neither side an incentive to try to reveal the truth. And then at some point, the other side says, you know what, you say you're resolved. You say you're going to mount an uncertainty. Well, guess what? Every other, people on my border has folded. And you're going to fold too the minute the tanks roll in. And the minute the Air Force comes in. I'm gambling that you're bluffing. And so that inherent uncertainty of the situation just causes a lot of short wars, actually, because it's the sort of bluff and call dynamic that goes on. And the thing that's worth recognizing is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine concedes is not so far from what Russia demanded in the first place. Russia shouted, I want a neutral. I mean, who knows how. It's not the ambitious thing the Russians wanted, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the West, and where Russia has de facto control over the East and Crimea, if not fully recognized, probably, who knows if they'll get ever internationally and Ukrainian recognized, but effectively controls, Russia will have accomplished what it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need solutions to glory or whatever to get there. You just need the ingredients that are given so far, which is like an unwillingness to have without fighting and party things, and autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands because it's in their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to fight. And that sadly is like the best case. This feels like the best case scenario right now, which is divorce just 5 months and not 5 years.
Given the current situation. Because the suffering has already happened. They lost homes, people moving, having to see their home in rubble, millions of people, refugees having to escape the country, and hate flourishes versus the common humanity as it does with war. And on top of all of that, if we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers all over the world are sort of drooling. They now got narratives, and they got whatever narratives, you can go shopping for the narratives. The United States has its narratives for whatever geopolitical thing it wants to do in that part of the world.
That's another little malevolent interaction between two of these buckets, like those unchecked leaders and those intangible incentives, those preferences, is that unchecked leaders autocrats, spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population, of their group. Right? And sometimes they do it nobly, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons were ready to stand up. There were a lot of Americans, a lot of Britons who were like, you know what? Hitler, not such a bad guy. His ideas, not so terrible. I never liked those Jews anyways. Many were thinking, right? We had political leaders in the U.S. who were basically not pro-Nazi, but were just not anti Nazi. And Churchill was just trying to instill a different resolve. He was trying to create that thing. He was trying to create that value. And in the American Revolution, it was as well. Like the founding fathers, the leaders of the revolution, it's not that everybody woke up one morning in the United States and had this ideology of liberty and freedom. Some of that was true, was out there in the ether, but they had to manufacture and create it. In a way that I think they believed and was noble, but there's a lot of manufacturing and creation of these values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did so well.
The anti-Semitism was present throughout the world, but the more subtle thing that I feel like maybe more generally applicable is this kind of pacifism. But I think if people in the United States, it's felt like it's not my conflict. Why do I need to get involved with it? And I think Churchill was fighting that general
Empathy.
It's like it's the apathy of rational calculus. Like what are we going to gain if we fight back? Like Hitler seems to be pretty reasonable. He's saying he's going to stop the bombing. That you're still going to maintain your sovereignty as the great people of Britain. Like, why are we fighting again? And that's the thing that's hard to break, because you have to say, well, you have to speak to principle. You have to speak at some greater sort of long-term vision of history. So it's like, yes, now may seem like it's a way to avoid the fight, but you're actually just sort of putting shackles on yourself. You're destroying the very greatness of our people if we don't fight back.
And to think about this with like the current case with Russia, I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches and papers he's written on Ukraine historically being a part of Russia and trying to deny basically create all these nationalist narratives, and they think, well, Putin really believes, and he might, Putin really believes this, and that's why he's invading. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to just make a peaceful bargain even harder to find. But I suspect what's at least a minimum true is Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And so he's doing, on some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical terms, which is to try to manipulate people's preferences, but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way, because it's really in his interest. Whereas this was anything but, right, in the Churchill example.
The dark human thing is like, there's moments in World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always believed. I think he was a sincere believer.
Well, no. There's a lot of places in where there was uncertainty.
Yeah.
And they decided to do propaganda.
Yeah.
And that propaganda resolved the uncertainty in his own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America is a weakling militarily as an economic power and just the spirit of the people. And like, that was part of the propaganda they're producing. And because of that propaganda, when he became the head of the army, he was making military actions. He like nonchalantly started war with America, with the United States of America, where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely, but he thought, whatever, they're easy. So that's I think that propaganda first, belief second. And I think as a human being, as a dictator, when you start to believe the lies with which you're controlling the populace, you're not able to, you become detached from this person that's able to resolve in a very human way the conflict in the world.
I mean, when I said the big common factor that causes war over and over and over again is unaccountable power. It's not just because it's mechanically, like one of my 5 explanations is saying, well, if you're unaccountable, you don't bear the cost of war, you might have private incentives. So yes, bargains are harder to find, but it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders, because those idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when they're unchecked. But the uncertainty point you just made is like a deep point. It's to say actually that like the fundamental problem that all autocrats have is an information problem, because nobody wants to give them the right information.
Yeah.
And they have very few ways to aggregate information if they're not popular, right? And so there's a whole cottage industry of political science sort of talking about why autocrats love fixed elections, why they love Twitter, and why they actually like it in a controlled way. Is it solves an information problem. Like, that's your crucial. If you're like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you need to solve an information problem just to avoid having rebellion on your hands in your own country every day, because uncertainty kind of gets magnified and you get all this distorted information in this apparatus of control. And so that's like another nasty interaction between uncertainty and unchecked leaders, is you end up in this situation where you're getting bad information, and it's not that you believe your own lies. It's just that you sort of believe, you're sort of averaging what you believe over the available information, and you don't realize that it's such a distorted and biased information source.
One of the other things about this time that was a surprise to me in the fog of uncertainty, how sort of seemingly likely nuclear war became. Not likely, but how it
Less unlikely than before.
Exactly, that's a better way to say it. It started to take a random stroll away from 0% probability into this kind of land of maybe, like, it's hard to know, but it's like, oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this as if this is part of the calculus, part of the option. But before we talk about nuclear war, because I'm going to need a drink, do you need to go to the bathroom?
Sure, I'll take that. Great.
Back to nuclear war. What do you think about this? That people were nonchalantly speaking about nuclear wars if it doesn't lead to the potential annihilation of the human species. What are the chances that our world descends into nuclear war? Within your framework, you wear many hats.
Yeah.
One is sort of the analyst, right? And then one is a human. What do you think are the chances we get to see nuclear war in this century?
Well, the doomsday, the official doomsday clock for nuclear warfare sits in the lobby of my building. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists sort of shares a building with us, so it's always there every day.
Can you describe what the doomsday clock is?
The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, it's something that this group of physicists sort of said to sort of mark just how close we are to nuclear catastrophe, and they started decades ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close are we to midnight. The midnight is nuclear Armageddon, or the destruction of humanity. And it's been sitting, it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last few weeks as it probably should have, only because it was already so close. It's actually limited room for it to move for a bunch of other reasons. I think it's the whole political thing that it's really hard, it's really easy to move it closer. And it's really hard if you're the person in charge of that clock to move it away, because that's always very controversial. So it always sits there, but it forces you to think about it a little bit every day. And I admit I was nonchalant about it until recently, in a way that many other people were. I still think the risk is very low, but kind of for the reasons we're talking, just so unimaginably costly that nobody wants to go that. So it's like the extreme version of my whole argument is why we most of the time don't fight, is because it's just so damn costly. And so that's the incentive not to use it. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of. But because we do go to war, and there's all these things that interfere with it, including miscalculation and all these things sort of those. And several of those nuclear powers are not accountable leaders. I think we have to be worried. Many of us were very recently. I pointed out earlier, like, the whole reason we're in this mess is because only people who have this private interest in, like, having Ukraine give up its freedom is this Russian cabal and elite that gets their power and is preserved only and is threatened by Ukrainian democracy. How far would they go to hang on to power when push came to shove? Is, I think, the thing that worries me the most, and is plainly what worries most people about the risk. Like, at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the rubble still on top. I don't know. So, and I don't know that any of us have really fully thought through all of that calculus. Very recently, around the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about whether the United States can have another civil war. On the one hand, I think it's almost unimaginable. Sort of like in the same way I think that a nuclear war, complete Armageddon, is unimaginable. But I remember something that when both of those questions get asked, I remember something I was in the audience listening to some great economists speak about the 20 years ago, but the risk of an Argentina-style financial meltdown of the United States. Like, what's the total financial collapse? And they said, you know what? The risk is vanishingly small, but that's terrifying because until recently, the answer was zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all, and we should devote a lot of energy to making it zero again. And that's how I feel about the risk of a civil war in the U.S., and that's how I feel about the risk of nuclear war. It's higher than it used to be, and that could terrify us.
To me, what terrifies me is that all this kind of stuff seems to happen like overnight, like super quick, and it escalates super quick when it happens. So it's not like, I don't know what I imagine, but it just happens. Like if a nuclear war happened, it would be something like a plane, like in this case with Ukraine, a NATO plane shut down over some piece of land by the Russian forces, or so the narrative would go. But it doesn't even matter what's true or not. It would just spark the first moment of escalation, and then it just goes.
Well, I think that happens sometimes. I mean, again, it's this thing that, what social scientists call selection on independent variable. Like, there's all these times when that didn't happen, when it stopped, when it escalated one step, and then people paused, or escalated 2 steps, and people said, whoa, 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 whoa.
No, I will
And
not
so
be
we
that
remember
this
the
door down.
times when it went boom, 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 and then the really terrible thing happened.
Oh,
But
come on, now.
fortunately, that's not, I start off the book with an example of a gang war that didn't happen in Medellin, Colombia, which is clear. That's why my day job is actually studying conflict and gangs and violence and of these other kinds of groups, also very sinister. And most of the time they don't fight. That escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes, except when it doesn't.
Or we remember the ones when it does. It's really important to think about all that. Like, when we're talking to, I think Elon Musk.
It's lost 12 straight games.
I was sort of like talking about the horrors.
Do you think you've just played better? Or just
and
suck?
he said, well, like most of human history.
Played better.
Because I think I said like most of human history is had been defined by these horrible wars. He's like, no, most of human history is just peaceful, like fun life. Like war,
Yeah.
we kind of remember the wars, but most of human history is just, is life.
And most of the competition between nations was like blood. I would say bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry and a lot of the competition, which is also can be problematic in some ways, it's not violent. And most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And there are moments when they rise up in revolt and there's a revolution. We remember those, but most of the time
no
they
one
don't.
rid me
And
of this turbulent rabbi, because he's the biggest pimp on earth.
Is actually revolutions without that kind of violent revolt. Most of it is just a peaceful concession of power by elites to a wider audience of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power and their threat that they're going to march. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom over human history, I think we can draw the same insight that actually don't. Most of the time we don't fight. We actually concede power. No, you don't. The elite doesn't sort of give power to the masses right away. They just co-opt the few merchants who could threaten the whole thing, and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider until the circle is ever wider, maybe not ever, but encompasses most, if not all. And that's like a hopeful and optimistic trend.
Yeah, if you look at the plot, you guys can pull it up of the wars throughout history. The rate of wars throughout history does seem to be increasing significantly with a few spikes. And the sort of the expansion, it's like half the world is under authoritarian regimes. But that's been shrinking.
Throwing up gang signs like a pimp.
The famous fellow who brings up this hypothesis. I mean, there's sort of two ways, there's actually two separate kinds of violence that
What is this bullshit?
right, and one where I think, I'm not sure, probably maybe not. Where he's completely right. So interpersonal violence, homicides, everyday violence has been going down, down. That's
How much you go
just
fuck yourself,
because
dude?
we've created
Dude,
culture
how
and
much you go
states
fuck
and rules
yourself?
and things that
Damn,
control that violence. Now the warfare between groups, is that less frequent? Well, you know,
Will no one
it's
rid
not
me
clear that he's right, that there's fewer wars.
of his turbulent rabbi?
The wars are more rare because they're more costly, because our weapons are so brutal. The cost of war go up. As the cost of war go up,
Accomplice of LGBTQIA plus manhunt. What does that mean? Oh, this is that lawyer.
So is Pinker right? I hope he's right, but I don't think that officially
The west
that trend
side.
is there. I think
It's the best side. What is that bullshit?
that we might have
Oh, dog.
kind
Oh,
of
dog.
levels of
We might have a potato
violence
poopy.
because
Oh, dog.
maybe those 5 fundamentals that lead to war have not fundamentally
Potato
changed,
poopy.
thus made us
Allegedly.
the world now than a couple hundred years ago.
That's something to think
Potato
about. So obviously
poopy.
looking at his hypothesis, looking at his data.
Potato
all this
poopy.
like, but I have noticed one thing.
P-O-T-A-T-O. Poopy.
That there is
Potato,
this is speaking
tomato,
to the
potato,
general
tomato,
point that you made, which is like
potato,
we
tomato,
overemphasize the
and
anecdotal,
corn.
like the,
Potato,
and
tomato,
don't
potato,
look
tomato.
objectively at the
Oh man, I
aggregate
gotta take
data
a
as much.
dizzy.
It's a general cynicism
One of the
about
greatest
the world.
poops,
Not
perhaps on earth.
cynicism,
Poop.
it's almost like
Poop.
cynicism born or something like that, where people,
Poop.
for some reason, they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction.
Okay, that means I have to get up and walk. Oh, dude, it's so much work. Look at this move, though. Look at this. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. We're in the second butthole. Oh, dog. Oh, it's kind of allegedly. Oh, dog. This is the worst. Server boosts.
Lunch with your kids afterwards and feel a little better about the world. I don't know what it is, but that it's not very scientific. It's very kind of personal, emotional. And so we should.
Yo, dog, what is this?
Careful to look at the world in that way.
All the memories are coming on the bathroom floor. It's not. Dog.
Will for peace among people. Yeah. You mentioned Medellin.
Dog.
How do you pronounce it? Medellin or Medellin?
Both are fine. I think they
Look at this move.
kind of the accent.
Look at this athleticism.
Double L, but that's
Double AGL.
fine as well.
Wow.
What lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel, from the different gang wars in Colombia and Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between drug cartels?
Here's what was really insightful for me. So I live in Chicago, and Chicago people are aware that there's a violent problem in Chicago. It's actually not the worst American city by any stretch of the imagination for shootings, but it's pretty bad. And Medellin has this better, many more, and probably many better organized gangs than Chicago. And yet the homicide rate is maybe half. Now, I mean, there have been moments. Medellin has become the most violent place on the planet, but for the most part, right now they're peaceful. And so, what's going on there? That means there's a hierarchy. So that these reasonably well-organized neighborhood gangs, there's a set of more shadowy organizations that have different names. Some people call them razones, some people would call them bandas criminales, criminal bands. You might just call them mafias. And there's about 17 of them, depending on how you want to count. And they themselves have a little operating board called, sometimes they call it the office, la oficina, sometimes they call it La Mesa at the table.
With each individual one, or as a group?
As a group. So they meet, and they don't meet personally all the time. Sometimes they meet, but they consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison, and they're in the same wings in prison.
They're represented. Oh, they meet in prison.
Well, they're whatever. If I'm on a cell block with you, I'm meeting you anyways, right? So actually imprisoning leaders and putting them in the same cell block, but not putting them in, if you get arrested here in the United States and you're a criminal leader and you get put in a supermax prison, you cannot run your criminal empire. It's just too difficult. It's impossible. There, it's possible. And you might think, and they do, they still run their empire. And you might think that's a bad idea. But actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leaving it to a bunch of like hot-headed young guys who are disorganized is not always the path to peace. So having these guys all in the same prison patios is actually, it reduces imperfect information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain. They can talk, and so La Oficina is like a lot of these informal meetings. And so and they have these tools that they use to control the street gangs. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, competing for territory and constantly at war, the Razones are keeping them in line. And they will use sanctions. They will, sanction might be, I will put a bullet in your head if you don't.
A little more honest than sanction.
Exactly, but they will sit them down. They'll help them negotiate. They will provide. I said there are these things called commitment problems, where like there's some I have some incentive to like exterminate you, but that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm going to have, what's the solution? Well, I'm going to provide commitment. I'm going to like enforce this deal. And yeah, you don't like this deal now because you could take advantage of your situation and wage war, but I'm going to give you a counter incentive. And so they keep the peace. And it's a little bit, so they're a little bit like the UN Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes. It's like the same kinds of tools, the same parallels. And they're imperfect, they don't always work that well, and they're unequal, right? Because it's not like they're pursuing this in the interests of like democratic, blah, blah, blah. But it kind of works. Until it doesn't, and 10 years ago in the mid-1990s, there were wars, and this breaks down. And it kind of gave me this perspective on the international institutions and all the tools we've built, that we do the same things, right? Sanctions are designed to make unchecked leaders face the cost of war. It's a solution to one of the 5 problems, right? And mediators are a solution to uncertainty, and international institutions that can enforce a peace and agreement are a solution to commitment problems. And all of these things can be solutions to these intangible incentives, these preferences, whatever you value, and miscalculations, because they will punish you for your miscalculation, or they will get a mediator to help you realize why you're miscalculating. So they're doing all these things, and it made me realize that the comparison to UN Security Council and all our tools is actually a pretty good one, because those are pretty unequal too, and those are pretty imperfect. Like that, we have 5 nations with a veto on the Security Council, and a lot of unequal power, and they're manipulating this in their own self-interest or their group's interests. So it's actually some of the things that work in Medellin and why they work help give me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why we have some of the problems we have. It's like,
there's not, in some deep way, there's not a fundamental difference between those 17 mafia groups and
Security Council.
We're 20% of apes. We put on suits. I'm sure they wear different cultural garbs that they wear. What are your thoughts? I mean, that's the stuff they got from Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa, who founded the Medellin cartel. Is like having spoken with people on this podcast, Dr. Roger Reeves, who was a drug transporter. It seems like it was. I don't know the right term, but it was very kind of professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it, like it's negotiating. So like the danger is always on the table as a threat, as part of the calculation, but you're using that threat in order to de-escalate, in order to have peace. Everybody is interested in peace.
So something that happened last year, we were a little bit able to watch in real time because we had a few contacts. We've been meeting and talking to a lot of these leaders in prison and a bit outside of prison. many of them will talk to us. And so they're the homicide rate. I mentioned homicide rate in Medellin's maybe 2/3 or half of the Chicago level. It had been climbing. Some of these street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe at sort of on some level, it seems that like maybe some of those leaders were like saying, well, we're actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight just to test it out. Let's have these skirmishes, right? It wasn't prolonged warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how strong everybody is, because then we'll be able to reapportion the drug corners and stuff accordingly. So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rate doubled, and then it increased by the same amount again. And so it was approaching something that might get out of control, which wasn't in anybody's interest. It wasn't in the government's interest, it wasn't in their interest. And so then, magically, all of these leaders on these patios, right? Different prisons, they're spread out around a bunch of prisons. Everybody gets transferred to a new prison on the same day, which means they all get to be in the same holding area for 3 days before they're all moved elsewhere. So the government had a role in this. And then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the criminal side gets himself arrested, happens to be put in the same spot. And a week later, the homicide rate is 30% of what it was. It's back to its normal moderate. Unfortunately, not zero, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense to have a war. And everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of like, they figured out a way to sort of bargain their way to peace.
Guess it's almost like a tangent, but you mentioned you got a chance potentially to talk to a few folks, some are in prison, some are not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? Maybe by way of advice, do you have ideas about talking to people who are actively criminals?
Yeah. It really depends on the situation. So like the first time I worked in a conflicted place was in northern Uganda in maybe the last couple of years of a long-running war. So this would have been 2004, 2005. This is a small East African country. And the north of the country had been engulfed in, think of it as like a 20-year low-level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed messiah who wasn't that popular, and no one joined his movement, so he would kidnap kids. And so I could talk to people who would come back from being there. I never once, if I wanted to, and I was writing about that armed group, I never talked to anybody who was an active member of that armed group. It was quite rare. It wouldn't have been easy or safe. And that's sometimes true. I'm starting to do some work in Mexico probably, and I'm not going to be talking to them. They'll kill people.
You see, you're not going to talk to them and they'll kill people. Which people?
So, I mean, journalists are routinely killed for knowing too much in Mexico. There's no compunctions about killing them, and there's no consequences.
Who kills a journalist? It's not the main people that you spoke with. It's their is it their lackeys, or is it rival?
Yeah, so
gangs.
This is true of a Chicago gang, and this is true of a Medellin gang. It's probably true of a Mexican gang. It's like you might have your group of 30 people. 1 or 2 of them might be shooters. Most people don't shoot. Most people don't like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in your group because you're trying to run a business. You don't need any shooters. You can just hire a killer when you need them on contract. And so if somebody's asking questions, and you don't want them to ask questions, or you think they know too much in a way that threatens you, and it's cheap for you, and you have no personal compunctions, and then you can put a contract out on them and they'll be killed. That doesn't happen in Colombia. Doesn't happen in Chicago. I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly why. I think one reason is like they know what'll happen is that there'll be consequences, that the government will crack down and make them pay, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happened. They won't kill like a DA agent. They know that the U.S. has made it clear: you kill one of our agents, we will make you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize death of American but you kill journalists and nobody comes after them or is able to come after them, and so they realize they can get away with this, and that seems to be the equilibrium there. That's my initial sense from, but we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals. We spent a year trying to figure out what was safe before we actually and fail it. We kept a lot of safe things to do. It was also really hard to figure out how to talk to people in these organizations, and we failed 40 times before we figured out a way to actually access people.
Is it worth it talking to them if you figure out, because it's not never going to be safe, it's going to be when you estimate that there's some low level of risk. Like, what's the benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of humans?
Yeah. So I actually don't think. Let's compare it to something. Okay, I'm in Austin for the first time, and I'm walking around, and there's all these people buzzing around on these scooters without helmets.
We need to definitely interview them and say what the hell is wrong with you.
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is as risky as that.
That's a nice way to compare journalism in a war zone.
Scooters. There's journalism in
Oh.
some war zones. I worked in northern Uganda, and I worked in Liberia, and I work now in Medellin, and I'm starting to work in Mexico. And both those particular places, and then the things I did in those places, where I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not unduly risky.
Hey, Todd, could you pull up a picture of a person on a scooter in Austin so we can just compare this absurd situation where I doubt it's the riskiest thing, because now we have to look at the data. I understand the point you're making, but
So I'm not trying to say there's zero risk. I think there's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at your work at becoming good at being able to assess these risks and know who can help you assess these risks.
yeah, I think there's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, the risk could disappear.
Yeah.
There's something that's lingering, and you have to look over your shoulder, potentially for the rest of your life as you accumulate all of these conversations.
Yeah, I've chosen, but I've also advised my students. I wouldn't go and do this with an group that would think I knew too much anymore. Some people do that. Some journalists, I think, are very brave and take risks and do that, and it's good for them, and I'm happy to do that. I don't personally do that. So these guys are very. I'm mentioning for business. They're selling local drugs, and they are laundering money for the big cartels, and they are breaking down businesses for money or selling services in some cases, and they make a lot of money as a business, and they're in prison, so they can talk about most of what they want to talk about because there's no double jeopardy. They've been incarcerated for it. And you're just talking shop, and they're just, so it's worth it, I think, because the risk is very low. But if you actually want to weaken these organizations, so they're extremely powerful, they're extremely big, facet of life in a lot of cities, in America in particular, including some American cities. If you want to understand how to weaken these groups over time, you have to understand how their business works. And imagine if you were made like the world czar of the United States, or maybe you're charging the finances, right? You're the regulator for oil, energy, or finance, and then you get in your job, and someone says, and then you're like, well, how many firms are there? And what do they sell? And what are the prices? And everyone's like, well, we don't really know. You would not be very good at it, right? And if you're a policeman or you're someone who's in charge of organized crime, you're just a regulator. You're trying to regulate an industry. You're regulating an industry that happens to be illicit. You need no information. And so that's kind of what we do. We figure out how the system works. And like, what are the economic incentives and what are the political incentives?
And then interviews and conversations help with that.
They help a lot. Yeah. We do that. So we have, I do some of those, but on the side, Spanish is okay. It's not great.
And you have a translator usually if you have to go directly.
Well, if only because I can't understand the speaking language. Like, I'm just totally hopeless. Nor could any people who speak Spanish understand the language. It's totally, you're in prison, talk to these guys, and they're speaking in the local dialect. It's tough. But more importantly, like, I just don't need to be there. That's not I'm a quantitative scholar. The guy who collects the data. So we have people on our team, and colleagues and employees who are doing full-time interviews. So, and then I just sometimes go with them. So,
What about if you mentioned Uganda?
yeah.
Joseph Kony, the Ugandan warlord. I'm seeing here he kidnapped 591 children in 3 years.
They must have kidnapped. They probably kidnapped for at least a short time, like a few hours to a day, more than 50,000 kids.
As a terror tactic?
A little bit. I mean, most of those people they just let go after they carried goods. They tried to hold on to thousands. The short story, listen, if you're not popular, if you're running an armed movement and you need troops, you can, and nobody wants to fight for you, you can either give up, or you can have a small clandestine terror organization that tries a different set of tactics. But if you want a conventional army and you don't want to give up, then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript and we say, if you run away, we'll shoot you. And we control the whole territory, so that's a credible promise. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away, and then you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you don't control all the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to brainwash you. And I think what they figured out after years of abducting children, you talk about evil, they figured out that, we have to, maybe like, I don't know, let's say like maybe 1 in 100 will like buy the rhetoric. So we just have to conscript or abduct a large number of kids, and then some small number of them will not run away. And those will be our committed cadres. And those people can become contenders. And because they'll buy the propaganda and they'll buy the messianic messages. But because most people wise up, we have, especially as they get older, we just have to abduct vast numbers of kids in a committed cadre. And so it has the other benefit of sort of being terrifying for the population and being a weapon in itself. But I think for them was just primarily a way to solve a recruitment problem when you're a totally hopeless and ideologically empty rebel movement. So in some sense, that's maybe the short story. It's a real tragedy.
I heard one interview of a dictator where the journalist was basically telling them, like, how could you be doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person is committing, and the dictator was kind of laughing it off and walked away.
Yeah.
And like he cut off the interview. That feel like a very unproductive thing to be doing. You're basically stating the thing that everyone knows to his face. Maybe that's pleasant to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like the goal should be some level of understanding.
Yeah. He's been super elusive. I mean, why he's fighting this Conan? Yeah. I mean, why he's bought this? I don't know. It's not a great example of. That's the way I look at that situation is. It's a little bit particular the way Uganda works, but most of the political leadership for most of its post-independence history came from the north of the country. That was like the power base, and it was dictatorial, and so you've heard of like people like Idi Amin, the people who've heard of like Milton Obote, and all these people were all from the north. And then you get the current president who came to power in 1986. So he's been around a long time. He's been 70. He was from the south, and he was fighting against these dictators, and he was fighting for a freer and better Uganda. And in many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he did create a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than he's better than those before him. And he came to power, and he was like, and some of the Northerners were like, we just want to keep them to fight. And he was like, you know what, you guys, I'm strong enough to continue the North. You guys go. You want to have a crazy insurgency up there, and some kook believes he's like speaking, through the Holy Spirit, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that's going to totally destabilize this traditional power base, and then that's just going to help me consolidate control. So he was an autocrat, he's an unchecked leader who allowed a lunatic to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. It's in some ways it's that simple.
There's little to understand.
Yeah, it took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did, and I'm not. I think I could persuade most people who study or work in that to like see it that way. I think people that would make sense to people, but it didn't make sense in the moment. You know, in the moment, this is happening. It's terrible, and you don't realize how avoidable it was. That basically it was the absence of effective police actions that kept the lunatic from being contained. And that lunatic would never, you know, he's not that skillful of our movement, right? It could have been shut down, and there was just never any political will to shut it down. The opposite. That's what I meant. Like that unchecked leader. Not only do you not bear the cost, but you might have a private incentive as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping a troublesome part of the country busy.
If it's okay to look at a few other wars, so we talked about drug wars and Medellin. Are there other wars that stand out to you as gold lessons? You can jump around a little bit. Maybe if you can return briefly at World War II. From your framework, could World War II have been avoided? This is one of the most traumatic wars, global wars.
I mean, one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued and then was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to suppress them. And so some people stop there and say that, and then in the West, basically, and then of course they were able to, you know, because they were such an economic and political powerhouse, they were able to sort of make demands of the rest of Europe that you can kind of see the full, you know, letting Nazis march into Denmark without a fight, or France folding very quickly. You can kind of see as like an appeasement or an acknowledgement of their superiority and their ability to bargain without much of a fight. And then you can see the Western response as a principled stand. I think and there's a lot of truth to that. You know, in terms of the strategic forces, a lot of political scientists see a version of a commitment problem, basically where Germany says, you know what, we're strong now, we're temporarily strong, we're not going to be this strong forever. You can get this global market and get everything to capitulate through violence if we start now, and then solidify our power and keep these. In World War I, prevent the rise of Russia, and prevent the strengthening of and we have an emphasis right now. I mean, the window of opportunity that's closing, that we thought was closing since 1917 and World War I. I don't know that story is as persuasive in World War II. I think there was an element of the closing window, but they kept talking about closing window. Yeah, but we really thought that was a closing window. I think the nature of that window is different in that there was kind of pacifism. And it seems like if war broke out, most nations in the vicinity would not be ready. Because by the people, the leaders that are in power, they weren't ready, so the timing is really right now. I wonder how often that is the case with leaders in war. It feels like the timing is now. The other commitment problem, the other shift that was happening that he wanted to avert, that is kind of wrapped up with his ideology, is this idea of a cultural and a demographic window of opportunity. That if he wanted, it's conditional on having these views of Germanic people and a pure race, and that now is he had to strike now before any opportunity to sort of establish that was possible. I think that's one. It's an incentive that requires his ideology as well.
How to avoid it?
Yeah.
Within this framework, would you say is there? You kind of provide an explanation. Is there a way to avoid it? Is violence the way to avoid it? Because people kind of try the rational peaceful kind of usual negotiation, and that led to this war? Is that unique to this particular war? Let's say World War One or World War Two. So there's an extra pressure on Germany in both wars to act. Okay, so we've highlighted that. Is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure to act?
Let me use World War One as an example. Suppose, as many German generals said at that time, we had a window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win a war with Russia. So the probability that we can win a war is going to change a lot in the next decade, maybe even the next few years. And so if we are in a much better bargaining position now, both to not use violence, but if necessarily use violence. Because otherwise, Russia's going to be extremely powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the bargain with us and to keep us down. And the thing is in principle, Russia could say, look, we don't want to get invaded right now. We know you could invade us. We know we'll be strong in the future. We promise to not wield our and abuse our, or just merely just sort of take what we can get in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in future. Or we're going to hand over something that makes us powerful, because that's the bargain that would make us all better off. And the reason political economists call it a commitment problem is because that's a commitment that would solve the problem. And they can't make that commitment because there's nobody who will hold them accountable. So any international legal architecture, any set of enforceable agreements, any UN Security Council, any world government, anything that would help you make that commitment is a solution. All right, if that's the problem. And so that's why, in Medellin, the Oficina can do that. They can say, listen, yes, combo that's strong today is going to be tomorrow. You have an incentive to eliminate this combo over here, but because they're going to be strong. But guess what? You're not going to do that, and we're going to promise that when these guys do get strong, we're going to restrain what they can do. Right? Most of our constitutions in most stable countries have done precisely that, right? So there's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way that the Constitution has apportioned power between states. That was a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution in the United States was a deal made to a bunch of states that knew they were going to be weak in the future because of economic and demographic trends, or guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate, and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests over the long run. And now, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. It was part of the deal that meant that there actually would be a union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country's constitution, especially a country who's writing a constitution after a war, that constitution and all of the other institutions of it are an attempt to provide commitment to groups who are worried about future shifts in power.
And does that help with avoid civil war? So could you speak to lessons you learned from civil wars, perhaps the American Civil War, or any others?
So Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon had tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups who were powerful at the time and knew that the demographics were working against them, would to guarantee, this ethnic religious group gets the presidency, and this ethnic religious group gets the prime ministership, and this ethnic, and a lot of countries will apportion seats in parliament to ethnic religious groups, and that's an attempt to give a group that's temporarily powerful some assurances that when they're weak in the future, that they'll still have a say, right? Just like we apportion seats in the Senate in a way that's not demographically representative, but is unequal, quote unquote, in a sense, to help people be confident that there won't be a tyranny of the majority. And now that just happens to have been a really unstable arrangement in Lebanon, because eventually the de facto power on the ground just gets so out of line with this really rigid system of presidency goes to this ethnic religious group and this prime ministership, that it didn't last, right? So, but you can think of every conflict agreement and every constitution is like a little bit of humans' best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that's temporarily has an interest in violence in order to not be violent.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of ingenuity, and it doesn't always work, right?
Which actually, from a perspective of the group, threatening violence or actually doing violence is one way to make progress for the group.
We're talking about groups bargaining over stuff, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, or Russians versus the West, or maybe it's Medellin gangs versus one another. Like, a lot of their bargaining power comes from their ability to burn the house down, right? And so if I want to have more bargaining power, I can just arm a lot and I can threaten violence. And so the strategically wise thing to do, I mean, it's terrible. It's a terrible equilibrium for us to be forced into. But the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms, to threaten to use them, to credibly threaten to use them, but then trust or hope that like your enemy's going to see reason and avoid this really terrible, inefficient thing, which is fighting. But the thing that's going on the whole time is both of you arming and spending like 20% of GDP or whatever on arms. That's pretty inefficient.
Yes.
That's the tragedy. We don't have war, and that's good, but we have really limited abilities to like incentivize our enemies not to arm and to keep ourselves from arming. We'd love to agree to just like both disarm, but we can't. And so the mess is that we have to arm and then we have to threaten all the time.
Yeah, so the threat of violence is costly nevertheless. We actually pulled up that now disappeared a paper that said the big title called Civil War. Your name is on it. What's that about?
Well, that was, I mean, when I was finishing graduate school, and this is a paper with my advisor at Miguel at Berkeley.
Most nations, the paper opens, have experienced an internal armed conflict since 1960. Yet while they were you still grad school in this or no?
Maybe last year or just graduated.
Yeah. I wish I was in a discipline that wrote papers like this. This is pretty badass. Yet while civil war is central to many nations' development, it has stood at the periphery of economic research and teaching, so on and so forth. And this is looking at civil war broadly throughout history, or is it just particular civil wars?
You're mostly looking at like the late 20th century. I mean, I was trained as a what's called development economist, which is somebody who studies why some places are poor and why some countries are rich. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into violence. I mean, people have been studying the wealth and poverty of nations basically since the invention of economics. But there was a big blind spot for violence. Now there isn't anymore. It's like a flourishing area of study, but in economics. But at the time it wasn't. And so there were people like me and Ted who were sort of part political scientists, because political scientists obviously have been studying this for a long time, who started bringing economic tools and expertise and like partnerships with political scientists and adding to it. And so we wrote this. So after like people have been doing this for 5 or 10 years in our field, we wrote a review article telling economists like what was going on. And so this was like a summary for economists. So the book in some ways is a lot in the same spirit of this article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a boring laundry list of studies, which is what that's the purpose of this article. It was for graduate students and professors who wanted to think about what to work on and what we knew. This book is like now trying to like not just say what economists are doing, but sort of say what economists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, like how do we bring some sense to this big project, and policymakers, like what do we know and what do we know about building peace, given, because if you don't know what the reason for wars are, you're probably not going to design the right cure. And so anyway, so that was but I started off studying civil wars, and because I stumbled into this place in northern Uganda basically by accident. It was no intention of working civil wars. I never thought about it, and then basically I followed a woman there. And
we'll talk about that. I ask you first, and for people who are just watching, we have an amazing team of folks helping out, pulling pictures and articles and so on, mostly so that I can put little pictures on Instagram of animals fighting, which is what I do on my own time. And then we'll discuss, analyze, maybe with George St. Pierre. That's what all he sends me for people who are curious. But let me ask you, one of the most difficult things going on in the world today, Israel and Palestine. Will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And sort of your book title is The Roots of War and Paths for Peace, or the subtitle, Why We Fight. What's the path for peace? Will we ever see peace?
Yeah. If we think about this conflict in the sense of like this dispute, this sort of contest, that's been going on between Israelis and Palestinians, it's going on for a century. And there are really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that span of time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, stretching up to like 2014. They're like sporadic incidents, which are really terrible. I'm not trying to diminish the human cost of these, by the way. Like, I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening, as unpleasant and challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not war. And so it is at peace. There's sort of an uneasy stalemate. The Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at just sort of keeping this at a relatively low scale of violence. There's a whole bunch of like low scale, sporadic violence that can be repression of civilians. It can be terror bombings and terror actions. It can be counter-terror violence. It can be mass arrests. It can be repression. It can be denying people the vote. It can be rattling sabers. All these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week wars or sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence before everybody sees sense and then settles down to this uneasy. That's not like, we're right not to think of that as like a peace, and there's certainly no stable agreement, right? So a stable agreement and amity and any ability to move on from this extreme hostility, we're not there yet, and that's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time have avoided really intense violence.
So you talked about this, like most of the time, rivals just like avoiding violence and hating each other in peace. So is this what peace? So to answer my question,
yeah, sometimes. I mean,
is this what peace looks like?
Not always, but I mean, it's kind of my worry. To go back to like the Russia-Ukraine example, like it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about, that they'll hold to, that will enable them to move on.
Yeah, it feels like the first step in a long journey towards greatness for both nations and a peaceful time, flourishing, that kind of thing.
Look at this, look at
You can think of like what the...
It's not really unprecedented.
Israel-Palestine is a stalemate. Both of them are exhausted from the violence that has occurred. Neither one of them is quite willing to, for various reasons, to create this sort of stable agreement. There's a lot of really difficult issues to resolve. And maybe the sad thing, maybe we'll end up in the same situation with Russia-Ukraine. This is where, if they stop fighting one another, but Russia holds the east of the country and Crimea, and nobody really acknowledges their right to that might, and there's going to be a lot of tension and skirmishing and violence that never really progresses to war for 30 years. That would be a sad but maybe possible outcome. So that's kind of where Israel-Palestine hits to me. And so if we're going to talk about why we fight, then the question we have to ask is like, why, like the second intifada, like that was the most violent episode. Like, why did that happen? And why did that last several years? That would be like, we could analyze that, and we can say, what was it about these periods of violence that led there to be prolonged, intense violence? Because that was in nobody's interest. That didn't need to happen. And partly don't talk about that in the book. I wanted to avoid really contemporary conflicts for two reasons. One is things could change really quickly. I didn't want the book to be dated. I wanted this to be a book that had like longevity in it, that would be relevant still in 10 years or 20 years maybe before someone writes a better one. Or an update.
Before the civilization ends.
Exactly. And circumstances can change really quickly. So I wanted it to be enduring, and meant partly just avoiding changing things and avoiding these controversial ones. But of course I think about them, and so like a lot of my time, I decided actually last year to teach a class where I take all these contemporary conflicts I wasn't working on the book and where I wasn't really an expert, whether it's India, Pakistan, China, Taiwan, Israel, Palestine, Mexican cartel state drug wars, and a few others, and then teach a class on them with students and work through it. We read the book, and then we say, all right, none of us are experts. How do we make sense of these places? And we focus in the Israel-Palestine case of mostly trying to understand why it got so violent, and we spend a little bit of time on what the prospects are for something that's more enduring.
It's hard to know that stuff now. I mean, it's easier to do the full analysis when
it's over.
Looking back when it's over.
Well, Israel is in like a tough place. They have this attachment to being part of the West. They have this attachment to liberal ideals. They have an attachment to democracy, and they have an attachment to a Jewish state. And those things are not so easily compatible, because to recognize the rights of non-Jewish citizens, right, or to create or to have a one-state solution to the current conflict undermines the long-term ability to have a Jewish state. And to do anything else than to deny that denies their liberal democratic ideal. And that's a really hard contest of priorities for sort of.
Yes, confident. Of course, everything you just said probably has multiple perspectives on it from other people that would phrase all the same things but using different words.
Yeah. Well, I try to analyze these things in like a dispassionate way.
But unfortunately, just having been enough conversations, even your dispassionate description would be seen as one that's already picked a side. And I'll say this because there's holding these ideals. I'll give you another example. The United States also has ideals of freedom and other like human rights. So it has those ideals, and it also sees itself as a superpower and as a deployer of those ideas, enforcer of those ideas in the world. And so the kind of action from the perspective of a lot of people in that world, from children will get to see drones drop bombs on their house or their father and mother are dead. That was a very different view of this.
You can even see why I did. I wanted to write about those things and think about those things, but I wanted this book to do something different, and I didn't want it to fall on any board. This might, on a personal level, because I think I'm kind of a liberal democratic person at heart. My sympathies in that sense lie in many ways with Palestinians. Like the way the fact that people are not represented, and they got a very raw, real politics kind of deal. Like most people in history have gotten like this raw, real politics kind of deal in their past, right? Where somebody's going to somewhere in history. That's it. History is just full of raw deals
For regular people.
Right. And both sides are, in a principled way, refusing to make the compromise. And that's not like a both sides are right kind of argument. I'm just sort of saying, I just think it's a factual statement that like neither one wants to compromise on certain principles, and they both can construct and in some ways have very reasonable. I will have self justifications for those principles, and that's why I'm not very hopeful. And I don't see a way for them to resolve those things.
Speaking of compromise and war, let me ask you about one last one, which may be in the future: China and the United States.
Yeah.
How do we avoid an all-out hot war? This other superpower in the next decade, 50 years, 100 years? Because sometimes when it's quiet at night, I can hear in the long distance the drums of war beating.
Yeah. In the second part of the book, I talk about what I think have been like these persistent like paths to peace, and one of them is increasing interdependence in interrelationships, and another one is more checks and balances on power. I think there's more, but those are two that are really fundamental here, because I think those two things reduce incentives for war in two ways. One is like remember when we were talking about this really simple strategic game where whether Russia and Ukraine or whatever, any two rivals, I want more of the pie than you get, and the costs of war are deterrents, but only the cost of war that I feel. right? I don't care. I do not care about the cost of floor to your side, my rival side. I'm not even thinking about it. That's just worth zero to me. I just don't care in that simple game. Now, in reality, many groups do care about the well-being of the other group, at least a little bit, right? We're, in some sense, to the degree we, first of all, if our interests are intertwined, like our economies are intertwined, that
Welcome.
surefire.
How are you? Doug, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. If you're the last person on Earth, I wouldn't want to talk with you. Fuck.
Way for peace, and we shouldn't get complacent because we have a globally integrated world, but that's going to be a disincentive. And if we're socially entwined because we have great social relationships and linkages and family or intermarriage or whatever, this is all these things will help. And then if we're ideologically intertwined, maybe we share notions of liberty, or maybe we just share a common notion of humanity. So I think the fact that we're more integrated than we've ever been on all three fronts in the world, but with China, is providing some insulation, which is good. So I would be more worried if we started to shed some of that insulation, which I think has been happening a little bit. U.S. economic nationalism, whatever could be the fallout of these sanctions or a closer Chinese alliance with Russia, all those things could happen. Those would make me more worried because I think we've got a lot of cushion that comes from all of this economic, social, cultural interdependence.
Yeah, the social one with the internet is a big one. So basically, make friends with people from different nations.
Yeah.
Fall in love. Or, lots of sex with people from different nations. But also fall in love.
The thing that also comforts me about China is that China's not as centralized or as personalized regime as Russia, for example, and neither one of them is as centralized and personalized as as some tin pot, purely personalized dictatorship, like you get in some countries. The fact that China, the power is much more widely shared, is a big insulation, I think, against this war, the future war. The attempts by Xi Jinping to personalize power over time and to make China a more centralized and personal ruled place, which he's successfully moved in that direction, also worries me. So anything that moves China in the other direction, not necessarily being democratic, but just like a wider and wider group of people holding power, like all of the business leaders and all the things that have happened in the last few centuries have actually widened power. But anything that's moving in the other direction does worry me because it's going to accentuate all these fibers.
I am worried about a little bit of the demonization. So one of the things I see with China as a problem for Americans, maybe I'm putting it, maybe it's just my own problem, but there seems to be a bigger cultural gap than there's with other superpowers throughout history, where it's almost like its own world happening in China, its own world in the United States, and there's this gap of total cultural understanding. It's not that, we're not competing superpowers. They're almost like doing their own thing. There's that feeling, and I think that means there's a lack of understanding of culture of people, and we need to kind of bridge that understanding. I mean, the language barrier, but also cultural understanding, making movies that's they use both and explore both cultures and all that kind of stuff. To where it's okay to compete, like Rocky, where Rocky Balboa fought the Russian. In fact, historically inaccurate because obviously the Russians would win. But we have to. I'm just kidding. As a Philly person, I was of course rooting for Rocky. But the thing is, those two superpowers are in the movies. China's like its own out there thing. We need more Rocky 7.
I do think there's a certain inscrutability to the politics there and an insularity to the politics such that it's harder for Westerners, even if they know even just to learn about it and understand what's going on. That I think that's a problem, and vice versa. So I think that's true. But at the same time, we could point to all sorts of things on the other side of the ledger, like the massive amounts of Chinese immigration into the United States and the massive number of people.
God, why do I keep saying talk with Rabbi on Discord now? All of a sudden, like, God, can that stop?
So much more about China now than they did 30, 40 years ago because we're so intertwined. So I don't know where it balances out. I think it balances out on better understanding than ever before. But you're right, there was like a big gulf there that we haven't totally bridged.
Yeah. And like I said, lots of inter-Chinese and United States sexual intercourse. No, and love and marriage and all that kind of social behavior. So once again, returning to love, I read in your acknowledgement, and as you mentioned earlier, the acknowledgement reads, quote,
God, why do I keep saying talk forever on Discord now all of a sudden? Like, God, can that stop somehow? No, can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
And most importantly, marry Jenny Annan, Jeannie Annan. There's a lot of beautiful letters in this beautiful name. This book had been impossible without her
Young Guns.
chance encounter. What's tell me, Chris, how you fell in love and how that changed the direction of your life.
I was in that internet cafe. I think it was 2004. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I was a good development economist, and I cared about growth, economic growth, and I thought like industrialization is like the solution to poverty in Africa, which is still true. And therefore, I need to study firms industry in Africa. And so I went, and it was one of the most dynamic place for firms in industry at the time. Still, to some extent now, is Kenya. And so I went and I got a job at the World Bank, they were running a firm survey, and I convinced them to let me help run the firm survey. And so now I'm in Nairobi, and I'm wearing my suit for the bank for the summer, and my laptop gets stolen by two enterprising con artists, very charming. And so I find myself in a cafe with no laptop, and just like Kenya didn't get connected to the sort of the big internet cables until maybe 10 years later. So it was just glacially slow. So it would take 10 minutes for the email to load. And so there's this whole customer norm you just chat to the next person in society all the time. It was true all over anywhere I'd worked on the continent. And I strategically sat next to the attractive-looking woman when I came in, and it turned out she was a psychologist that's going to teach these students, but she was a humanitarian worker, and she'd been working since
No, it's just like, can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller. Get down, there, get to the love.
10 years, and we needed help or to get back into school. She was working on things like that. And I think she talked to me in spite of the fact that I was wearing a suit, maybe because I knew a little bit about the war, which most people didn't. Most people were totally ignorant. And then we had a fling for that week. And then we didn't really, then we met up a little short while later. And then it was then we kind of drifted apart. She was studying in Indiana and spending a lot of time in Uganda. And then one day, I was chatting with someone I knew who worked on this. A young professor who was a friend of mine. And I said, you work on similar issues. You should meet this woman. And I talked to her because, you guys would have professional research into sort of rap. There's so few people looking at ISIS in Africans who were at least at the time. And he said, wow, that's a fascinating research question. And I walked into the building, and I thought, this is a fascinating research question. And I phoned him, and I could remember me, and it was coming more, I was doing a little more. I started asking more questions. We ended up talking for 2 or 3 hours. And over the course of those 3 hours, we had a really ambitious, kind of crazy, and plan. Basically,
can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
The names and all the kids who were born 20 or 30 years ago in the region, and we were going to track 1,000 of them down. We were going to randomly sample them, and then we were going to find them today, and we were going to track them, and then we were going to use some variation and exposure to violence and where the rebel group was to actually show what happens to people when they're exposed to violence and conscription. We were going to tell psychologically, economically, we were going to answer questions, and which would help you design better programs, right? And so we hatched this plan, which is totally cockamamie. It's so cockamamie that when I pulled my previous dissertation proposal from my committee the next week and gave them a new one, they unanimously met without me to decide that this was totally
this account has been suspended.
And to advise them not to go, and they coordinated to read my old
can't
proposal.
Stop, Rockefeller.
They said, you actually think you're defending, but we want you to only talk about this. You should not go. And
I mean, it is incredibly ambitious, super interesting though.
it actually worked exactly according to plan. It's the first and last time in my entire career.
He actually pulled off an ambition, like a gigantically crazy.
Well, all of my work, that's my shtick. Like, my day-to-day research job is not writing books about why we fight. My thing is, like, I collect data on things that nobody else thought you could collect data on. And so I always do pull it off, but it never turns out like I thought it was going to. Like, it's always, there's so many twists and turns, and it always goes sideways in an interesting way, and it works, but it's all, but this one actually we pulled off in spite of ourselves, and as planned. And and so Ted Miguel, who I wrote that paper with, was actually the one person, my advisor was like, well, you know what, he was sympathetic to this. He was like, yeah, why don't you just go for a couple months and like check it out and then come back and work on the other things. And so I followed Jeannie there and went there, and it should, but and I don't know, what's this, I always remember, you know, this movie Speed with Keanu Reeves and Sandra, whatever these people are, and they have this relationship in these intense circumstances, and they're like, well, and I think at the end of the movie they are sort of like, this will never work because these relationships in intense circumstances never matter, which is what we assumed, and that turned out not to be true. So we've been married 15 years and 2 kids, and
yeah, and that's when you fell in love with psychology and learned to appreciate the power of psychology.
exactly. That's the psychology of the book as well, because so we ended up, for most of our work for the first 5 or 10 years.
I hope everybody loves my
What's the hardest piece of
following
data
them,
that
upvoting
you've been
them.
chasing, that you've chased?
I'm cursed to be
What are
harassed
some
by the
interesting
rabbi.
things? 'Cause you mentioned like one of the things.
No, Rabbi, you cannot have the minimus Pringles. Go away. His.
Evidence and data.
I don't know what that means, but it's tight because I'm throwing them gang signs, son.
What kind of stuff either in your past or in your future you've been thinking about?
Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
It's hard to choose that. The hardest emotionally was interviewing all those kids. That was just like gut punch every day. And just hearing the stories, that was the hardest.
Biden diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. Add that shit to the list. That's wrong with that dog.
No one had gone and interviewed kids that had gone through war in the middle of an active war zone. Nobody was going to displace all the things we did. No one had done that before. So now lots of people do it.
Could you actually speak to their stories? What's like the shape of their suffering? What were common themes? How did those stories change you?
Remember, I said you could be like your dispassion itself and your
can't stop,
yourself.
won't stop.
I
Rockefeller, that cat is cute.
And we all have that capacity when we analyze something that's far away. I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study this. So you get maybe harder in a way that you have to be guarded.
Well, no one rid me of this turbulent rabbi. Wicked, wow, wild west. Jim West, desperado, a rough rider. No, you don't want nada. None of this, 6 buffer this, buffer running this. Buffalo soldier, look, it's like I told ya. Any damsel that's in distress, beyond that dress, when you meet Jim. Can you not, like, block the account? Yeah, dog.
Hearing people tell you that story in all the different
can't stop.
To a point, what was
won't stop.
So routinely that
Rockefeller.
And they tell you the story, and it's like the most horrible.
Dude, I have to look this up. What you look this?
But there's some voice.
Do any record companies still have the name Record in their name?
We really need to get to the other thing. You know, I know how this goes. Like I've heard, there's this thing like, okay, I'm not learning anything new here.
Decca Records, Columbia Records.
Deep, evil, terrible part of you that's like, yeah. Like, but let's get on to the other things. But I know I have to go through this. But every day you have to go through that to get to because you're trying to actually understand.
Can't stop, won't stop.
How that trauma has
Rockefeller.
Some people get stronger as a result of that. Some people get weaker. And if you want to know how to help
people, if I see this fucking boat hit the Brooklyn Bridge one more time, I'm throwing fish.
Okay, we need to know what your symptoms are now.
That's such a dark thing about us. So if you're surrounded by trauma, God, that voice in the back of your head that you just go, I know exactly how this conversation goes. Let's skip ahead to the solutions to the next.
Yeah.
And then,
So that was So that was because you then have to deal with yourself. So it's very helpful if you like come home every night to someone who's A, gone through the same thing, and B, is a professional and very, 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 very good counseling psychologist. The hardest thing, I mean, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest, but just figuring out how to get that information took us years of just trial and error, mostly error, of like just how to get people to talk to us or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me and safe for my team and safe for people to answer a survey. Like, how do you get the information on what things are doing in the community or how it's hurting or helping people? Like, you've got to run surveys and you've got to talk to gang members. All these things that nobody knows how to do that. Yeah. And so we had to sort of really slowly. Not nobody. There's a few other. There's other academics like me who are doing this, but it's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data, and then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group that's been talking to different groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on this in Medellin, there were a few. You have to like discover a new. Like it's really going to be unique to that city and place.
So there's not like a website featuring 17 mafia groups. There's no Facebook group.
Well, there is now. We created like our own. We have a private wiki. Right. Where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise between lots of researchers and journalists and things. So they now we can't go online and see this.
That's individual researchers. That's not. I mean, they're hiding by design.
Some of them have Facebook pages and things of this nature. So they do have public profiles a little bit, but not so explicitly. No, so they're kind of stuff. Here's an example. So one of the things that's really endemic in Medellin, it's true in a lot of cities, it's true in American prisons, is gangs govern everybody's everyday life. So if you have in an American prison, particularly in Illinois or California, Texas is another big one, but also in a city in Medellin, if you have a problem, debt to collect or to speak with a neighbor or something, you could go to the government, and they do, and they can help you solve it. You go to the police, or you go to the bank. And so, that's like a really everyday phenomenon. But then there's a question like, how do you actually figure out what services they're offering and how much they pay for them, and do you actually like those services, and how do you comparison shop between the police and the gang, and what would get you to go from the gang to the police, and then how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies to like make states better, and how did the gangs react? So we had to sort of figure that out. So that was just part of it. But I don't think the mostly punishment stuff I couldn't do. So that's much easier.
By the way, on Jorge and Noah, some of these folks are out of prison. Yeah. Can you get a chance to talk to them?
One of my collaborators on this, guy who's other thing from he spent a lot of time reviewing military well, he's talked to more of these people than I haven't talked to we haven't been talking to them, but also they were there in a different era. Yeah, so the system was totally different. That's super interesting. Maybe one day we'll do that. Yeah, that was 30 years ago. And the system we're working, you've also seen how the created an office. He integrated with all these 17 personas and all these things are the fragmented form of remnant of this one unified empire, which figures the name Messina. I mean, I think it's a little bit apocryphal, but the idea is that I think he said that every doctor has an office, so should we.
That's good, and I would still love that there's parallels between these mafia groups and United Nations security mafia. It's just wonderful. It's so deeply human. Let me ask you about yourself. So you're thinking about war, you're in part dispassionately just analyze war, try to understand the kind of for you as a single individual that's going to die one day. Maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your mortality? How has your view of your own finiteness changed having thought about war?
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
Your own mortality, or even like mortality?
Yeah, I have to think about death a lot. So
But there's a way to think about that, like numbers and calculation when you're doing geopolitical negotiation. And then there's like a dying child or a dying mother.
Yeah, I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing any risk. That I think about mortality enough that I just, because I'm kind of an anxious person, and so like I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk. You know,
So that gives you something to focus on. A number is the risk in trying to minimize it. And
yeah,
yet there's still the existential dread. Your risk minimization doesn't matter.
I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
And that's somebody who, you know what you sound like? Yeah, that's Alex
Let's
Honnold
not.
that does the free climbing. He doesn't see that as that sounds exactly the same. Because you just said, I've never done anything as dangerous as those people that
Right.
I
So I actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break in between. But I'm the same way. Actually, rock climbing is an extremely safe sport if you're very careful. But free climbing is the opposite of that. But I mean, like, if you're like, you've got a rope that's attached to you that goes up, it's like attached to 18 trees, it comes back down. You're fine. You know, and wear a helmet. You're good. You're totally fine.
Yeah, but this is super safe too.
Don't free climbing. No,
We're watching it very fine. I mean, because you're only going to put your hands and feet on sturdy rock, and then you know the path. And,
No.
That's
Totally. I know some people. I have some friends in college. I've known people who do some of these totally wacky extreme sports and have paid the price. So I think it's totally different. I think.
So even in that, by the way, this
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much because it's just too risky. Like I can't. I don't even. Yeah. So those things I've never watched like Free Solo or anything. There's just too much.
Still not as dangerous as riding a scooter and all.
Yeah, totally.
I'm not gonna let that go. But even in that, it's like risk minimization in the work that you do versus the sort of philosophical existentialist view of your mortality. You know, this thing just ends. Like, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity not to think about it, which might just be a self-defense mechanism. You know, my father-in-law, Jeannie's father, is an evangelical pastor. Actually, he's now retired, but and this we would talk about when we were getting married. They were terribly thrilled that she was marrying a agnostic or atheist or something like that. We could love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing this and some of the, because that was one of his questions for me. Like, well, how can you possibly believe that there's nothing afterwards? Because that's just like too horrible to imagine. And we really never saw eye to eye on this. And my view was like, listen, like, I can't convince myself. I believe what I like. I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else seems completely implausible to me. And for some reason, I can't understand. I'm at peace with that. Like, it's never bothered me that one day it's over. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they would seek answers.
Who is this rabbi?
And I can't explain why.
He's motherfucker of all time, baby.
It doesn't bother me.
And yet, you are at peace.
Yeah, maybe if I was worried, but if I was more worried about it, maybe I wouldn't be able to do. I don't know. But then again, I don't take the risk. I still like. I don't know. But I minimize all sorts of risks. I'm like I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries in the fridge too. Like I put
very economist way to live. I would say that's probably why you're good at.
That might be true. That might be. There's some selection in economics of these cold calculators.
Chicken or the egg, you'll never know.
Look at this athleticism, folks. It's really unprecedented athleticism. In history of mankind, I don't think we've ever seen
amazing of work that you have done
performance.
in life. So somebody who's in high school and college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just life advice. How to meet some random stranger, or maybe a dating advice. How to
That part's easy. You have to fly coach and go to the internet cafes. You can't all the development workers that I know that fly business class, and they'll never meet somebody. No, I actually spent a lot of time writing advice on my blog, and I've got pages and pages of advice. And one of the reasons is because I never got that. Like when I grew up, I went to a really good state school in Canada called Waterloo. I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went on from there. And I had some good advisors there, but I never got the kind of advice I needed to pursue this career. So it's very concentrated in elite colleges, I think, sometimes in elite high schools. So I tried to democratize that. That was one reason I started the blog. But a lot of that's really particular because every week, I have students come in my office wanting to know how to do international development work, and I just spend a lot of time giving them advice, and that's what a lot of the posts are about.
Yeah, they're very specific questions, like what is it, the country by country kind of specific questions, or what?
The thing that they're all trying to do that I think is the right. I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice because they're already doing it. They're trying to find a vocation. They're really interested, and what I mean by that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where the work is almost like superfluous because they would do it for free, and they're passionate about it, and they really find meaning in it. And then it becomes a little bit all-consuming. So scientists do that in their own way. International development, humanitarian workers, people who are doctors and nurses, we all do our careers for other reasons, right? But they find meaning in their career. So I don't have to tell them whatever you do, find meaning. And try to make it a vocation, something that you would do for free amongst all of these many, many, many options. That's what I would tell. That's what I would tell high school students and young people in college.
Sometimes it's hard to find a thing and hold on to it.
Well, that's the other thing. It took me a long time. So I actually started off as an accountant. I was an accountant at Deloitte & Touche for a few years. So I did not.
Did you wake up in the morning excited to be alive?
I was miserable. I found it by accident, which is a different story, but I landed in this job and where I studied accounting, and I was miserable. I was totally miserable. And I hated it, and I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually just quit, and I did something. But but then I was working in the private sector, and I actually just needed trial and error. I actually had to try on 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found this mixture of academia and activism and research and international development.
And so, when did you know that this was love? When you found this kind of international development, that is the academic context too.
The key lesson was just trial and error, which we all have to engage in until it feels right.
It's okay. All right. Step 1 is trial and error, but until it feels right, it's it often feels right but not perfect.
Yeah, that's true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. I just loved learning about it. I wanted to read more. In some sense, I was an accountant, but I was reading about world history and international development of poor countries in my spare time. Right, and so it was this hobby, and I was wait a second, I could actually do that. I could research this and even write those books, and that's kind of what I did 25 years later. That didn't occur to me right away. I didn't even know it was possible. This is the other thing people do. People do their 9-to-5 job, and then they find meaning in everything else they do. They're volunteering and their family and their hobbies and things, and that was my social media, and that's a great path too. That's because not all of us can just have a vocation where we don't find it, and then you just circumscribe what you do in your work, and then you go find. And that's not entirely true because everyone in my family does like their job and get a lot of fulfillment out of it. But I think it's not. That's a different path in some ways.
So it's good to take the leap and keep trying stuff, even when you found a little local minima.
Yeah, the hardest part was. It got easy after a while. It was quitting. But now I take this to a lot of, and one of the reasons I discovered your podcast, or maybe Tyler Cowan.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Tyler takes this approach to everything. He takes this approach to movie.
Yeah.
They walk into the movie theater after half an hour if you don't like the movie. And
you know what kind of person he probably is? I don't know now that you say this. He's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meals is not good, I can see him just walking in, paying for it and just walking in there.
Yeah, and to go eat something better. That's exactly right. And I thought that was kind of crazy. And I would never just put a book down halfway. And I would never stop watching a movie. But then I convinced my wife. We lived in New York when we were single initially. Before when we were childless, and we lived in New York. There's all this culture and theater and stuff. And I just said, let's go to more plays, but let's just walk out after the first act if we don't like it. And she thought that was a bit crazy. And I said, no, here's the logic. Here's what Tyler says. And then we started doing it, and it was so freeing and glorious. We'd take so many more chances on things. And we would, and if we didn't like it, we were walking out of stuff all the time. And so I think I did
sucks.
that. Realizing that that's how I just kept quitting my job and trying to find something else at like some risk.
But that's how wars start without the commitment. You need the commitment. Otherwise, no.
That's a different kind of commitment problem. That's a different commitment problem.
Some of it, I'm sure there's a little balance, because I mean, the same thing is happening with dating and marriage and all those kinds of things. There's some value to sticking it out. Because some of the, like, maybe, don't leave after the first act because the good stuff might be coming.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, well, I don't know. So when I met Jeannie, she was very, very in a relationship with me because I explained to her I hadn't had a relationship longer than 2 or 3 months in 11 years. And so she thought this person felt serious. And when I said to her, I think she tells the story, this is how she tells the story. She says, I didn't believe him when he said, but I just, after 2 or 3 months, you kind of have a good sense whether this is going somewhere, and I would just decide if it was over. So, and I'd walk away. So I took this approach to dates. Like as soon as I thought it wasn't going to go somewhere, and then I decided with her that this was it. This was going to work. And then never let. She didn't believe. Now she believes me.
Finally got it. You're right. Okay, so this is an incredible conversation. Your work is so fascinating, just in this big picture way, looking at human conflict and how we can achieve peace, especially in this time of the Ukraine war. I really, really, really appreciate that you calmly speak to me about some of these difficult ideas and explain them, and that you sit down with me and have this amazing conversation.
It was an amazing conversation. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Chris Blackman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some well-known, simple words from Albert Einstein. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Thousands of dollars from low-income Southern California residents. U.S. Attorney's Office said the thefts involved using ATM cards givers to make counterfeit cards and steal the funds from electronic benefit transfer accounts. Local Ultra Park has officially reopened to the public. Park was damaged in the Eden fire.
Where the darkest place as you've ever gone in your life. The following is a conversation with Carl Dijsselhoff, professor of bioengineering, psychiatry, and behavioral sciences at Stanford University. He's one of the greatest living psychiatrists and neuroscientists in the world. He's also just a fascinating human being. We discuss both the darkest and the most beautiful places that the human mind can take us. He explores this in his book called Projections, The Story of Human Emotions. I highly recommend it. It's written masterfully. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Carl Dijsselhoff. You open your book called Projections, A Story of Human Emotions, with a few beautiful words that summarize all of humanity. The book draws insights about the human mind from modern psychiatry and neuroscience. So if it's okay, let me read a few sentences from the opening. You gotta give props to beautiful writing when I see it. Quote, in the art of weaving, warped threads are structural and strong and anchored at the origin, creating a frame for crossing fibers as the fabric is woven. Projecting across the advancing edge into free space, warped threads bridge the formed past to the ragged present, to the yet featureless future. Yet featureless future. Well done, sir. The tapestry of the human story has its own warped threads, rooted deep in the gorges of East Africa, connecting the shifting textures of human life over millions of years. spanning pictographs backdropped by creviced ice, by angulated forestry, by stone and steel, and by glowing rare earths. The inner workings of the mind give form to these threads, creating a framework within us, upon which the story of each individual can come into being. Personal grain and color arise from the cross threads of our moments and experiences, the fine weft of life, embedding and obscuring the underlying scaffold with intricate and sometimes lovely detail. Here are stories of this fabric fraying in those who are ill, in the minds of people for whom the warp is exposed and raw and revealing. What have you learned about human beings, human nature, and the human mind from those who suffer from psychiatric maladies, for those for whom this fabric is warped?
And one thing we learn as biologists is that when something breaks, you see what the original unbroken part was for. And we see this in genetics, we see this in biochemistry. It's known that when you have a mutated gene, sometimes the gene is turned up in strength.
Oh, dude,
turned
I
down in
almost played at
strength,
the same
and
time.
that lets you see what it was originally for. You can infer true function from dysfunction. And this is a theme that I thought needed to be shared and needed to be made communicable to the lay public, to everybody, people who, which is, I think, almost all of us who think and care about the inner workings of our mind, but who also care for those who have been suffering, who have mental health disorders, who face challenges. But then more broadly, it's a very much larger story than the present. There's a story to be told where the protagonist really is the human mind. And that was one thing I wanted to share as well in projections, is that broader story, but still anchored in the moment of patients, of people, of experiences at the moment.
Is there a clear line between dysfunction and function, disorder and order?
Dysfunction, function.
This is
what
always
your
debated in
junction.
psychiatry, probably more so than any other, medical specialty. I'm a psychiatrist. I treat patients still. I see acutely ill people who come to the emergency room when there's no doubt that this is not something that's working well, where the manifestation of disease is so powerful, where the person is suffering so greatly, where they cannot continue as they are. But of course, it's a spectrum, and there are people who are closer to the realm of being able to work okay in their jobs, but suffer from some small dysfunction, and everywhere in between. In psychiatry, we're careful to say we don't call it a disease or a disorder unless there's a disruption in social or occupational functioning. But of course, psychiatry has a long way to go in terms of developing quantitative tests. We don't have blood draws. We don't have imaging studies that we can use to diagnose. And so that line ultimately that you're asking about between order and disorder, function and dysfunction, it's operational at the moment. How are things working?
Can we just linger on the terms for a second? So disease, dysfunction, how careful should we be using those words? Can we just, even in this conversation, from a sort of technical perspective, but also a human perspective, how quick should we be in saying that schizophrenia, depression, autism, as we kind of go down this across the spectrum of different maladies, just to use the word dysfunction and disease?
I would say to give ourselves license to capture the whole spectrum, let's say disorder, because that captures truly, I think, the essence of it, which is we need to talk about it when it's not working, when there's disorder. And that's the fairest and most inclusive.
But we're not gay, sounds like a pet.
So is it fair to assume that basically every member of the human species suffers from a large number of disorders then?
Well,
and we just have to pick which ones are debilitating and for each person.
If you look at the numbers, there are, if you look at how our mental health disorders are currently defined, you can look at population prevalence values for all these disorders, and you can come up with estimates that somebody will have a lifetime prevalence of having a psychiatric disorder that approaches 25% or so. And so that's, and in some studies it could be more, some studies it could be less. Now, what do we do with that number? What does that mean? And in some ways, that's the essence of what I was hoping to approach with the book, is to reflect on this spectrum that exists for all the disorders. There is, taking nothing away from the severity and the suffering that comes at the extreme end of these illnesses, but nearly every one of them exists on a spectrum of severity, from nearly functional to completely dysfunctional, life-threatening, and even fatal. And so that number, 25% more or less, doesn't capture that spectrum of severity.
To look at that number, where do those numbers come from? Is it self-report? Is it people who show up and say, I need help? Is it somebody else that points out that person needs help? Or is it like estimates that can go beyond that for people who don't ask for help but are suffering quietly alone?
When you look at self-report numbers, then those numbers get even higher, beyond 25% or more. The most rigorous studies are done with structured psychiatric interviews, where people who are trained in eliciting symptoms carefully do complete psychiatric inventories of individuals. And these are time-consuming, laborious studies that are not often repeated. When they're done, they're done well.
Blue sky. But these rubber outside spots are annoying.
A very high number for some disorder or symptom, and very often, if it's shockingly high, that's coming from a self-report of the person. And so that's another issue that we have. Again, take nothing away from the severity and reality and biological nature of these disorders, which are very genetic. We understand that these are very biological, and yet we lack right now the lab tests and the blood draws to make the diagnosis.
But we'll talk about it, just how biological they are, because that too is a mystery. I mean, in terms of from a perspective of how to probe into the disease, how to understand it, how to help it. So some of it could be neurobiological, some of it could be just the dance of human emotion and interaction, and it's like is love when it works and is love when it breaks down biological, or is it something else? So we're going to talk about it. But let me just linger in terms of disorder. What about genius? That sort of cliche saying, like the madness and genius, that they kind of dance together. What about if the thing we see as disorder is actually genius, unheard, or misunderstood?
Well, here again, the numbers help us, and here's where being rigorous and quantitative actually really helps. If you look at disorders like autism and bipolar disorder and eating disorders, anorexia nervosa, for example, these, particularly bipolar and anorexia, these can be fatal. They can cause immense suffering, but they are heavily genetic, all three of these. And what's very interesting is each one of these three is actually correlated positively with measures of intelligence, of educational attainment, and even of income. And so you look at this, severe disorders in many cases causing quite immense morbidity and mortality, and yet they are positively correlated at the population level with positive things.
Can you say the three again? Autism,
anorexia, and bipolar disorder.
Bipolar. What's that book? I forgot the book name, but is intelligence a burden?
Well, people can get into trouble when they think they're smarter than they are. I won't say that.
I don't know. Sometimes, in the deepest meaning of that statement, I think ignorance is bliss. I'm a big fan of Prince Mishkin from The Idiot and Alyosha from Brother Karamazov. Optimism can be seen as naivety and dumbness, but I think it's a kind of deep intelligence. Maybe inability to reason sort of about the mechanics of the world, but instead kind of feel the world. And it seems like that's one of the paths to happiness.
There is how much you think versus how much you feel. This comes up all the time. In medicine, we encounter this all the time. And you're day after day, you encounter the abyss of suffering from patients. How much do you let yourself feel, or how much do you make it abstract and objective and try to make it clinical? And that range, how you're able to move yourself on that spectrum, is very important for survival as a physician, and the way you protect yourself and your family.
You quote Finnegan's Wake, mad props to that. James Lewis book. There's a class in James Lewis in college. I think I read Finnegan's Wake. I might have been on drugs of some kind, or I somehow got an A in that class, which probably refers to some kind of curve where nobody understood anything. The only thing I understood and really enjoyed is his short stories, but that, and then Ulysses, I kind of, I think read a few cliff notes that kind of got to the point, and then Finnegan's Wake was just a hopeless person. For people who haven't looked at it, maybe you can elucidate to me better, but I felt like I was reading things, words, and the words made sense, like standing next to each other. But when you kind of read for a while, you realize you didn't actually understand anything that was said.
Right. But did you have a feeling? That's one thing I found interesting about Finnegan's Wake. I never fully understood it, but the words caused feelings in me, which I found fascinating. And sometimes I couldn't predict it from the semantic, black and white context of what I was seeing in front of me on the page. But the rhythm or the melody would make me feel certain ways, and that was what I always was intrigued by with Joyce. Of course, that was his. He existed on a spectrum too, and he wrote, as you say, more accessible works. I learned a lot about Irish history from Portrait of the Artist as a young man, and it was just he could be as objective as he wanted to be. But then when he let himself loose, he was in this realm where words have their own purpose separate from semantic meaning, from their dry dictionary definition.
There's a funny story of doesn't matter if it's true or not, but they said that James Joyce, when he was young, when he was in his teen years, would go around the vial and drinking and so on, and telling everybody that he's going to be one of, if not the greatest writers of the 20th century. And he turned out to be that. So I always think about that little story that somebody told me, because I have a lot of people come up to me, including myself. I'm a bit of a dreamer. You get into certain movies where you say, I'm going to be the greatest anything ever. So you get people tell you this, especially young people. And it kind of, it makes me feel all kinds of ways, but that story reminds me that, you just might be the greatest writers of the 21st century, for example, if somebody were to tell me that. And don't usually disregard that, because one of the people that say that, that's almost like a pre-condition, that's like a requirement, is to believe in yourself. Maybe it's not a full requirement, but it's an interesting story.
Well, I think when someone tells you that, then it creates one sees an opportunity, and then it would be a tragedy if the opportunity weren't captured, right? And so then that creates some impetus, some motivation to do something good.
I think the mind, it's like, I guess that's what books like the books or whatever, I don't even know if the book The Secret plugs into. They kind of make a whole industry out of it. But there is something about the mind believing something, making it a reality. It is just time and time again with Steve Jobs. Your belief in yourself, your belief in an idea, sort of embracing the me versus the world, embracing the madness of this idea and making it a life pursuit, somehow morphs reality around for some tiny fraction of the population. For everybody else, you descend into all the beautiful ways that failure materializes in our lifetime.
Well, you mentioned love earlier. I mean, that's a great example of how belief in something makes it real, right? It's not reasonable on the face of it, but because you believe it's reasonable, then it actually does become reasonable, and then it is real. And so it's a good example. That doesn't happen. I'm also in a bioengineering department. We don't imagine that a bridge is soundly built, and that it is soundly built, but that's something that it doesn't come up in too many realms of human existence, but love is one of them. And the ability to have a fixed idea, to say it's true, and it is true.
A bridge is a kind of manifestation as well, so maybe it does work a little bit, but it can break down like Chernobyl did. You can't just say it's safe. You have to also prove it's safe. But on Finnegan's Wake, I think, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, you're using kind of Finnegan's Wake to give one perspective on what madness is, of what's going on in the mind. How much of that is that we're simply unable to communicate with the person on the other side of their mind? Like there's almost like a little person inside the brain, and they have some circuitry that's used to communicate emotion, communicate ideas to the outside world. And there's something about that circuitry that makes it difficult to communicate with the little person on the inside. So if you look at what shows up in schizophrenia, in many cases, what we call thought disorders, what we call the individual speech symptoms of schizophrenia. Finnegan's Wake is loaded with them. And it's just full of them. We talk about clang association in schizophrenia, where the word that is said echoes in some way the previous word. And we call that a clang association because there's no other reason than the similarity of the sound, like a clang of a garage door being hit. And it has and sometimes it's not even a word, and we call that a neologism, a new word being created, and of course, Finnegan's Wake is full of that. And then we also, in schizophrenia, there's what we call loose associations or tangential thought processes, of course, full of that, where things just go off in directions that are not linear or logical. And you can't read Finnegan's Wake, I think, without, certainly as a psychiatrist, you can't read it without thinking about schizophrenia. And then when we look at the families of people with schizophrenia, and Joyce was no exception, there very often are people within the family who are on the spectrum. Some have it, some are able to see it from a distance, from a safe distance. There's an association between schizophrenia and what we call schizotypal personality disorder, where people are not quite in this severe state of schizophrenia, but have some magical thinking, have some unusual thought patterns. Very often those are family members of people with schizophrenia. So this points to this, again, to this idea that there is a range, even along this very severe, very genetic biological illness that human beings dwell in different spots in the spectrum. I should mention that you have my friend Sergey putting up stuff, young Sergey or old Sergey, I don't know what to tell you, but there's I actually saw pictures of this from, I think it was on Instagram or something. These are early drafts of things, and it's so beautiful to see. For people who are just listening, there's just random paragraphs and writing all over the page with stuff crossed out, and it's great to see that Joyce himself was thinking in this kind of way as you're putting it together. How much do you think he was thinking about schizophrenia, the schizophrenic mind?
I think a lot. I think, it's known that his daughter suffered from schizophrenia.
Throwing up gang signs like the
What's depicted here on the page is something that I'm sure he either felt himself in some level, was able to access this nonlinearity of processing, or had seen enough in family that he knew what it was and was able to reflect it down in black and white on the paper. So it was, what he was able to do was quite authentic in that sense. Of course, I don't want to pigeonhole him. He was doing much more than that. It was much more than talking about altered human thought processes and thought disorders. But that was an aspect that he was so good at representing that it had to be intentional to some extent.
A tiny tangent. What does your own writing look like for this book? Because it's extremely well written. How many edits? Did you just drink some whiskey and like I'm imagining Hemingway style? It's a very different. The writing is very different. I mean, it's really, really well written. Which was like, I was reading it. It makes you realize, because I was expecting sort of a science kind of, which it is, like elucidating something about the human mind kind of thing. But you could also probably write really strong like novels. So maybe that's in the future. But anyway, how many edits, what's your style? Does it look like that? Is it more structured, organized?
Unfortunately, I used a laptop, so I didn't have this sort of beautiful record.
Typewriter, cigarette, whiskey.
did explore, which was their particular altered state that would help me to be most creative, and I found actually I actually did the best while sober, but slightly disinhibited in the late hours of the night or early morning. Yeah, particularly late hours of the night there. I have a friend who would tell me that she thought that very early in the morning her inner critic was still asleep and she could write more effectively before her inner critic woke up there. And I actually found that outstanding advice from me. That I often found that I was used to write more in the morning. But the other interesting thing is that each chapter, each story is about a different human being, a different class of psychiatric disorder. That's what each story, each chapter is anchored in. By trying to use words that style of writing and diction that captures the feeling of disorder. And so it's different in each story. In the story about mania, which is a very expansive, exuberant, at least briefly uplifting state where the words come out in a torrent and they're complex and pressured and elaborate. I try to capture that feeling with the words you can imagine. And then in the schizophrenia or psychosis chapters, where things slowly fragment over time and become looser and separating, I try to capture that in a way. So for each, it wasn't as if there was a single mode I could be in for the whole, for each chapter I had to put myself into a different mode to capture that inner feeling of the disorder.
When you put yourself in that mode, does that change you?
Yeah, I couldn't turn it on and off right away. I had to, first I would start by thinking about the person or the people, one or two people based on real patients and the stories that are put forth. The symptom descriptions are real. They're from the patients, of course. All details change to protect privacy, but the actual symptom descriptions are real. And I would sit with them and really try to inhabit the space of the mind of that person that I knew. And that's not instantaneous. It would take some time. I need quiet. I need to be still. That's another reason late at night is good.
Sergey posted that drowsiness gives creativity boost, according to Andrew Huberman. Thank you, Andrew.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Why projection? Is it, instead of putting words into your mouth, because I can imagine, well, to me, I will start putting words in your mouth, despite what I just said. So, I mean, it's me projections, working on neural networks, for example, from an artificial neural network, from a machine learning perspective, it's often, that's exactly what you're doing. You have an incredibly complex thing, and you're trying to find simple representations in order for you to make sense of it. So I was kind of thinking about it in that way, which is like this incredibly complex neuronal network that is kind of projecting itself onto the world through this low bandwidth expression of emotion and speech and all that kind of stuff. And the way we only have that window into your soul, the eyes and speech and so on. And so that in that way, where when there's any kind of disorder, we get to only see that disorder through that narrow window as opposed to the full complexity of its origin.
The word projections definitely serves that purpose here, but it's got a few other really appropriate other connotations as well. So the first thing is projection in terms of neuroscience is this long-range connection that goes from one part of the brain to another. And so it's what binds two parts of our brain together. There are projections, long-range connections, and axons, the outgoing threads that connect one part of the brain to another part. There's a projection that links, for example, auditory cortex, where we hear things, to reward centers where we can feel, where feelings of pleasure and reward are initiated. And it's been shown that if you have reduced connectivity along that dimension, you are less able to enjoy music. And so these connections, these projections matter. They define how effectively two parts of the brain can engage with each other and join together to form a joint representation of something. So that's one thing. With pure neuroscience, the word projection is used all the time, and it happens to be something that optogenetics, a technique that maybe we'll talk about a little later, works particularly well with. We can use light to turn on or off the activity along these projections from one spot of the brain to another.
And this is particularly referring to the long-range connections.
It's particularly straightforward along these long-range projections that connect different parts of the brain, but it works over shorter range too. But then there's this other meaning of projections, which you were bringing up, which is very relevant, which is at some point you can reduce something from one level of dimensionality to another, and you can project down into a lower dimensional space, for example. And then finally there's a psychiatric term, projections, which comes up all the time, which is we very often will look at our internal states, and to understand somebody else, we'll project them onto somebody else, try to understand someone else's behavior and make sense of it by projecting our own inner feelings, our own sort of narrative onto them, and use that as a way to help us understand them better. And we'll do the reverse too. We'll take things we see in the outside world and we'll bring them into ourselves and see how well they map, how well they align. That's called introjection. So projections turns out to be a really rich word. And finally, of course, there's the very common sense of it as a projector that illuminates by conveying information across space with light. So for English language, perfect word to use for this book. But what's funny is there are a lot of international translations now, and all those rich connotations aren't captured in other languages. And so for some translations, connections is used instead of projections. In fact, even in England, the British version is connections instead of projections, because apparently projections doesn't have the full connotation, I was told.
So you have to sacrifice some of the rich ambiguity of meaning of the connections. That's interesting. I mean, and words are so interesting. They also made me. I love language and how much is lost in translation. I'm very fortunate enough to be able to speak. I'm not good at languages. I was just, I guess, forced to, by life circumstance, to learn two languages, Russian and English. And it's just so interesting to watch how much of culture, how much of people, how much of history is lost in translation. The poetry, the music, the history, the pain, the way the scientists actually express themselves, which is funny. I mean, just it's so sad to see how much brilliant work that was written in Russian. There's a whole culture of science in the Soviet Union that is not lost. It makes me wonder, in the modern day, how much incredible science is going on in China that is lost in translation. And that makes me very sad, because I'll never learn Chinese in the same way that I've learned English and Russian. Maybe whenever I say stuff like that, people are like, well, there's still time. Yeah, that's actually fair. That I think the 21st century, both China and U.S. will have very important roles in the scientific development, and we should actually bridge the gap through language. And that doesn't just mean convincing Chinese to speak English. That means also learning Chinese.
Well, we need these bridge people who can do both. Nabokov, for example, writing in English beautifully. One of my favorite poets, Borges, who mentioned earlier, he wrote both in English and in Spanish. I think, beautifully in both. We need those people who can serve as bridges across cultures, who really can do both.
You mentioned Borges, so you open your book with a few lines from a poem by Jorge Luis Borges, a love poem. I'm going to read parts of it because it's a damn good poem. It's called Two English Poems. I mean, I'd like to understand why you used it and the specific parts you used, which is interesting. But then when I read the full thing, so I think you used it as a sort of beautiful description of what it means to delve deep into understanding, offering yourself to the task of understanding another human being. But if you look at the full context of the poem, it's also a damn good description of being hit by love and overtaken by it, and trying to figure out how to make sense of the world now that you've been stricken by it. It says a bunch of things about chatting significantly with friends and all those kinds of things, and then the poem reads, "The big wave brought you. This is the moment I guess, of the universe where two people, you fall in love. Maybe I'm totally misreading this wrong, by the way. It doesn't matter. You can't misread a poem. So it goes on. Words, any words, your laughter, and you so lazily and incessantly beautiful. We talked, and you have forgotten the words. The shattering dawn finds me in a deserted street of my city, your profile turned away, the sounds that go to make your name, the lilt of your laughter. These are the illustrious toys you have left me. So these little memories and peculiar little details he remembers, those are the illustrious toys. I apologize to mix my own words with the poem, but you should definitely read it. I turn them over in the dawn, I lose them, I find them. I tell them to the few stray dogs and to the few stray stars at the dawn. Your dark, rich life, I must get at you somehow. I put away those illustrious toys you have left me. I want your hidden look, your real smile, that lonely, mocking smile your cool mirror knows. I want your hidden look, your real smile. No. This is the first part of the poem, and then it goes on, which is some of the parts that you reference. Second part is, what can I hold you with? I offer you lean streets, desperate sunsets, the moon of the jagged suburbs. I offer you the bitterness of a man who has looked long and long in a lonely moon. I offer you my ancestors, my dead men, the ghosts that living men have honored in bronze. My father's father killed in the frontier of Buenos Aires, 2 bullets through his lungs, and so on, so on. I offer you whatever insights my books may hold, whatever manliness that humor my life. I offer you the loyalty to the man who has never been loyal. I offer you that kernel of myself that I have saved somehow, the central heart that deals not in words, traffics, not with dreams, and is untouched by time, my joy, and adversities. And I think this is where the part that you include in the book. I offer you the memory of a yellow rose seen at sunset, years before you were born. Damn, that's a good line. Okay. I offer you explanations of yourself, theories about yourself, authentic and surprising views of yourself. I can give you my loneliness, my darkness, the hunger of my heart. I'm trying to bribe you with uncertainty, with danger, with defeat. That is a man who's in love and longing. But I just want to go back to, maybe you could say why you want to include that poem, but also your dark, rich life. I must get at you somehow. I put away those illustrious toys you have left me. I want your hidden look, your real smile, that lonely, mocking smile, your cool mirror note. But sometimes I meet a stranger, and it's like a double take. It's like, who are you? Have we met before somewhere? Who's that person behind there? And I want to get at that, whatever that is. And of course, maybe that's what love is, because maybe that's the whole pursuit, like a lifelong pursuit of getting at that person. Maybe that's what that is. And like that insatiable sort of curiosity to keep getting there. Like, well, who's that person in your own private life?
Yeah. So that's absolutely, I think that is a beautiful description of what you just said. When there's that first moment, and then you want to dive deeper. You want to know what the hidden mysteries are. In a way, it's a love poem. As a scientist, though, it's a bit of how a scientist can love science, and that wanting to dive deeper is, it's almost like, again, where could be a love affair with investigating the human mind. And that was one reason it spoke to me also. Again, thinking about the broader sweep of where the human mind came from, the steps it took to get to where it is today, what was given up along the way, what compromises were made, and here's where the darkness of the poem starts to come in a little bit too. It doesn't shy away from the negativity, from the confusion, from the danger. And then at the very end, the Jorge is offering up scenes from his life, parts of himself. And this is how we connect with people. We offer up parts of ourselves. So here it is. And then we see how well does that map onto what you have. And it's that offering up that I like. And not the good stuff. And not only the yellow rose is nice, but he's offering up the bad stuff too. And that to me was important for the book, because I'm offering up hard stuff too. In fact, a lot of it, and also hard stuff from within me, from my own personal side too. And there's a lot of vulnerability that comes with that, but that comes with love, that comes with writing. You have to be open, you have to be vulnerable. And so I thought that reflected what I was trying to do, and I thought it was as an epigraph, it kind of made it clear how vulnerable I was in taking this step, but also what could come out of it.
And also in a meta way, because I was not familiar with this poem, it made me curious of the poem itself, for that thread of finding out more. So you picked a very particular part that kind of made you want to pull at that thread and see where did these few lines come from? Because I read it as a curiosity of a scientist, those lines alone, and also as a desperate human being searching, like offering himself for an understanding or connection with another human being. And then, because I wasn't sure if it's a love poem or not, or if it's desperation, or if it's curiosity, whatever it is, and then you see the love poem. I mean, I don't know. That's going to stick with me for a while. Your dark rich light, and then a few lines in here just, I mean, those are, I'm going to just use them as pick-up
You're
lines.
the worst.
I offer you the memory of
You're the worst.
seen at sunset
You're
years
the
before you were
The
born.
worst.
No, that's a pick-up line in the middle if I ever heard one. Anyway, sorry.
So this is universal. You see it in so many forms of art. We're in Texas now. You see this in country and western songs. It's often a list of things. Like, here's how I describe myself. There's this and there's that and there's the other thing, and here you are. These things matter to me, and I hope they matter to you too. It's a pretty universal form, but he did it in this very artful and very vulnerable way. It was both beautiful, and you could feel the hurt coming from him too, and that was important.
The dark stuff too. I offer you my ancestors, my dead men, the ghosts that living men have honored in bronze, and talking about 2 bullets through his lungs, bearded and dead, wrapped by his
Why is the
soldiers
milk
in the hide of a cow. My mother's grandfather, just 24, heading in, charged with 300 men in Peru, now ghosts on vanished horses. So all of it, the whole history of it. Since it is a love poem, what do you think about love, Carl? What's the role of love in the human condition? We'll talk about the dark stuff, but maybe love is the dark stuff too.
I mean, it's the most powerful connection we can form, and that's what makes it so important to us. It's the strongest and most stable connection that we can form with another person, and that matters immensely. It matters for the human family to have evolved to be something that could survive against the odds that we've faced over the years. That unreasonable.
Oh my!
Becomes reasonable
Stop this.
by virtue of its own existence, and of course, that joy, the wild, raw joy of love, is not a bad thing. So you put these together, the strongest bridge we can form, and the reward and the joy that it brings. That's what love is to me, and from my perspective, this is something that it can be hard to capture fairly, because you want to talk about the positive and the negative sides at once. They need to be wrapped up together for a full, honest description of what it is, and that's hard to do in a compact form. And so you have to take time to talk about love. You have to take time to do it justice. It takes a book, or at least a poem,
or several thousand of them. I don't know. So could you pull up? There's a video I saw. Yeah, like right here. So can you pause for a second? So there's more to the penguins. So you always see the penguins huddling together against. I mean, sorry if it's just metaphors and everything, but them huddling together against the harshness of the conditions around them. That's very kind of. That's like a metaphor for life. Like
Indians and trains. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait.
It's like it allows you to forget whatever the absurdity, whatever the suffering of life is. Together, you get to like
corn shucking.
Warm. And that's why I love just the honesty and the intensity of the way penguins just in the middle of like the cold do this. And then this video I saw, a lonely. This is misinformation. So the name of the video is "Lonely Deranged Penguin." I don't know if he's deranged. So if you play it, so he left his pack.
Look at this athleticism.
And there's a nice like voiceover in it. You don't need to play it, but he for some reason left the pack and journeyed out into the mountains. And so the narrator says that he's deranged. He's lost his mind. Now I'd like to project the idea that he's actually. There's so many stories you can think of. He's returning to his
Can't
homeland.
stop.
He's an outsider
Won't
thinking,
stop.
journeying out into the unknown,
Rockefeller.
thinking he may be able to discover something greater than the tribe. He might be looking for lost love. Why is he deranged immediately? Why has he lost his mind? Anyway, but this people should look up this video because to me, I might be the only one who romanticizes this. But it's such a nice kind of. It's both a picture of perhaps a mental disorder, which is what the video kind of
Pussy
describes,
popping
and
power
maybe
by
some
mom.
deeper explanation that's not
How's everything?
that has to do with the motivation of
No one knows.
of a mind. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you have some deeper analysis in this pickle.
Well, I like you as a psychiatrist. I would want to sit down with a penguin and go through. I want to see the notes from his prior therapist. But this actually is irrelevant. Not knowing what was that penguin's motivation. We have very clear situations where there are both within an individual we go through periods of time when we stay in one place and we reap the benefits from what we've built, and then we go through periods of foraging, of wandering. Even if there may be resources where we are, we have periods of time in our lives where we wander, where we go explore different modes. And different people express that trait in different ways. This is not a human-specific trait. If you go down to the tiny little nematode worm, see how it has 302 nervous system cells. They go through these phases of foraging and rest, and different individuals have different propensity to forage or to rest and stay in one place. At the level of the species, that's really good. That there's that diversity in their willingness to forage. Some stay where they are. The species is somewhat on a firm footing then. But some carry a burden, a risk for themselves, but it's good for the species that they're explorers and they will venture out. The migration patterns that different species blunder into that turn out to be really good, they weren't logically derived. They most certainly started from something like this, an exploration.
And humans do this too,
and we do it too. In fact, it's something we do extremely well.
Let's talk about psychiatry a little bit.
Let's talk about
so my book, you're a rock star. First of all, for people who don't know, you're one, aside from sort of the neurological view of the brain and neuroscience view of the brain, you're also one of the great psychiatrists of our time. I've always, not always, but when I was younger, I dreamed about being a psychiatrist.
Are you Mr. D's?
So it's like getting to meet your heroes.
No.
And also, getting to meet the people.
Can't stop.
The best.
Won't
at
stop.
The top of the world at the thing you've failed to pursue. So there's I'm getting a free therapy session on top of that. Okay, so what?
Can't stop. Won't
big
stop.
picture. What is the practice, the goal, the hope of modern psychiatry? If you could try to describe the discipline as you see it, maybe historically throughout the 20th century,
changing that
contrasting to what it is today. Or maybe if you want to describe what you hope psychiatry becomes or longs to become in the 21st century.
Yeah. It's been an interesting journey. Psychiatry started out pretty firmly grounded in neurology and pathology. Some of the initial founders, effectively, of the field were very well grounded in microscopy, looking at cells, working with patients, particularly on the neurological side, and this certainly included, Freud and some of his contemporaries. But they rapidly discovered that what they could work with at the level of cells and microscopies was so far from the realm of what they could get from a human being, and what they were getting from the human being was so much more interesting and was so mysterious and so unknown that many of them just said, we're going to inhabit this domain and we're going to work with the people with their words and understand what we can based on verbal communication, because that was the only tool that people really had. And that was a very important step for the field. I would say one of the interesting things that came from the early decades of psychiatry really was this distinction between the conscious and the unconscious mind, and paying particular attention to the unconscious mind as something that was worthy of consideration, that it might be important in explaining people's actions, and that perhaps even insight into that was valuable in its own right. And out of that, psychoanalysis became a practice that was not always focused on
Please verify your
cures
email.
or treatment,
No
but was
one
more focused on insight.
shit.
What does it mean? How can we help people understand why they're feeling something or thinking something or dreaming something? And that insight, separate even from treatment, was an interesting thing. As long as one was honest about that and said, we're going for understanding, we're going for insight.
Maybe it's just to just pause on that. Because if you look at the father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, what do you make of the ideas that he had? So you mentioned taking the unconscious, the subconscious seriously. That's like step one. Like that there could be worlds we do not have direct access for. We probe at them through conversation, or
Can't stop.
is it too simplistic to call psychoanalysis
Won't
conversation?
stop.
That's not too simplistic,
Rockefeller.
but that's right. And I think that was valuable. Where Freud ended up breaking from some of his contemporaries, he was very focused on this unconscious as being so tightly linked to libido, and really, from his perspective, you couldn't really separate the operation of the unconscious mind from these aspects, of the libidinous aspects, and that was one reason sexual related drives. Carl Jung, it was his contemporary. That's one factor that led to them separating. Was Carl Jung felt there was a lot more to the unconscious than this libidinous aspect of it, and he saw it as a much more complete alternate representation of the conscious self, one that maybe reflected a whole range of different motivations and desires, and to properly treat it, one had to consider all of them rather than that Freud would
call Jung chef. Thank you for the high level of images that Sergey's pulling up. For people who are just listening, he pulled up it's a quote from Sigmund Freud's a meme. Your mom quote Freud. So the shadow encompasses everything, not just the desire to have sex with your mother or sex. Period. That's right. If you look at those two folks en masse, I mean, there's a kind of, it's almost like a technique for philosophical exploration of human mind, human motivations. It's not even like necessarily, it's also doubles as a methodology for helping people, but it's almost like it's a kind of philosophical method.
Right. This is the fascinating thing about psychoanalysis, and it, even though it's, I would say, mostly not considered a treatment today, it persists for a couple of reasons. One is it's thought that it gives people some insight, but second, there's been a huge influence on literature, on philosophy, on art, and the opening up of discussion about what was below our conscious mind was so fertile in the implications that it sort of reverberated.
Why do they keep showing me this
throughout all these different realms of human endeavor, from different artistic, experiences that people have can be colored by this concept of the unconscious. Now, the other thing that was interesting is this distinction. what are the parts of the unconscious? And so there were these id and ego and superego subdivisions that that Freud, for example, would talk about them, and the id was the primal drives that an infant would have, or that a very young child, just warmth and feeding, and later the sexual and libidinous aspects.
For Freud, the later happened very quickly. That's the controversial thing about him, I think. I guess he thought like even children had sexual desires that they're like dealing with, contending with. Just the full thing. Hungry, wanting to eat, wanting to poop, wanting to have sex.
Yeah. And he was extremely focused on that aspect. But then there was the superego, which brought on these later sort of moralistic sort of codes of conduct, and that of course was very often intentional, but all this could play out subconsciously. And then the ego, this third aspect, was mediating, Freud's conception mediated this tension between the different parts. Now, I think that's interesting. I will say that in some ways it's maybe unnecessary from the perspective of modern neuroscience to divide things up that way. The moralistic drives and the primal gratification drives. In some ways, they're all drives, and maybe they're even all primal drives. The moralistic drives, they're taught, and they're taught in ways that ultimately relate back to survival, and you could even say selfish aspects of health and life for the self and family. And so this is,
Are you
I
fucking
think it's
serious?
maybe an artificial distinction. The concept of the unconscious is very valuable and very interesting. But these categorizations of id and superego may not map onto neurobiology in a particular way. If there's a town hall of competing drives and desires, and they interrelate to each other, they involve different aspects of the brain and the history of the person, and actions and choices come out of the result of that overall, shouting in the town hall.
So in some sense, Carl Jung was a step into the direction of liberating yourself from such harsh categorizations. Do you think? I mean, you have Daniel Kahneman with System 1 and System 2. There's just these very compelling categorizations of the human mind that seem to be sticky in our in the superego. In how we talk about these ideas and so on. Do you think those are helpful, or do they get in the way? Is it some kind of balance in terms of deeper understanding of how the mind actually works?
It's from modern neuroscience. Whenever we seem to get closer to addressing a question like this at the level of cells, it seems to get farther away. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. So one thing I'm doing in my laboratory, and many people who are doing, is we are listening in on the activity of
Where are you when you find out Biden had
in the
cancer?
brain of mice or rats, or fish or monkeys. Individual cells, exactly. Of which there are, in our brain, many billions. And when we do, and we try to predict what action will be taken by an animal to address this question, where does the choice arise? Where does the
Sitting on one, son. Sitting on one.
Where does that start in the brain? If you're recording, listening in on the activity
Fox
of cells
fire.
all across the brain, where's the earliest spot you can pick up
The Foxfire.
a choice being made? Well,
So awesome.
yeah. At one level, you might think, how excited would Jung have been to see this, or Freud, or the early psychoanalysts, to see where this starts. But it's not so simple, because an emerging theme in very recent neuroscience, literally over the last few years, is that things sort of all start together, all across the brain. And so you can be recording from the cortex, this rim of cells at the surface of the brain, or you can be recording deeper in a structure called the striatum, which is a little older. It's more tightly linked to action. And then structures called the thalamus, other parts of the brain. And if you record from these all sort of represent the action and the choice more or less all at about the same time, very close. And so you can't point to a particular spot and say, here's where the choice or the action originates. It's
finding the free will neuron.
It's relevant to that question. Nobody is close to being able to point to such a thing.
Well, close is a relative term, and nobody. What I tweet today, all generalizations are wrong. So, including this one. Let's actually talk about that. So, the study of individual cells, if you could linger on your sense that as you get closer to that understanding, it feels like you're getting farther away. Why is that? Because that often is the feeling until you're actually there. So like, see that when I'm running and I know there's only a mile left, it feels like that mile is just getting longer and longer, but eventually you finish. So maybe we're getting close to cracking open these like beginnings of a sense, like we'll talk about consciousness or these very difficult, big questions about the human mind. Where do they start?
You're right to say we shouldn't generalize or make absolute statements, but I would say right now the reason things are looking even harder to crack than we had initially thought, we now have the data streams that we've wanted for so long in terms of activity patterns all across the brain at the level of cells. We can literally see what cells are doing. Immense data sets. You get these are time series of one individual cell with sub-second resolution. You collect this from enormous numbers of cells across the brain. So very rich data sets that we wanted for a long time, and yet having these has not led to an understanding of truly where actions initiate in terms of regions or locations.
Can I ask you a few questions on that? Is the answer high level question by your intuition? Is the answer within the data, or do we need different kind of data? So we should also say that when you collect data about the brain, there's like the richness of information you're collecting, but there is also human doing stuff. Like, and the information, so static information about the human and dynamic information about the human. And you can get them to do different stuff, and you can select different humans. And that's part of the collection of the data aspect. So, like, when you're collecting data about the brain, there's some truths that you can, machine learning is like annotations, like supervised learning. There's some true things you can hold on to before you look at the full rich mess complexity of the human mind. So, given the data you've looked at, do you think the answer for the origin of free will in the human mind?
Somebody hook a brother up with the shit.
Well,
somebody complained about me. Oh, this fucking rabbi sucks.
Nobody's found it. We
No.
have these rich data sets, and then there's a conundrum, which is it in the data, and we just don't know how to look at it. Maybe we don't know the right scale, the right projection to make of the data, the right way to interpret it. And here's where causal testing becomes very valuable, because then instead of just passively observing, well, here are the activity patterns, and then here's the choice made by the animal. As we've gotten more
Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
powerful at reaching in and causing things to happen in the brain, turning up or down
Girls to
activity of certain
dogs.
types of cells or defines populations of cells, and seeing how that affects actions. These causal perturbations have turned out to be very valuable. We're just now getting to the point where we can apply these in
The count has
very
been suspended.
wide
Go fuck
swaths of the
yourself.
brain at cellular resolution. So we're going to be able, hopefully, to make some headway on this question with causality. And that's the one thing that optogenetics provides us, this way of using light that we developed to control cells. This is relatively untapped at this broad brain-wide scale.
I want somebody to be like, dude, this rabbi is the worst. I'd be like, oh, dude, what's that? Gangsta. I gotta take a shit, baby.
Because you get to
I've got to take a shit.
As opposed to
And
collecting data passively,
SHIT,
you're collecting data
one of the
actively.
biggest
Can you
shits of
maybe
all
describe
time.
one
You
of
want me to
the
sing the
main
song?
things
It
you're
goes
known
like
for?
this.
One
I gotta
of
take
the
a
big
shit.
things is
One
called
of the biggest shits
optogenetics.
of
What is
all
it?
time.
Optogenetics
It's
is
a
way of
potato
causing the brain's to
poop.
happen. It's a
I
way of
gotta take a potato
determining
poop.
what
I
actually
gotta take a
matters
potato
in terms
poop.
of the activity
I
of
gotta
the
take
brain
a potato
for
poop.
the
I
amazing
gotta
things it
take a
does.
potato poop.
Sensation,
I gotta take a
cognition,
potato
action.
poop. Oh baby,
And
baby,
what
baby.
it does is
I've
it
gotta take a
provides
potato
activity.
poop.
It's a way of
I've gotta
laying
take a
in,
potato
if you
poop.
will,
Potato,
activity
potato,
patterns into
potato poop.
precisely defined
I gotta
cells.
take a
And the way
potato
we do it
poop.
is
I
pretty cool,
gotta
I think.
take a
It's,
potato
you
poop.
know, right away there's a
What
problem
is
if you think
that
about how do we
fucking
do this? How
shit,
can we
dog?
play in
Why would
well-defined
it do
activity
that?
patterns and provide a
I've gotta
stream
take a
of
potato
activity
poop.
into this cell and that cell and that cell, but not these
Allegedly.
other cells.
But just
What?
for
What up,
context,
baby?
we're talking about the brains of mice, monkeys, humans, and then the goal is to try to control accurately the behavior of a single neuron, and then to be able to monitor single collection of single neurons to then say, well, to draw some deeper insight about the origins, first of all, the function of different parts of the brain, different neurons, different kinds of neurons, but also the origins of the big things, the flap of the butterfly wing that leads to an actual behavioral thing.
So if you could turn on or off the brain or parts of the brain or cell types or individual cells at the natural rate and rhythm and timing of normal brain activity, that would be immensely valuable because you could determine what actually mattered, what could cause complex things to happen, and what could prevent complex things from happening in a specific way. But right away, you've got a problem if you want to do this. And scientists, neuroscientists have wanted to do this for a long time. Francis Crick of double helix DNA fame, he wrote a famous paper in 1999. He got interested in neuroscience later in life, and he said, what we need in neuroscience is a way that we could turn on or off the activity of individual types of neurons in a behaving animal. And he even said the ideal signal would be light because it would be fast, it could penetrate through the brain to some extent. And he had no idea how to do it. He said this would probably be very far-fetched, but it would be a good thing.
And so that's what you're actually saying. Like, if you want to do this kind of thing, and then you imagine, like, how do I get inside the brain? It's pretty difficult.
It's very difficult. And then even once you get in, it's hard because all brain cells are electrical. All neurons are electrically activated. And so if you wanted to use electricity as what you were putting in, you won't have any specificity at all. But if you have an electrode, a wire, and you put it in the brain and you send current through it, all the cells near the electrode will be stimulated.
It's like trying to control fish by spraying them with water.
Yeah, right. Because there's already a lot of electricity going around anyway, and you're adding more. But there's no specificity even among the different kinds of cells either, because all around the wire that you put in, there are going to be so many different cells doing totally different things, many of them in opposition to each other. We know that's one way the brain is set up. There are parts of the brain where neurons side by side are doing completely different things and maybe even antagonistic to each other. So what do? How do you play in activity with any kind of specificity? Well, what you do is what we found is what you can do is make some cells responsive to light. Now, normally, no cells deep in the brain really respond to light. They're not built for that. There's no reason for them to respond to light in there, which is a great situation to start with, because any light sensitivity you can provide to some cells will be a huge signal above the noise. And so that's what we do with optogenetics. We take genes, bits of DNA from microbes, single-celled organisms, and these single-celled organisms, like algae, they make little proteins that sit on the surface of their cells that receive light, capture a photon of light, and open up a little hole in the membrane of the cell, and let charged particles, ions like sodium and potassium, flow across the membrane of the cell. And these algae and bacteria, they do this for their own reasons because that helps them move, it helps them, they can use energy. But that's a beautiful thing for neuroscience because movement of ions, charged particles across the membrane of the cell is exactly the kind of electricity that neurons work with. So if we can take this bit of DNA that encodes this beautiful protein that turns light into electricity from algae, and if we can put it into some neurons, but not other neurons, which we can do using genetic tricks, then we've got a situation, then you can shine on the light, and only the cells that have the gene and that are expressing the gene will be the initial direct cells that are activated by the light. And so that's the essence of optogenetics, is the ability to do that. We get that initial specificity that you can never get with an electrode.
So let me say that this they recently got the Alaska Prize for this. This is a brilliant idea. So I talked to Andrew Huberman, who's a friend of yours, a friend of mine. So not to jinx things, but he believes that he deserves the Nobel Prize for this. So I do too, but my votes. Anyway, the thing is, it doesn't matter. Prizes will be all forgotten. All of us will be forgotten. When the cool idea is a cool idea. It's a really powerful idea.
It's actually the origins of it you might be interested in are very deep. There was a botanist in St. Petersburg named Andrei Fomensin. In 1866, he published a paper on these single-celled green algae. And he was the botanist who first noticed that they moved in response to light. These are tiny single-celled algae that have flagella, so they swim through the water. And he noticed this. He was a botanist, and he published this. It was a paper. He wrote in German, but he published it in a French journal, and he was doing it from St. Petersburg, so it was a very international effort. But you have to go back to 1866, and that I like to highlight how far back that discovery goes. It's back to Andrei Fomensin, and this is it highlights the value of just pure basic science discovery.
That always originates somewhere in the Eastern European bloc. But I don't think he expected the splicing of genetic material from the into the human brain.
And one of the cool things we've been able to do now with modern methods is to really study these proteins. And so we discovered some of these proteins. Other groups have as well. We've dived deep into their structure, just like the double helix structure of DNA was uncovered with X-ray crystallography. We used the same method, X-ray crystallography, to see how these beautiful little proteins work. We re-engineer them for all kinds of functions. We can make them, instead of responding to blue light, we can make them respond to red light. We can speed them up, slow them down. We can make them, with genetic engineering, we can make them have different ions flow through them. And so it's this convergence, as you said, like the botanist in 1866 couldn't have predicted what we could do with this. And the fact that we've been able to discover how these beautiful proteins work and then apply them to neuroscience is really a thrilling story.
Is it possible to achieve scale, do you think, with this? Meaning, what is the progress in the next 50 years, 100 years looks like in terms of the precision and the scale of control of using light?
It's going so fast, it's hard to predict. I'll give you a sense of it, though. First paper, we published in 2005. That was just in cultured neurons. By 2007, so that was in a dish. By 2007, we had it working in behaving mice. By 2009, we had it pretty general, so we had methods to really make it a versatile method, could be applied to essentially any cell. By 2012, we could get single cell resolution. We used light guidance strategies to target individual cells in the brain of a living mouse. By 2019, we were able to control up to 20 to 50 individually specified single cells in the brain of a mouse in ways that specifically change its behavior, that could bias its decisions one way or the other. In fact, we could take a mouse and without any visual stimulus at all, we could make it act as if it had seen a particular visual stimulus by playing in using the single cell resolution optogenetics, a specific pattern of activity into 20 or 25 individually specified cells. That's 2019. To your question of scale, now in 2022, we're controlling hundreds of individually specified single cells over all of visual cortex of a mouse, all of the part of the brain that is the initial direct target of the incoming information from the retina.
Are you constrained to specific types of cells currently? Like you mentioned, long range is a little easier. Is there constraints on which cells?
Now there really isn't. Now that we have this individual cell guidance, we can target any individual kind of cell very reliably. And so now, to your question of scale, how far can we go? Well, things are moving quickly. It's hard to say. We can access individual cells across the entire brain now. If you look 10, 20 years in the future, I think we'll surprise ourselves. The fact that we're already able to cause specific perceptions to happen and specific actions means we're essentially where we want to be. And now it's a matter of just, more experiments, more discoveries. But the basic principles are clear now. The basic capability is there.
Is there a pathway to doing the same for humans?
Optogenetics is primarily a discovery tool. It really is well suited for use in mice and rats and monkeys because it involves putting in a gene and also delivering light. And those are two things that you can do in human beings, but you'd want to do in a very careful way. Now, that said, there is actually just less than a year ago, my friend Botan Raska in Switzerland, he did the first human optogenetics therapy. And he published this in the journal Nature Medicine. So about 10, 12 years ago, he and I published a paper together where we gave him one of our optogenetic tools, one of these light-activated regulators of ion flow. These are called microbial opsins, by the way, opsins. And he put one of those into an extracted retina from a human being who had died. So it was a cadaveric retina. And he was able to show that optical control in this paper was able to turn on or off individual cells in the human retina. So that was a while back. He spent about 10 years of going through all the regulatory hoops and hurdles and going through primate studies. And finally, he was able to take a human being with a retinal degeneration syndrome, so someone who was blind in both eyes. And he gave one of these opsins into one eye of this human being who was blind, and with the goal of conferring light sensitivity onto this retina that was not able to see light. And he was able to make this person see through that eye. So he took a blind person, and the blind person could see, could reach for objects selectively on a table. And he published this in Nature Medicine. And it was, that's an amazing thing.
Do you know the title of the paper? What's his name again?
Raska, R-O-S-K-A.
Can you look up the Nature paper?
Yeah, Nature Medicine.
Nature Medicine.
So that's sort of proof of principle. Now, the retina is very accessible. It's near the surface. You can use natural light, or you can use brighter natural light. I see optogenetics as a discovery tool. It's a way to figure out the principles by which the brain works and how it operates.
Partial recovery of visual function in a blind patient after optogenetic therapy. So he went through the full process of doing primate studies and then going, well, that's dedication, and that's really exciting to see.
As beautiful as that is, I'm glad he did all that work. There are so many other ways that optogenetics could help with therapies. Once you know the principles, then any kind of therapy can become more powerful. Once you know the causal cells in a symptom, like in lack of motivation, or inability to enjoy things, or altered sleep, or altered energy. Once you know the cells that are causal, then you can make medications that address those cells. You could address brain stimulation treatments that might address those cells.
Also, diagnosis. Be a very effective, systematic way of diagnosing. or at least providing you rich data to some of these deep questions about schizophrenia, about bipolar, all those kinds of things that are, the tools are low resolution currently for determining like the degree to which you have a thing and whether you have a thing at all.
Yeah, and exactly. And so the hope is, this is a great example of how you can cure, or you can provide some relief for a symptom of a person who has a serious degenerative disease. But the principles are what we're after, and that's why I spend, even though I'm a psychiatrist, even though I still see patients, I'm not myself trying to drive any clinical trials in the lab. I'm trying to discover, and then any kind of therapy could result from that.
What do you think about my friend Elon Musk and his efforts with Neuralink? So this is another, there's a lot of things to say here because there's a lot of ideas under the umbrella of Neuralink. But one of them is to use electrical signals to stimulate, and then we also collect electrical signals from the brain at a higher and higher resolution, and you go implant surgically the methods by which you do the stimulation and the data collection. So it's possible for the ideas of optogenetics to play well with this. And we can even zoom out outside of just Neuralink and just the whole idea of brain-computer interfaces. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the engineering that they've done is actually pretty cool. So I like the
Robots.
Yeah, from the design perspective, and it was a design approach that wasn't being taken in academia, and it's great that they did it. I think it's pretty cool. So I'll say that. Also, there are many ways that you can record from many thousands of neurons, and that's not the only way. It's a very interesting way. We and others are using brain penetrating electrodes that actually get quite deep. The whole structure of the brain is very interesting. There's the surface cortex, where it's the most recently emergent part of the brain in evolution. Mammals have it. Reptiles have something a little bit like it, but it's not really the full thing. This is a very recent thing. That's what we can access with some of these, like the Neuralink approach, and with some of these short electrodes. This part of the brain, the cortex, is only a few millimeters thick. There's so much that's deep, though, that's so important. There's the striatum, there's the thalamus. There are the parts of the brain that drive motivation, that drive hunger and thirst, and social interaction, and parenting, and flight, and fear, and anxiety. All these things there's so much that's deep that these surface approaches are not getting to. And so we and others are using these very long electrodes that help us get deep. So we can still record for many cells, many thousands of cells. We can have multiple of these at once in the same animal. And so there's a diversity of methods to get to this goal. I think it's great that people coming from, the outside academia will bring ideas that weren't being worked on, at least approaches. They may turn out to be synergistic. These things work very well with optogenetics, because all these electrical recording methods, that's one channel of information flow. Light delivery is a separate, more or less independent. There can be some artifacts that happen, but if you're careful, it's another independent pathway of information flow. And we've done really fun experiments in mice where we play in patterns of activity with light, and we record activity from all across the brain of a mouse electrically. And so using optical and electrical together is extremely powerful.
So like optoelectric brain-computer interfaces. Yeah. Which, by the way, there's efforts on the computing side to build optoelectric servers. So like where you have both electricity. So because optics is really interesting. Light is a very interesting method of communication that's, like you said, orthogonal in many ways. It doesn't have some of the constraints of bandwidth that electricity does of the wires, but you're able to, but the less ability to control precisely at scale. So like there's challenges and there's benefits, and having those two interplay is really, really, really fascinating. Yeah. Especially when obviously on the other side of your signal is a biological mesh. mushy mesh.
Well, the mushy mesh is kind of interesting because there are problems with light scatters in the brain, so the photons don't just go linearly through. Whenever they hit an interface between fat and water, liquid and water, they bounce off in different directions. And so you could come in with all the resolution you want. You could play in an incredibly detailed, high resolution pattern of light, but the photons start scattering quite quickly, and by the time you've gone a couple millimeters deep, you've lost almost all that fine spatial information. So, but we've developed workarounds. The longer wavelength light you use, if you get into the infrared, there's less scattering. You can use 2 photon methods or 3 photon methods where the photons have to arrive all together at the same time. You can put in fiber optics. We developed these fiber optic methods in 2007 where you can access these deep structures with fiber optic methods, and you can put many of these fiber optics at the same time. We've used holographic methods, 3D holograms to play in hundreds of individual cell-sized spots of light, and we can change those quickly. And so there are a lot of tricks, a lot of interesting optics engineering that has come together with neuroscience, and it's pretty exciting.
Well, there's engineering too, which is super, super, super exciting. I should mention, because I remember I mentioned Elon. I recently got, for the first time ever, got COVID. How did I go so long without finally, I'm all vaccinated, everything like that. And so I got, because I think he mentioned it publicly, so I can mention it, but I won't mention anybody else in the call. But hanging out, we all got, Elon got COVID. And the interesting thing about, maybe you can comment about this. So I was only sick for like a half a day. I got a fever of like 104, just went up and then crashed. And then now maybe I'm just seeing the silver lining of everything, but afterwards, I have like a greater clarity about the world.
You just think it's greater clarity.
Maybe it was so, maybe so intensely the mind fog kind of thing for such a short amount of time. But the people who were involved were also reporting this. It's kind of interesting. It's like, because I do know, like, the immune system is involved with the brain in very interesting ways. So, like, the human mind also incorporates all these other. It's not just the nervous system. And I just wonder, because everyone always says everyone always says like COVID does all these bad things or whatever the disease is or whatever the virus. But I wonder, like, I hate to be a Steven Pinker on this, but like, I wonder what the benefits of certain diseases are here for COVID. Like, what is there some, like, again, don't want to romanticize it, but if your system goes through some kind of hardship and you come out on the other end, I wonder sometimes if there's a greater, maybe killed off a bunch of neurons that I didn't need anyway, and they were actually getting in the way. They were the hater neurons.
Well,
I don't know.
Your inner critic. I was talking
Exactly.
Kill off your critic. Well, there are mechanisms for the potential mechanisms for what you're talking about. There's actually been a fair bit of research on post-COVID neurological function. Actually, my wife, Michelle Monge, who's at Stanford, she's done a lot of this work. Akiko Iwasaki at Yale has done a lot of this. But what they found is that there's a loss of myelin. This is the coding of those long-range projections that go from one part of the brain to another. Myelin is this sort of insulator that coats these long-range projections and makes the impulses go faster and more reliably. And there's altered function of the myelin-producing cells and altered myelin in the case of COVID. They've looked in both mouse and human brains. But of course, it could be very idiosyncratic. Many people have cognitive problems post-COVID. You're definitely aware of that. So many people report this persistent brain fog, inability to function. But it depends on where the inflammation was. Maybe the people who have dysfunction post-COVID, they had a global effect. Maybe you lost some of these projections that were restraining you in some way, and these plausibly exist. And it's known that there are cell populations in the prefrontal cortex that actively restrain deeper structures from expressing what they do. And it's theoretically possible that you had a lucky
Somebody has to get lucky, right?
Somebody has to.
Why not me? All right. If we can actually go back to this idea of trying through optogenetics to find origins of when the wave first starts, origins of a decision, origin of idea, origin of maybe consciousness or the subjective experience, the origin of things in the mind. So one thing, Carl Jung, is there a God neuron? Is there a belief neuron? Is there, through this methodology of optogenetics, can you start getting to, like, where a belief begins or an idea begins, and especially looking at the strongest of our beliefs, maybe beliefs of love and hate, but religious belief into something like really grand, on the grandest scale.
Neuroscience and neurology point us a little bit. We don't have an answer to that, but
A lot of these questions I'm going to ask you, there's no good answer, but you're providing the tools that give us hope to find the answer one day.
yeah. And we have early clues. So, for example, when patients with epilepsy have experiences of religiosity as part of their seizure or before their seizure, very often those are in the temporal lobe, in these parts of the brain that are at the side, and so that's an initial clue. There are also parts of the brain that are involved in the definition of the self and defining the borders or boundaries of the self. And we know this through some experiments that we did in my lab. There's a part of the brain where if there's a rhythm of a particular type, you can cause a separation of the sense of self from the sense of the body. What's normally bound up and unitary, we normally think of ourselves and our body as pretty tightly bound up together. Those can be separated. It turns out we can't take that for granted, and there are certain conditions, certain patterns of activity in one part of the brain called the retrosplenial cortex, where you can actually separate those two out. And so if you think about these very big questions, where are the origins of religiosity? How do we define the boundaries of who we are relative to others and to the world? How do we link our self to our body, and how can that become separated? These are actually, believe it or not, now accessible and rigorously and quantitatively so. We did an experiment with optogenetics where we provided this abnormal rhythm to this particular part of the mouse brain, and we saw this separation of detection of a stimulus and caring about it.
So that's like stimulating something about the mouse brain that affects these neurons that give the conception of self. So you're able to dissociate the experience from the impact of the experience onto you.
That's right, exactly right.
So like these are the goals of meditation. These are the goals whenever I get drunk, pretty much effective. I mean, that's not a scientific statement, just an experiential, anecdotal one. Also, psychedelics seek to this, to attain this kind of state. That's so interesting.
When you mentioned psychedelics, DMT, 5-MeO, DMT, these create this religious experience, this connection. People describe it as a strong connection to God. That in theory, these are accessible with modern methods. We now that we have these rich recording methods, we can explore what are the precise millisecond resolution, cellular resolution, brain-wide manifestations of these altered states.
So, like you could look at an altered state like on DMT, recorded across many people, and then from there see where did these experiences originate in the brain in terms of simple neurons, and then how do they propagate and interact with everything else, and if there's some kind of common signal, like how do you narrow down the set of neurons that are responsible for a particular experience or for a particular behavioral effect.
Here's where optogenetics is so useful, because anytime you give an agent like an agent like ketamine or PCP, which we used for our dissociation experiments that I was mentioning, or you have a psychedelic, LSD or DMT for this altered perceptual state. If you give either of those, these change everything across the brain. Okay, so just the fact that you maybe give them to a mouse, let's say, or eventually to a human, you won't know yet which cells to hone in on as the causal players in all this, just by recording the activity. But then what we found is that optogenetics, providing a causal pattern of activity guided by what you see, can let you test hypotheses. And we saw this rhythm with ketamine and PCP for dissociation, and then we said, okay, let's test what's causal. We came in and provided that rhythm. We tried a few different things, but only one of the causal tests we tried actually caused the behavioral dissociation. And so that's how we home in on what actually matters.
And is it repeatable once you see the causality? So like that's one definition of causality, is like you try and it repeats across different mice and all that kind of stuff. And so you could do that for DMT. You could do that for the really fascinating mind expanding. Thank you. Thank you. So the meaning for people just listening, this is again another disagreement between Freud and Carl Jung. Religion and spirituality. This is the ring scene from Lord of the Rings. Religion and spirituality. Freud says cast it into the fire, destroy it. Carl Jung says no. So for people who don't know, Sergei is the Slavic lord of the meme. Thank you. I appreciate that. So what we're talking about, so there is, I think a connection between DMT and religious experiences or some of these psychedelics. Do you think it's possible to sort of stimulate religious experiences? And so religious experiences are one of the most deep kind of experiences. And so here you could first understand where they originate, how they propagate to the brain, and then to stimulate them.
And so these can happen in people who had no predisposition. People who are, as agnostic or atheistic as you'd like, they can feel connected to God in these states. Now, to be clear, I'm not advocating these. We don't know what's safe in human beings, but we definitely, not yet, but we definitely can do these experiments in mice, and that was already very productive in understanding dissociation. So we can already imagine making headway on these methods. And then, I had this does map onto the non-psychedelic human experience. I had a patient who's actually described in the book, Projections. This was the patient that's in the mania chapter, the bipolar chapter. Here was a guy who had never had a psychiatric illness or symptom in his life. He was a retirement age gentleman, and nobody in his family either. So no family history, no personal history of any psychiatric illness, and he'd never been religious particularly before either. Certainly no passionate, type of religion. But he, not through any psychedelic or drug, he had a stressful experience, actually a post 9/11 change in how he was thinking, and he was pushed into a manic state, revealing that he had bipolar, never before known in this case, in this person. And his mania, his elevated state in bipolar, included this profound religiosity, which he'd never had before. He was preaching in a elevated, vigorous way to his family, and so this state can be created in people even late in life who had no predisposition for it, and even without a neurochemical. So there's the causality of that is very interesting to explore. How did the manic state unleash the religiosity? But you see that in other realms of psychiatry too. OCD can manifest as religiosity also. You can take people who never really had a religion, never played a powerful role in their life, but then when their obsessive compulsive symptoms become severe, they can manifest in this.
I think I'm in that group, so I'm a bit OCD. We have I think there's subreddits when there's oddly satisfying things. So there's certain things that are really satisfying to my OCD, and my mild OCD. I think it's pretty much a religious experience. So I understand that if it's not direct, it's at least rhymes. So maybe can you speak to as Sergey is probably desperately scrambling to pull up oddly satisfying. Thank you. People can check it out themselves. It is, as the subreddit promises, oddly satisfying. Can we talk about bipolar and maybe depression? Well, let's talk about. I don't know if there's a nice way to discuss the differences in the full landscape of suffering that's here, but maybe what is depression?
WTF?
What are the types of depression? What kind of depression have you seen and experienced and researched? And how can people overcome it? How can humans overcome it and deal with it, live with it, and overcome it?
So this is my clinical specialty. I see patients in my outpatient clinical work with treatment-resistant depression, so very hard to treat, severe illness where medications haven't been working. I also see patients with autism spectrum disorders. These are my two clinical focal areas. But then I do emergency room work as well. But the depression, why do I focus on that? It's so, one feels tantalizingly close to helping people who are suffering so deep. That's why I focused on it, because these are people who, there may not even be anything situational that's difficult or challenging in their life. You can have people who seem to have everything that you would want. Every objective measure of their life is fine, and yet they can be just hit with this unstoppable hopelessness, an inability to see into the future, a discounting of the value of their own action. Anything they can imagine themselves doing seems worthless, or they are unable to enjoy things. We call this anhedonia. There's no reward, no pleasure, not in food, social interaction, movies, books, anything that they would enjoy. Positivity gone. They can have a profound negative internal state, psychic pain, and these things can seem, and in the severe cases, are inescapable. So, what is going on? Why is this state part of human existence? It's got a strong biological, genetic link. Know that. It's been linked to certain genes, certain regions of the chromosome. In twin studies, there's a clear genetic link. Doesn't explain everything, but it's a big part of it. Genetics are a strong contributor. And although you can have depression without anything terrible going on in your life, the symptoms can be made worse by stressors, by trauma. But at a very deep level, there's nothing we can measure in person objectively, so there's not a known chemical, not a known structure that's different, not a known brain activity pattern that we can pick up with EEG. A lot of people are exploring this, but right now we have no objective measures. All we do is talk to people, and we elicit these symptoms. We explore them, distinguish them from other possible causes, and then what do? Well, we have a range of treatments. We have medications that can help people, do help people, but not everybody. And if they don't work, then we can go to brain stimulation methods. We can do things even like electroconvulsive therapy, which is very effective, but it's sort of the final thing we go to in the end. And so we have treatments. They work for some people. They don't do everything we'd like. But here's the problem: is at a very deep level, we don't understand really what's going on in the brain. We don't have a physical interpretation of the problem. We have all these symptoms, but we can't yet point to a set of cells or a set of circuits or an activity pattern that is causing major depression, this disease state per se in human beings.
Why do you think you can't yet, from an optogenetics perspective? Is it because there's so many possible causes. There's so many things involved.
So I think the answer is there are many things involved, and all these different symptoms that I mentioned, those we can study and those we can fix, the individual symptoms. And we can do this in animals, to be clear. So in a mouse, for example, we can instantaneously and precisely turn up or down the motivation of an animal to overcome a challenge. We can turn up or down its ability to be motivated by, or we think experience reward from situations or actions. We can increase its apparent energy level, its drive to meet challenges. We can turn up or down social interaction. All these individual features of depression, individual symptoms, we now can point to exact projections and cells that are causal immediately. What we don't know is why all these different symptoms show up together in major depression, in the human disease syndrome. And that's the mystery. It's sort of, in other fields of medicine, someone with congestive heart failure who comes into the clinic, they have very different symptoms. They have shortness of breath and they have swollen feet. Okay? Couldn't be two more different across the body sets of symptoms. Neither one obviously related to the heart, but they're both happening because the heart is not working as a pump. Okay? And now, thankfully, in cardiology, we understand these disparate symptoms that seem totally unrelated can be completely understood because there's an altered pump action of the heart. That's what we are hoping for in psychiatry and in the study of depression or any disease. These different symptoms, the inability to enjoy things, the hopelessness. What's the unifying principle?
I mean, is there some truth to that, the Tolstoy quote, that all happy families are alike and each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way? So basically, I mean, this is the human condition. And then basically there might, the physicists long define the theory of everything. Isn't understanding depression essentially require you to really have the big theory of everything for the human mind?
I think it would certainly be nice to have that theory of everything. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we need it
of the century. That would be nice. Well, it's also a good question if it's possible.
Yeah. Well, that I have some thoughts on too. But to this specific question, I don't think we need a theory of everything. I think there will be unifying principles we can get to. But even shy of that, if we can treat symptoms, and that's a big step. And as you say, different unhappy families are different. Different unhappy people are different. If we have somebody who comes to the clinic and I see someone with a profound anhedonia as one of their main symptoms, inability to enjoy things, and if I know, based on epigenetics work and animal work, that a particular medication can treat anhedonia, even if it doesn't fix major depression in everybody, if I treat that one symptom in that one person, that's a good thing. And so we don't need the theory of everything, and we don't even need the unifying principle to help people with insights that come from epigenetics.
So how much does talking help for diagnosis and for treatment, would you say, for depression?
It's a big part of what we do. Every good psychiatrist should be pretty adept in these verbal communications and talk therapy as part of what they do. I give medications, I deliver brain stimulation treatments, but a big part of everything I do with every patient is talk therapy because it works so well together with these other modalities. Even alone, it can help people with moderate or mild depression by itself. People with severe depression, people with other psychiatric illnesses that are severe, you don't want to do talk therapy alone. It's not going to do it, but it still is crucial to do together with the others. And it's critical because it's part of how you reshape cognitions, complex activity patterns, and you won't get to that with a medication or brain stimulation treatment.
Do you have advice for people who suffer from mild forms of depression or feel as they might both for those people, and do you have advice for people who love the people who suffer from depression and want to help?
One of the incredibly frustrating things about depression is the very nature of it makes it hard for the people who suffer to get treatment because they're hopeless, so they don't think treatment will help. They have low energy, so they're not motivated to participate in treatment in many cases. Sometimes they're actively suicidal. That certainly doesn't help. They have all these things that seem to prevent treatment from being effective. So the loved ones, that's where the loved ones are so important, is helping them overcome these barriers to treatment, the motivation, the safety, and the insight. That's critical, and particularly for the severe cases. For the mild cases, where people still have some insight and motivation and energy to get something done, there are many things you can do. Exercise is extremely important in mood maintenance. Regulation of sleep and getting sufficient and regular enough sleep is very important. And talk therapy can be helpful in those mild and moderate cases. Just looking at cognitions, looking at patterns of thought that
Welcome. How are you?
may have fallen into.
No one want to talk to you anyway.
Where they catastrophize, where they spiral from small things into big things. A little bit of talk therapy, 10, 12 sessions, can help people identify those patterns they may have in themselves that are taking occasional negative thoughts, which everybody has, and magnifying those into more persistent negative states. If you work at this, it's kind of like homework. This is what we call cognitive behavioral therapy. It's very structured, very organized. You work hard. It requires insight and motivation, and you have to be motivated. But if you are, then you can identify these triggers that send you down particular pathways and work to intercept them. And that is amazingly very effective in mild to moderate cases.
So you basically have to train yourself to see the world as a collection of triggers. And you have to first understand, collect the data, and basically see every experience as a thing that creates a follow-on emotion, feeling.
Yeah.
And I learned this, on social media, where early on, all of us, I'll say something, I kind of respond to negativity with negativity, and then you observe the result of that. And then over time, you think, wait a minute, this thing that I've been doing where when somebody says you suck and you say, no, you suck, that never produces the result you thought it might. And so you might not want to just don't say you suck back. And I do this through a lot of things in life. I'm very fortunate to not suffer from depression, but I, first of all, I have had and have people in my life who do. And also, all of us have depression, who don't suffer from depression, have depression out. It's always knocking on the door. Right. And so you have mild, if you're very careless with the triggers all around you, then you're just, I think all of us have the capacity to really suffer from that kind of chemical or psychological or philosophical existential crisis.
But then it raises the question, why are we built this way? It seems like it doesn't make sense, right? And here's where some of us thinking about where we came from as the human family is kind of interesting. It doesn't make sense that somewhere on that spectrum that it's good to detect that there's an array of adverse forces out there in the world right now at this moment, and to withdraw, to hunker down, to not fight, not strive, not try to meet the challenge, and outweigh these negative forces that are present out there. And that makes a lot of sense. And all animals that have been studied in one form or another show this. Even the worm that I mentioned earlier, C. elegans with 302 neurons, it can effectively give up in challenging situations. We've done this with zebrafish, tiny little transparent fish. You can give them a challenging situation and they will give up. Then if you stimulate a couple of very specific brain regions in particular ways, you can motivate them to overcome the challenge. And if you inhibit those
Smokey,
regions,
how you what's how's, how's fatherhood treating you? That's great. What's new, son? You slanging dick still like it's going out of style? How's yeah, absolutely. How's your friend how's the mom doing? All right, so I see that you are snowboarding behind a snowmobile, is that correct? Well, that's what we're 4 5. All right. Did you figure out your did you figure out your housing situation? Yeah, but like aren't you connected to that snowmobile? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is wind. All right, you gonna kill some motherfuckers right now? Shoot them. Can you jump over that wall? Have you ever played this before? So this is all new to you. All right, you gonna shoot somebody? All right, let's see it. Shoot them. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? Do you know that you have to wait 373 days? I see it, but I don't see you using it on anyone. Saw you shoot at no one. You have to restart. You have to do all that fucking behind that thing again. All right. What's your son's name again? Luca. When's the last time you saw Luca? Oh, that's beautiful. How's his mom? What's his mom's name? Any chances that Smokey and Beth might get together? Like married? But you're in a relationship with her? All she does is fucking moan? Like complain? Sure. I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. You're supposed to shoot it? Oh, there's the wall. All right. What's that? The like Hadrian. Have you ever seen Hadrian's Wall? Dude, you don't know what Hadrian's Wall is? Hadrian was a Roman emperor who built a wall in Britain, and then in the last like 2,000 years, a lot of it's been used as like the stones and stuff to mark off farmers' borders. Yeah, he used it. He used the wall to fend off the Celts. Um, like 1,800 years ago. Word, Mockingbird. All right, so you're using that thing again. Are you on ice now? Oh, you just took fire. They just shot. Market. You have killed exactly 0 people. Yeah, well, thanks for streaming that. Uh-oh. Cutscene. Autosave? All right, are you gonna kill some people? Now you're in a forest? Okay, you just went underneath a tree. Did he just kill you? Tight. Help him up. That was tight. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Teamwork makes the dream work. You're not even gonna get killed with bullets. You're gonna get killed with ice. Welcome. How are you? Yes, you did. How'd you find out about me? Right. Was it from which Discord server? You joined me from e-girl world. That's cool. All right. I'm the hottest thing in e-girl world. I don't think that's desperate. You just want to find chicks who play video games. There's nothing desperate about that. All right, well, watch my man Smokey here. He's playing Gears of War 5. $1,000%. No, it's $25,000 for that. Yeah, to get the record, yeah, it's $25,000. Word. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. What is a pot noodle? It's only one noodle. Is it like ramen? Yeah. right.
more easily than they. So this is an ancestral conserved pattern to detect that things are energy, to hunker down, to wait out the storm.
So it's use. Unfortunately, many of our maladies have useful roots in our that contribute to our survival. So both depression and motivation have uses. And in the sometimes it's nice to just shut the hell up and huddle with the penguins,
Right.
Versus for some unknown reason venture out on your own into the mountains, like a David Goggins type character. So what's the difference to you between you see patients between sort of rigorous psychoanalysis? I don't know if you consider what you like talk therapy and psychoanalysis. Are they neighbors? Are they overlapping?
They're neighbors. Psychoanalysis is it's they're relatively it's not nearly done as much as the talk therapy, like the cognitive behavioral therapy I mentioned. The psychoanalysis is a little more niche now, and partly because it's not data isn't in terms of actual treatment of actual therapeutic effects, data not as supportive as for cognitive behavioral therapy. But it's still interesting as for insight. A lot of people still do it to gain insight into themselves. And in general, it's a good sort of conversation starter. Those methods, they're good for getting things up. We don't focus on dreams typically these days in psychiatry, but they're great conversation starters. They're great ways to get things out if people have. And so we like to use those methods just to get the ball rolling sometimes, get people to open up a little bit. But the actual treatment that tends not to involve these psychoanalytic approaches where you are really probing the unconscious mind and its manifestation through dreams, for example, as the goal. That's not the goal. Modern talk therapy, we're really focusing on treatment, how to get people to feel.
See, I use that as a conversation opener, the Freudian thing where I try to delve at a bar of the deep sexual desires in the person's subconscious, and I find that opens up possibilities very quickly. This is a silly sounding question, but what's the difference between cognitive behavioral therapy and conversation? So, because I personally, as a fan of conversations, as a fan of I like listening to podcasts versus like audiobook. I like both, but they're very different. And I like conversation. I like it makes me personally very anxious, so I like to be the listener, like a third wheel, like overhearing a conversation kind of thing. But it's a really powerful method for humans to explore each other's mind, just raw conversation. So, do you think it can be more productive to be very systematic about it, or is conversation itself the art form of helping each other, understanding each other, and helping each other?
There are forms of talk therapy that are essentially conversational, or they much more approach pure conversation. There's a befriending therapy. There's interpersonal therapy. These are approaches that are purely talk therapy, but they're not as structured as cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy there are manuals, there are guidelines. You can almost go through it in a very cookbooky way. There's homework that you get done. So it's in its fullest form, it's very different from these more conversational strategies. But what's interesting is sometimes people compare them, and so you'll see almost like randomized controlled studies comparing cognitive behavioral therapy with interpersonal therapy, for example. And they both can work, and actually in some studies they look comparable. So there's, to your point, conversation and insights that come from conversation, if done well, if done artfully, can be as powerful.
This reminds me of Robin Williams, so I have to ask you several questions here on that. But one of my favorite movies is Good Will Hunting. I don't know if you've seen it with Robin Williams. So, as a psychiatrist yourself, can you do a deep analysis of this other famous psychiatrist, which is the movie character played by Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting? this is just a caricature between a psychiatrist and patient relationship, or is there something to you that was moving about his ability to connect to this obviously struggling young kid?
I think you've hit on the key thing there, which is the depth of the connection. If there's too powerful a connection, that can impair therapy because it could impair open communication. If a patient sees the relationship in a particular way, like in a friendly way, maybe, or like a parental child type way, that can cause problems because then what they choose to share, what they choose to bring up, is selected to be appropriate for that view of the relationship. And so I and many other talk therapists actually prefer not to let things get, not let the connection get that deep. You want to have trust. You want to have a therapeutic alliance, we sometimes call it. But it's got to be enough of a blank slate that the patient is not consciously or unconsciously constrained in what they choose to share. And so, great movie, great actors, all good, no complaints, except realistically, the relationship should be a little more arm's length than that.
But let's pretend this is real life. Sometimes, can't you leave a little bit of yourself in the interaction with the patient? I mean, it's another human being.
So there's a balance, and actually you do need some of it, because let's say this person is having challenges, interpersonal challenges in their life. The best way to notice what those are and to identify them and to work with them is if you can elicit some of those problems in the office, in the therapeutic interaction. And this is really powerful. As long as you're alert to it, aware of it, and you don't let it go out of hand. This transference, we call it, is when you transfer in between the current therapeutic relationship and external relationships that the patient may have had with others. And so if the therapist starts to feel an inner feeling like anger, let's say. So let's say you have a patient who is stirring frustration in you, or even in extreme cases, anger. The best thing for the therapist to do in that case is to recognize it and to realize that's probably being stirred by other people in the patient's life, and that could be the source of a lot of problems. And so instead of trying to wall it off and say, oh, I shouldn't be feeling that, I better be a better therapist, instead recognize it and use it and help the patient that way. And so you've got to be a human being. You've got to be a person who feels. You've got to be open.
But be in control of it and be aware of it. If I may, I just want to read this. It's one of my favorite scenes. Probably one of the greatest scenes in movie history, because Robin Williams does a single take.
Is that right?
So this is an interaction with you. So
Welcome.
Well, and I'm sure this is a common interaction.
How are you?
Maybe with the therapist and patient.
How's your day going? Happy birthday, my friend. How many is it? Amazing. Well, what'd you do for your birthday? Hey, man, that's better than nothing. What's on your agenda for tonight? Well, very cool. What games do you like to play? Excellent. Well, if you want, feel free to stream it in here. We just had Smokey streaming Metal Gear Solid 5 in here, so feel free to stream whatever you want. I'm amazing, baby. Just watching a podcast on physics. This one's actually on psychology, and we were just watching Smokey play his game, just enjoying life. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's Lex Friedman podcast. I think Lex Friedman podcast is very good. Talks about AI and physics, mathematics, computing, international relations. It talks about computing and AI and international relations and health. It's very good. Oh, it's called the Lex Friedman podcast. Lexfridman. Excellent. Well, I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Feel free to watch Lex Friedman with us, and if you have any questions, comments, or answers, feel free to provide them. Right, right. Catman do, baby. Excellent. Feel free. Sleep in here, man. Sounds great, Timothy. Well, happy birthday, my friend. You're welcome, big dog.
Where Will, the character, the young brilliant mathematician, the older therapist, where Will painted
Correct.
and then does a deep critical analysis of the painting that basically describes uh, pretending as if he can understand another human being completely, but just looking at their painting. And then Sean gives this whole speech that contrasts sort of raw intelligence and wisdom of experience. And Sean says, "Take." He says, "You've never been out of Boston, right?" And Will says, "Nope." All this in a sexy Boston accent, by the way. And then Sean gives this speech. "If I asked you about art, you probably gave me this skinny and about every art book ever written. Michelangelo, you know a lot about him. Life's work, political aspirations, him and the Pope, sexual orientation, the whole works, right? But I bet you can't tell me what it smells like in the Sistine Chapel. You never actually stood there and looked up at that beautiful ceiling, seen that. If I asked you about women, you'll probably give me a syllabus of your personal favorites. You may have even been laid a few times. The language here is just beautiful. But you can't tell me what it feels like to wake up next to a woman and feel truly happy. You're a tough kid. If I asked you about war, you'd probably throw Shakespeare at me, right? Probably not, but let's say. Once more into the breach, dear friends. But you're never near one. You never held your best friend's head on your lap and watched him gasp his last breath, looking to you for help. If I asked you about love, you'd probably quote me a sonnet. But you've never looked at a woman and be truly vulnerable, known someone who can level you with their eyes, feeling like God but an angel on earth just for you, who could rescue you from the depths of hell and you wouldn't know what it's like to be her angel. To have that love for her, be there forever, through anything, through cancer. And you wouldn't know about sleeping, sitting up in a hospital room for 2 months, holding her hand because the doctors could see in your eyes the terms visiting hours don't apply to you. You don't know about real loss. because that only occurs when you love something more than you love yourself. I doubt you've ever dared to love anybody that much. I look at you. I don't see an intelligent, confident man. I see a cocky, scared, shitless kid. But you're a genius, Will. No one denies that. No one could possibly understand the depths of you. But you presume to know everything about me because you saw a painting of mine. You ripped my fucking life apart. You're an orphan, right? I know the first thing about how hard your life has been, how you feel, who you are, because I read Oliver Twist. I encapsulate you. Personally, I don't know about all that. Because you know what? I can't learn anything from you that I can't read in some fucking book. Unless you want to talk about you, who you are. And I'm fascinated. I'm in. But you don't want to do that, do you, sport? You're terrified, well, you might say. Your move, Chief. Well done, sir. I know it's a movie. It's interesting, right? So some of that conversation is at some intellectual level, too. It's not just emotional. It's something, it's like, the reason I kind of connect with that is that's a lot of work for a therapist. Like, to really understand other, because okay, I know this is fictional, but just, there's calculation happening. He deeply cares to say the words that the other person needs to hear, but also a little bit loses himself in the pride, but then catches himself again, switches from anger to connection. Yeah,
A lot is brought up there. That you're right. There has to be some emotion in the therapist to care enough to keep going, to keep probing, to open up as he's doing so. Right. He revealed a lot about himself, his own vulnerabilities, but that gave him authenticity. He had to open himself up so that the kid would see the authenticity and open himself up in return. So how do you do that as a psychiatrist and therapist? You have to be careful. You don't want to do too much, but opening up a little bit does help. It does create a chance. You're offering up something, and that helps the patient come back in return, and it gives you that believability and authenticity.
do you pay the price for that, for opening up?
You can.
You have a family, you have an incredibly difficult research. Like, you're doing a lot of things in your world, and it's a price you pay for
Yeah. Well, this is one of the terrifying things about writing the book was I do open up in a little bit about my own personal life and my own personal challenges, and that was a considered decision because I could have done the patient work and the science work and the history of the human family work and tied it all together, but it wasn't. And in an early draft, it was like that, but it wasn't real yet. It wasn't something that everybody could connect with. And then I realized, look, if I'm going to do this, I've got to open up myself, and then people can connect with me and see what I'm really saying. And so I did, and it was not something that I'd gone in planning to do. In retrospect, I learned a lot about myself. It was actually really, I think, a good thing that I did, but it was scary.
Where are the darkest places you've ever gone in your life?
I had things haven't always been easy personally or professionally. I had moments. I was effectively a single dad for a while, a number of years, and these came at probably the hardest, also professional lifetimes for me too. The absolute hardest days of late medical school, internship, taking call, getting up at 3 a.m., surgery, medicine, rounds, unforgiving environments, and then all the while, personal life, stripped down to the bare. And these were low moments, and then I was hit particularly hard by just experiences on the clinical ward, connecting to deeply with patients, like a child with a brain tumor, and feeling it too strongly, and those things when you get down to those lowest of the low moments when everything is stripped away and there's only this raw core. Well, yeah, that's pretty hard. That was probably the lowest moment, and you learn a lot about yourself in those moments. You know what's left, and then what are the roots out from there, and that can be powerful to see in yourself.
Have you thought about killing yourself?
I have not.
Have you seen that thought in the distance?
I am fortunate that has not come to my mind, and I have not seen it even in a distance. And in some ways, I've wondered if that's made me. Am I a less, effective psychiatrist because of that? I've felt everything stripped away. I've been at the lowest of the low, and yet
there's still hope. There's a light of hope still at the end.
Right.
Right. So you've never lost even for these moments that. What was
I don't know why.
You don't know why.
There was no reason.
You don't know why.
No reason to feel hope at that moment, honestly.
So it was just a light without reason.
Yeah, that's right.
What wisdom do you draw from that time? So first of all, you said something funny, which is I wonder if it's somehow not having thoughts of suicide limits your capacity to truly understand somebody who is having those thoughts. So how many demons must a psychiatrist have in order to be a good psychiatrist?
This is a really interesting question. I think everybody knows, and I can say this, that psychiatrists can be a little unusual. We think about ourselves, right? We think about our brains. That may be one reason why we become psychiatrists is we think, oh, that's interesting going on in there. What's that about? So a little introspective, a little introverted maybe, and that's what can make us good when we're good. But also that they select for people who have some unusual aspects, but you don't have to have all of them. There's a lot that can go wrong in the psychiatric realm. I think having some of it, but not all of it, is enough. You get to see how low things can get. You can get you get empathy from that, even if the symptoms are not the same.
Just empathy for struggle, for suffering.
That's right.
Do you yourself have to practice observing triggers, just as a human operating in this world?
I've definitely those skills that have come from therapy. I've found them useful. Yeah. If I notice that we've all been through experiences where we wonder, oh, I got really mad in that interaction. Why did I get that mad? Yeah, sure, maybe I could have been irritated, but man, why did I? And then thinking about it and realizing, okay, back up here, think about the broader context. Think about how that relates to prior events in my life. Okay, yeah, so this is a thing for me. When something of this class happens, then it triggers me. So moving forward, I'm going to be aware of that. And I've definitely used that because it's you don't want to be out of control of those emotions. You want to identify them. You want to know where they come from, and you want to head them off as a civilized human being living on this earth, trying to get along with other people. You want to understand those moments.
Let me return to Robin Williams for a second, and looking at Robin Williams, the actor, the human, and because you mentioned for depression, you can have everything going well, and I think there's just famous cases of just public figures, because a lot of people know them, where they suffer quietly, and it seems like from the outside perspective that they have everything going for them, that they're at the top of their career. And two people that come to mind are Robin Williams and Anthony Bourdain. What insight do you have on why either of those why Robin Williams, a comedian, one of sort of the most jolly humans obviously there's always the darkness that he was channeling in order to present the happiness. But it feels like that realness is only possible when you're deeply self-honest and analytical, and then if you're deeply self-honest, you're going to realize that there's a lot of beautiful things about life that you can discover. And if you do that, how can you possibly then take your own life? I mean, you could go through all of these thoughts, and I think a lot of people really loved Robin Williams, which is why it was really difficult to see how can even Robin Williams take his own life. So I don't know if there's something to be said about the nature of depression from just looking at his case.
I think the action of suicide is not well understood. It doesn't always, although often is correlated with depression. There are cases of suicide where there's not clear depression. That's in a minority.
By the way, because you said it's so interesting, action of suicide, because there's also thoughts of suicide, and probably they're probably somewhat understood, but it's an interesting, because you can think of suicide, if you have suicidal ideation, you can think of that for so many reasons.
That's right.
Right, and thoughts sometimes, like painful thoughts, angry thoughts, or thoughts in general, can be very different. Like fantasies, for example, you can fantasize, like sexual fantasies. You can fantasize. I was just for humor's sake wanted to mention stuff, but then people will think I'm serious. So I'm not going to mention anything. But sexual fantasies, and then I know there's people that have sexual fantasy and they don't want to actually do that in real life. That sexual fantasy serves some kind of purpose in imagination only. And that same way suicide might serve a purpose in imagination only is very unlikely to lead to action. And yet there's other thoughts that maybe are more amorphous that do lead to action. And that leap, that's a fascinating, and that's such a philosophically powerful thought to not exist. Like that question, that's this, is it Sartre or Camus? Camus, who says, like, basic question of why live. Question,
yeah, right. So that's a great question, actually, and there are other related questions. Some people may have the thought of suicide because there seems no point, there's no joy in life. That's one reason that some people can put forward. Sometimes it's not just the absence of joy, there's an active pain, an active psychic pain in some people. And that, the inescapability of that is enough to drive the thoughts of suicide. And then there are interpersonal and cultural reasons as well that can show up. But this act of ending of the self is, in all these cases, there's no real way to study this in animals. No other animal, as far as we know, that we can study has this concept of, this is myself, this situation is not tolerable, therefore I will end the self. To our knowledge, this is not something that can be studied in other animals. So it remains this very poorly understood action. And in predicting it, so what do we do as psychiatrists? We have this challenge. People come to the emergency room, they say they're suicidal, or their friends say they're suicidal, or they've taken some action that didn't lead to death. What do we do? Well, there's a whole range of options. Was it a suicidal gesture in the sense of not intending death, or was the intent death? And if it was the intent was death, what were the reasons? Are the reasons transient? Are they gone now? What's the probability that it will be repeated? So we do all these things just to decide what sort of treatment should be carried out, but nowhere is there deep understanding of the biology, cells and circuits and activity patterns that underlie the action to end the self. It's this frustrating thing. It's so timely, it's so common, it shows up in veterans, it shows up in kids, it shows up in people at every stage of life. And yet we're very bad at understanding it. We're relatively poor at predicting it, and our tools are not very powerful. We can put people in a locked unit. We can give them care, therapy for a while. At some point, we release them, and there's only so much we can do. It's one of the most frustrating things, the suffering that is linked to suicidality.
But it is a decision, and it is an action. And if you look at optogenetics, you should be able to one day sort of understand the dynamics of such weighty decisions.
The individual causes, then, if someone is anhedonic, if there is no joy in life, that very likely is addressable by optogenetics. We know how to turn that dial very robustly in animals. The motivation to overcome challenges, that we have some hope of understanding. Psychic pain, internal negative states, we have actually a handle on that as well. There's a structure in the brain called the habenula and some linked structures around it that seems to generate this negative internal state. It's active when a state of acute disappointment, acute outcomes that go wrong, not as expected. Moments of unexpected pain. The habenula is there, it seems, it's active to report on internal negativity with its action. And so you could imagine strategies to target this brain structure that might have the effect of reducing psychic pain, reducing the negativity of internal states. That is a very concrete hope. It's precise, it's anatomical. Optogenetics has given us all the firm foundation we need to go after that question. So I think there is hope. If you look at the individual causes, the individual symptoms relating to suicide,
and then it's like a puzzle. You put together the puzzle pieces. By the way, I do think my habenula is very functioning very actively. And I wonder if it's like, because you can also learn to channel these things, right? Some of the things we suffer from, I mean, there's degrees of suffering, can be a source of progress and personal growth and development and all those kinds of things. And I mean, what is it? Nietzsche suffered from stomach issues. You know, I wonder if he's written some of those things, if his stomach was all great.
Right.
I mean, I kind of think that a difficult life in some form, you get to choose in some regard, and some you don't. The difficulties you have and the ones you do have, it's nice to use if possible. Sometimes it's nice to treat. Sometimes it's nice to use.
Well, the way you phrase it, I think you're using it. I could be wrong, but if you phrase it in this semi-humorous way about your habenula, it seems to me that you're using that to good effect. Now, but one never really knows what someone else's internal state is. As I look at you, I don't know the depths of what's going on, and it's possible that it's a much harder situation in there.
Yes. So I actually worry about this a lot. So I'm extremely self-critical, like in the privacy of my own mind, which is an interesting thing when you get to meet the internet, and the internet will tell you suck. But for now, and this is what I worry about. I'm very paying attention. For now, it's really, I just have this like very negative voice, but that voice seems to be very useful for productivity, and so I channel it. I just put it on the table and let that voice like talk to me. But I'm like monitoring that voice, because look at Robin Williams. You know, you get older, your brain changes, or like and then that voice can now all of a sudden grow, right? And then where you can't control it as much, you have to be very careful with these kinds of things.
So you're very right about that. So my negativity, I have this. I never think I've done enough. Is sort of where my negativity comes from inside. I never think that I've met the potential of the moment. I haven't made the most of the opportunities that are available. It's still early. I haven't progressed as far as I should. And exactly as you're saying, that works for a while. But then what happens as you get later in life and there's less runway to, fix that, and then maybe then the negative voice is a problem.
But also at that point, the negative voice starts having more and more of a point. So when you're being very successful, it's easy to be like, no, okay, well, like, because later in life, you're really literally just sitting there on a rocking chair doing nothing, and then it's or maybe any kind of tragedy happens, loss of a loved one, loss of a job, loss, or you get screwed over in some kind of way. I don't know. And then all of a sudden the negative voice is just you and the negative voice for days and days and days.
And so I don't know. To go back to your example of Robin Williams, I don't know what was going on inside him. I don't know the nature of his internal state. Was it active psychic pain that?
May I interrupt to just say that Sergey posted an examination of Robin Williams' brain tissue suggested that he suffered from, quote, diffuse Lewy body dementia, LBD. That depression is a symptom of LBD, and it's not about psychology. It's rooted in neurology. This is words from him. So his brain was falling apart.
Yeah. Lewy body dementia, this is a very interesting neurological disorder where, among other things, there's neuron death, indeed. So you've got frank neuron loss. It's not just a matter of some long-standing psychic pain, but you've got a progressive loss. And so clearly you've got a situation where he could have finally reached a point where the balance that he'd worked out between negativity and positivity was disrupted due to loss. The wrong cells died, the wrong projections were cut by the Lewy body dementia. Certainly dopamine neurons die in Lewy body dementia. Those are neurons that give rise to much of the feelings of reward and pleasure that we experience, among other goals. So clearly, in his case, there could have been a very concrete cellular neurological issue that was progressive and pushed him to that point.
But what were you about to make a point about broader that if there isn't not a neurological degeneration?
Yeah, so in his case, not knowing that, it could have been simply that, let's say he had an internal psychic pain state and he was in sort of a compensated mode for much of his life, able to generate enough joy from his comedy and his social interactions, and then, but eventually later in life, those things drop away, the balance shifts. You get tired of fighting the pain for that long, and then so you've got this time-dependent non-stationarity that happens, and then the same symptom becomes no longer tolerable in the end.
What is autism? What do we know about autism?
Human beings exist on a spectrum of how social we can be, and this is pretty interesting actually scientifically, but also very important clinically. There are hypersocial states where people are almost too social. There are chromosomal deletion states where people have instant affinity and bonding and rich, deep seeming connections with people, very verbal. On the other end, people with autism spectrum disorder are not able to keep up with social interactions, and it's a spectrum. Some have mild to moderate difficulties. They may have inability to understand what the next thing to do in a social situation is, but may have perfectly good language abilities. And as you progress further along the spectrum, that gets more and more severe, so they can't make eye contact because it's too overwhelming to think about what has to be done next if a person looks in a particular way.
Yeah.
And then as you go farther, then language and social communication themselves break down, so there's no reciprocity, there's no shared enjoyment. And that this gets very hard then as you get to this far end of the spectrum where there's really an absence of social cognition at all and social bonding. So why does this exist? What is it? It's very genetic. As I mentioned, it's one of the top 3 or 4 most biological, in the sense of most genetically determined of the psychiatric illnesses. It does have these interesting positive correlations, slight positive correlations with intelligence and education. And the reason for that is kind of interesting to think about. Is there something good about it? Just like, or at least part of the spectrum, is there something good about it? Just as we were talking about for depression, as you could say for mania, as you could say for schizophrenia. And here it's kind of interesting to think about the underlying science of what it means to be good at a social interaction. Someone who's very good at a social interaction is incredibly good at dealing with unpredictable information, is able to handle this torrent of information coming through, rapidly changing model of the other person and of the interaction, and their model of you, your model of them. With each word that changes, with each new bit of information that comes in through the conversation, each bit of body language, all this is rapidly changing, and some people are able to keep up with that fire hose of information perfectly well. But that's a special brain state to be in. That's working with unpredictability. That's the only way that can be done is most likely by constantly running models of what the other person might be about to say. So you can't stop and think, oh, what did that word mean? What did that shift in eye contact mean? What do they mean together? There has to be some advanced work going on where you're predicting what's going on if you're to keep up with a rich and fast social interaction. Now, on the flip side, there are brain states that maybe don't have to work so fast that are extremely important still. Dealing with something that's not moving or that's predictable, still complex, like mathematical proof or a very complex arrangement of geometrical shapes, a large number of individual non-moving things. There's possibly a way of being that's particularly good at dealing with these static, unmoving, or predictable situations, and less so with these rapidly changing social situations. And so the way I conceptualize autism is these are people whose brains are not so good with high bit rate, unpredictable information, but maybe quite good at, given enough time, given the grace to work with the system, to look at it from different angles, to take different perspectives with a confidence that it's not changing in between perspectives. That's a brain state that's valuable. It's something that is probably has contributed to a lot of the success of the human family, being able to design something, being able to consider all the different contributions to a static, predictable system.
So autism, in a sense, is a spectrum that has identifiable characteristics about the way people deal with dynamic information, often expressed itself as like social.
That's right.
Dynamic information.
But your use of the word often there is really, I think, smart, because it's not just social interaction that is a challenge in autism. And so many people conceptualize it purely as a social dysfunction disorder. But it's really any unpredictable information that's a problem. It's a challenge for people on the spectrum. They react very negatively to unexpected sounds, even if not social sounds, unexpected lights, unexpected touches. And so it's really unpredictable information that is, in my view, the core problem with the processing in autism, not just social. Social just shows up because it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, I try to not to think about that stuff. I'm afraid of thinking about disorders and things like that, because just like I don't like sort of economics or game theory, I want to be careful with it, because whenever you have a category or a model, it's too easy to just for everything. I mean, it's the OCD thing. I like models too much. I like categories too much. The moment you acknowledge to yourself, well, I have an eating disorder, for example, or something like that, as opposed to just being I'll just leave it at that for my own critical understanding of myself. Let's just say I don't know how to moderate eating fruit. People make fun of me. They think all fruit is healthy. I know. I don't know how to moderate anything, but even fruit. This apples and cherries is a nightmare. Anyway, that's such a psychiatrist thing to say. Very interesting. But there's characteristics, and it's, it's interesting to think about. Like, for example, I have trouble making eye contact, but I actually, as you said it now, it's not that I'm shy at all in that sense. It's literally I'm getting way too much information. It's distracting me. Like, I need to just close my eyes so I can, like, all the things that people seem to be able to do in parallel. It's just, you just asked me a question. For me to think about the answer to that question, I can't have all this cool, rich visual information coming my way.
Yep.
That's literally, because I often close my eyes to think. It's not because I'm afraid of something, whatever. It's just like too much information happening here.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful description. It's amazing that is how you experience the eye contact aspect. I think that's, I mean, you've articulated what, captures it for so many people, which is that it's overwhelming. There's just too much information just coming in through the eyes. And to keep up with it, to know you're going to be expected to keep up with it, first of all. So there's that aspect. You learned socially that there's going to be an expectation if you're making eye contact. People are going to think you're keeping up with it, and you don't want to, because you want to focus on other things and make progress in other, dimensions. Yeah, and so then there's a strong desire to look away or to close their eyes because it's overwhelming, it's a distraction, and it's going to cause errors of understanding.
And of course, our eyes, the way we use our eyes is part of the human communication sense. It can be aware of that element of it. So yeah, I mean, that's fascinating. You should be aware of your own self and those little characteristics, whether it's classified on some aspect of the autism spectrum or just in general, whether it's eating, whether it's depression, whether it's even like schizophrenia. I hope we get a chance to talk to a little bit. Yeah, but those things are all made up of different symptoms and characteristics, and use them as a superpower. I suppose is the best we can hope for in mild cases, I guess.
I do think both brain states can coexist at the same time. The way of dealing with something unpredictable and dealing with something predictable, those are different ways of being. Here's a huge opportunity for very creative model building and theoretical neuroscience, and linking that to these data streams we're getting across the brain that we talked about earlier, these immense data sets of activity across the brain. Here's where I think there could be a real convergence of theoreticians and experimentalists to say, okay, given what we know about wiring of the brain, here is what the brain state is likely to be that deals well with unpredictable information, and here's the brain state that deals with predictable information. Here's why they're incompatible, at least at the same time. Here's why you've got to be able to detect which state you should be in. Here's how you could switch between them. Here's the kind of cells that you would predict, almost like predicting the Higgs boson. Here's the kind of circuitry that I would predict should govern the switching, or might make one state too sticky, too hard to get out of. Right?
Yeah.
That is a huge opportunity for an interaction from the theoretical and experimental side together.
Like one state too sticky. The sort of measure the stickiness of the state and how to lessen the stickiness. Get some oil in the machine.
Yes. Yeah. Well, predict the kind of oil that would work well.
What in your practice is treatment or advice for people on the autism spectrum?
So right now, there's no real medical treatment. There are behavioral treatments that are most effective early in life. They make sure people don't fall too far behind. If you're not interacting socially, you create this, vicious cycle where you fall farther and farther behind because you're not interacting. And these therapies, which are applied early in life, therapists work with the kids, train them to deal with these things that otherwise would be aversive to them, teach them how to predict things and interact, and that has a big effect. But it's behavioral therapy. There's no medicine that works. There are ways of reducing individual symptoms that sometimes come along with autism, and those do respond to medication. So you can, one thing very often, my patients with autism are very anxious because they live in a world that they have a really hard time predicting what's going to happen. And so they find, and some of these are high functioning, Silicon Valley types who, they may make, great livings, but they're very unhappy because they're on the spectrum. They don't understand how social interactions really work. They're very anxiety provoking because they don't know what to say. They don't have any clue how anybody else knows what to say. They're constantly worried they're going to say something that's completely inappropriate, and so they're very anxious. And I can treat their anxiety. It doesn't touch autism per se, but I can help them with their anxiety.
What I just talked about, eye contact. I am richly, with eyes closed and all those kinds of things, I'm richly experiencing the world. And it's not like you're afraid of the world or you're not able, I don't know what to do. No, I know everything. In fact, I know way too much. There's so many cool options. Like at any one moment, there's all this stuff happening. And it's all beautiful. And at any one moment, you can do anything you want. You can take off your clothes. You can punch that guy over there. You can run away. You can go in for a hug. You can say something profound and deep, or you can say something generic, or you can do so many things you can say. And then it'll unravel in all these kinds of ways. In this moment, it can be completely life-changing, or it can be mundane and meaningless. And all of those options are before you at any one moment. And so it's amazing and overwhelming if you allow yourself to think about it. Which, whatever exactly. Like, unfortunately, with chess, you have a few set options. Two-dimensional constraints. There is unlimited possibilities and unlimited beautiful things happening all around you. So I don't think there's a kind of sense that somehow you're limited in the places of in the way you can see the world and how you can interact with the world. I am overwhelmed by the lack of limit that all of us should be. Have you looked around? You can do whatever the hell you want. Nobody will remember you anyway. All of us will be dead one day. You can do anything. You can, I don't know. You can get naked and run around the city as long as you're not hurting anybody, and it doesn't matter. So Austin, yeah. Exactly. Seems like a to-do item for anybody living in Austin for sure.
Yeah. But the spectrum is an interesting concept because that is, when I refer to the spectrum, I'm actually referring to it's a precise clinical term. But you're right; it's been co-opted more broadly, and it is widely used, and it can be an unfair categorization of someone who's socially and occupationally very healthy, and that is critical because we don't define a disorder unless there's social or occupational dysfunction. It doesn't matter what the symptoms are. I've had patients who are pleasantly hallucinating, so frankly psychotic, but doesn't affect their life. So I don't give that person as diagnosis because there's not social or occupational dysfunction. Same with anything on this, any of the diverse symptoms of autism spectrum disorder. If someone has them, but they're successful socially and occupationally, we don't say that there's a disorder. But then you're right, the concept of the spectrum does become a useful, pigeonholing device, which is maybe not the best thing.
Yeah, and the eye contact is an interesting one. I'm torn on it. I'm torn about the usefulness of eye contact because people kind of make fun of it, though. Let me just say one thing about eye contact and about life in general. It's okay to be weird. but like some people, when you have your eyes closed and there's that weird, what is happening to this creature? Like you see a weird creature on the side of the road. It's interesting. Yeah. And you want to, the weird stuff. I'm going to go back to Robin Williams with the That's the good stuff, right? He has that whole speech about him and his wife, and what he loves all the little peculiarities, all the weird stuff, and that like let those flourish. Let them like celebrate those in yourself, and not in some kind of woke way, but in some like very human way. This is what makes us. This is the weirdness.
Yeah, I'm 100% on board with that. I don't think, you know, people who are happy and who have people in their lives who are happy with them. These are, I think, let the weirdness flourish. Let the all the different ways members of the human family can be different. Let's see them all. That's one of the joys of being alive is seeing all the ways we can be human. Yeah, I think about it all the time. Why do we have all these ways of being human? And even within one individual, you go through phases of life where you express different sides of your way of being, which is also a pretty fun opportunity, right? You can go through phases where you're in one mode and phases where you're in another mode, and let that, just let that flourish too. Let the ways that you can be you vary as well. I think that's important for people to explore.
And I should because if you can address the internet, but I would like to sort of ask the internet to celebrate the weirdness of people. Like that's it's the Robin Williams. People call these imperfections, but they're not. That's the good stuff. For any one individual person, find the weird stuff and celebrate it, as opposed to what the internet often does, which is find the weird stuff and criticize it. Because when you criticize the weird stuff, you're creating conformity, which is another human thing. But that conformity creates a boring world. You want the weird. You want the crazy. That's what fun is made of. That's the foundation of humor and all the ways in which we deal with the suffering in the world, with the injustices in the world, is like this huge variety of weird. Yeah, I don't know, and that's what at the depth of psychiatry. It's like you want to acknowledge the weird, celebrate the weird, like step around it to find the particular aspects of weird that are debilitating, like you said, they're somehow negatively affecting your ability to function in the world, as opposed to trying to shut it all down. Well, on that topic, I mean, I'd love to talk to you about schizophrenia. What is schizophrenia from your research, from your general understanding, and what is the full landscape of suffering and wisdom that schizophrenia explores?
Schizophrenia is a state where there is a break from reality, and so this can show up as we call them the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. These include hallucinations, hearing something or seeing something that's not there, usually auditory hallucinations. Paranoia, you can have complex fears, delusions, which we call fixed false beliefs. People get an extremely unshakable but completely implausible idea about something, sometimes related to themselves, sometimes to the world. These are called the positive symptoms, break from reality as we know it. Then there are the negative symptoms that come with it, and these are progressive. These are flattening of emotion, as we call it, so starting to express less and less positive emotion, ending more in a neutral or flat state. Thought disorder, inability to work with complex patterns of planning or thinking, so you can't make plans, you have poor working memory, you can't keep track of where you were in a conversation, in a sequence of actions. So poor and impaired working with the thoughts of oneself, and then these positive symptoms of break from reality. Okay, now why do these come together? What's neurobiology of it, again, we don't know. Schizophrenia, extremely genetically determined. If you look at the numbers, could be upwards of 80% genetically determined.
Wow.
1% of the human population around the world, it's universal. Okay, it's not confined to any one culture, not even really biased in one, culture or another. About 1% around the world, and has this progressive quality to it, untreated. So it's very interesting. There's a break that happens. We call it first break, when someone experiences their first disruption of reality. They can have a completely typical life up until that point. So you might have I've seen, just heartbreaking cases of like this in the Stanford emergency room, where a kid who's come there has been extremely, high functioning in that sense of academic achievement and athletic and interpersonal, and then comes to college. Usually in men, it's around 18, 19 when the first break happens. Some terrifying paranoia hits, or some auditory hallucinations start. You're getting screamed at by a voice in your head. It's so devastating. With women, it comes on also often a little later, sometimes in the 20s. And it can be progressive. If it's not treated, it just progresses and progresses. The voices become overwhelming. The delusions and paranoia extend and expand. The negative symptoms particularly become more and more severe. So one can't even maintain thoughts in any sort of ordered fashion. And then eventually, death, it can be fatal. It can lead to suicide. It can lead to erratic behavior that leads to accidents. Now, it can be treated. There are medications that help. Fortunately, they have side effects. They're not perfect. You can have movement problems and actually a whole host of different side effects that come from the medications. But we can help people now with schizophrenia very, very significantly. But the amazing thing, and this is emblematic of where psychiatry stands, we don't have a deep understanding. Just like with depression, we don't have that heart as a pump level of understanding that we'd like to have with schizophrenia, despite it being so biological, so genetic in its nature.
So is there a way to return to the other side of the first break? So when you have a break with reality, is there a way to kind of stitch it together?
Yeah. So some people that works, but we don't really know how. So medications, antipsychotic medications, we call them, they block a particular neurotransmitter receptor called the serotonin 2A receptor, and they modulate dopamine as well and other neurotransmitters. These can take someone who's actively hallucinating, actively paranoid, put them back in a completely normal state, and some people stay that way indefinitely. So you can bring people back from that back to the other side, have it stitched together. More typically, you'll end up in some intermediate state where symptoms are reduced powerfully, but there might be still something there, and you've got a drop down in functioning that may be persistent for a while. But concepts, what physically is going on. One idea is that it's communication within the brain. One part of the brain is not able to tell other parts of the brain what it's doing. And so the auditory hallucinations are very interesting in this regard. They often have this conversational inner monologue-like quality. As we're walking along the street, we may have an inner monologue, thoughts about what's going on. If we see somebody we don't like, we may have a thought, or somebody would punch that guy, something like that, or maybe I should punch that guy. But these are so far below where we would ever, act or even think of acting. But they're just things that come up, and people with schizophrenia, those inner thoughts, that inner monologue is not recognized as the inner monologue of the self, and so it's perceived as something coming from the outside, or from inside, but from another entity. Another. I
thought you meant like another room.
Yeah,
inside the same building.
Another room
inside there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it could be conceptualized as communication within the brain problem, notifying what another part of the brain what's going on. And there's some evidence consistent with that.
I don't know if you can help with this, but I sometimes have been talking to quite a few homeless folks recently. Just so what I do is I hang out at night and talk to interesting people. And some of them have known people in the past who suffer from schizophrenia, and some of them, like self, will describe as something they suffer from. And they seem to understand something deeply about this world. I don't know if it's correlated or maybe it's another aspect of like depression and all those things that I've encountered in my own life is maybe just the struggle and the suffering is taking you through a life where you think deeply about life. Like there's like self-reflection that society forces on you because it's a disorder of some kind. Is it interesting? I guess my only sort of anecdotal observation is people who suffer from schizophrenia seem to be very interesting and very thoughtful in a nonlinear way about the world.
I've noticed that it's not always positive. There are the unusual ways they view the world. But it's always interesting.
There could be conspiratorial thinking too.
Yeah.
But the theories they have about the way the world functions, they're often very well read, which is also interesting because they're almost like looking for helpful answers there somewhere.
Absolutely there.
And so they might be citing some very interesting literature and then using that to there's a stickiness in their different models of the world and trying to make sense of that world. And those models could include conspiracy theories.
Yeah. They're very attuned to complexity and they come up with unlikely explanations, which is one of the things that hard for them to function. Their explanation, consideration of the component, and a concern about it, and an impulse to work to understand it that is actually quite refreshing. But the first case in the medical literature, there's the classical schizophrenia. There was a patient named James Tilly Matthews who had this. He sketched out for his doctor the experiences he was sensing, and he drew himself as a cowering figure on the ground, controlled by a loom, a weaving device that was sending long threads, projections across space from the loom to him, to his arms and to his body, and controlling him from afar. And he called this the air loom, the loom in the air. And it was such an evocative thing because, this was the start of the Industrial Revolution or mid, and it was where, really industrial strength, looms and weaving devices were really kind of the emblematic of the most complex, powerful technological achievements of the time. And so that was the explanation available to him to explain how his body was seemingly moved without his volition. And these days, of course, people with schizophrenia will have more technology appropriate interpretations. They'll have delusions of satellite or alien control or beamed information. Very, very common to have this delusion of a government agency, sending electromagnetic or radio frequency information to control their limbs. But it's the same thing. Whether it's a thread from the Industrial Revolution loom or RF radiation. It's the same thing, just adapted to the moment, trying to explain the world they live in and their relationship to the world.
They're unconstrained by sort of the thing that's socially acceptable, which is
right.
Both refreshing and dangerous.
Yes.
I wrote down a question. Why do we cry? Are tears a window to some depths that we ourselves don't know? I almost want to make fun of myself for that question, but they do talk seriously about crying.
In fact, the whole first chapter really, really tussles with crying as why do we do it? What does it mean? Why is it involuntary? it seems like a weakness, right? It's because it's so involuntary and it's reflecting something true and inside. At the level of the individual, that seems like a problem, right? Wouldn't it be better if we could control it, if we could not show that emotion when it's not useful, show it when it's useful, but it's not. It's largely involuntary, and so there's a value to it, I think, as an honest reporter of a need, of hope and frailty at the same time. I'm a human being. There's a frailty to myself or my situation where I need social help. I need help from my community. I have hope that is possible, but I'm not enough for myself. I need the community. That I think is what the social signal of crying is. Now, people have studied crying. It's an extreme. You can quantify the extent to which the presence of tears on a face triggers reactions in onlookers, and you can show the same face, presence or absence of tears, and show that to people under quantifiable and rigorous, psychological conditions. And tears are much more powerful at stirring the desire to help in viewers than any other facial feature, which is pretty interesting. That it's the honest one that's also the most powerful, right? It kind of indicates there's a certain logic to our design as social beings, that we have an honest report.
That's hard to control. Yeah. But is it well understood how that connects to the internal state of emotion?
Yeah, there are long-range projections that come. So where's crying generated? This is the confusing thing about it. So we have a little tear duct, the lacrimal gland, that leads the release of fluid. It ejects fluid and it comes out. And nose, of course, that whole system was designed to keep the eye clean, to wash out particulate, irritants. So it's a long-standing, as long as we've had eyes and have been out of the water in our evolution, we've needed this sort of thing. So long-standing biological structure, recently co-opted, it seems, by our evolution as social primates. Now, how could that happen? Well, the lacrimal gland is controlled by structures in the pons, which is a structure deep in our, just above our neck, between our neck and our head, and reflecting its ancient origin, right? As you go farther down toward the spinal cord, these are the more basic, early evolved structures. And in the pons, that's where breathing is controlled, tear duct contraction. And what we found, and with optogenetics, we helped sort this out. There are long-range projections from fear and anxiety regions in the forebrain that project all the way to the pons in and around those areas. The reason those are there, we think, is to regulate the respiratory rate changes, the breathing changes of fear and anxiety. So we know when we're in a state of fear and anxiety, we cope better if we have elevated heart rate, elevated respiratory rate, more blood pumping around, more oxygenated blood. We're ready to meet the threat if it happens. All those cells are down there in the pons too, right next to the lacrimal duct, the tear gland neurons. And so almost certainly this fear, anxiety-induced crying arose from a very slightly misdirected long-range projection that was there to regulate breathing, and a little twist, just a little misdirection, a little missing of one signpost to stop here and go farther, getting to the lacrimal gland neurons gave us crying.
And we just have it, that peculiar sort of structure, neuronal structure that resulted in that. That's what we're stuck with. Yeah. And then ends up being, in terms of social interaction, one of the more important, authentic, involuntary displays of inner state. That's right. And social communication. Oh, yeah. Is there other stuff like that? I mean, the human face is fascinating as a display of emotion, as a display of truth and lying and all those kinds of things. I personally, I suppose, have different sensors that are sensitive to certain aspects of the human face, but to me it seems like the eyes are really important in communication or something. I've talked to a few sort of girls about like Botox and stuff like that, and it always bothers me when I guess guys can do this too, but like when women speaking negatively of, I guess you can call them wrinkles at the tips of an eye, but like to me, when you smile, when you wink, not wink, but like narrow the eyes, something is communicated, and that stuff is really useful. The human face, and when it's gone, it's something is missing. And a lot of little stuff, it feels like it's almost involuntary, I guess, but it's harder to describe as the presence or absence of tears. It's like something about this person, you can tell they're not bullshitting you.
And so that was what made presumably that tier recruitment so powerful. Is it just landed in this very high value real estate for social communication. If it had gone to, there's a lot of neurons in the pons that control, movement of large, muscles, elsewhere. That would have been much less effective as a social signal than something around the eye. So it was, however that little misdirection happened, it landed in a great area for social communication. And because it was coming from the fear and anxiety circuits that regulate that necessary involuntary change in heart rate and respiratory rate, it also was involuntary and then became valuable as a truth signal as social beings. So very interesting when you think about the origins of the human family, the origins of social structures, and our ability and need to call for help when there's hope, but need at the same time.
What is consciousness? So you're actually using techniques. I mean, even putting psychiatry aside, just looking at optogenetics, you're trying to understand some of these deep aspects of the human mind. And maybe this is a good time to return to a question you mentioned you might have an opinion on, if there is such a thing as a theory of everything for the human mind. Because surely answering of what is consciousness is as, well, that's not sure. But it seems like it's a fundamental part of the human experience in the human mind, and solving that question will result in solving the bigger thing about the human mind. The flip side could be consciousness is just a few neurons that are generating some useful thing that make us. It's like the sense of self that you talked about in the mice. Maybe it's a subset of those cells that are just creating a richer sense of self, and that's it.
So this is a great question. All neuroscientists think about this, and a lot of non-neuroscientists too. It's the reason a lot of people came to the study of the brain, is to think about consciousness, and not just being awake or alert, but really what's sometimes called the hard problem of consciousness, which is, what is that nature of that inner subjective sense we have, not just information processing, but feeling something about the information. What is that inner state of subjectivity physically? What is it? And that's called the hard problem of consciousness. And it's not an extremely well-defined question. Everybody has sort of a sense of what it means, but it's such a hard problem because you run into paradoxes quite quickly the more you think about it. And that is exciting also, because it makes us think, actually, there's a big thing that we're missing. The brain is not just a collection of little tricks. There's a big concept.
So that's your sense of it, because like a flip side could be with optogenetics. There's an engineering question. Can you turn consciousness on and off like a light switch?
Okay, so here's where exactly consciousness frames the problem extremely well, and it frames it the following way. So I told you earlier that we can stimulate 20 or 25 cells in the visual cortex of the mouse, and we can make it behave, and we can make its brain act as if it's seeing something that isn't there. We have that level of control. We can pick out 25 neurons, play an activity in both behavior and in the brain. It's as if it's seeing something specific. Okay, now let's do a thought experiment, a Gedanken experiment, and let's play this out. Let's say we could do the same thing for every single neuron in the brain of a human being. Let's say we had total control, and I could do something like I could show you a rich, deep color red, and you could look at it and you would be aware that it's red, but also you might have some feelings about it. Something would be stirred in you, some subjective sense as you looked at that rich color red. And then I would take away the visual stimulus, and I would, in this thought experiment, I would, using some hyper-optogenetics, I would play in exactly the same pattern of activity in every cell in your brain for as long as was needed, whatever, 15 seconds, something like that, that exactly matched what was going on when you were feeling that inner subjective sense. Okay, so in that thought experiment, the question for you is, would you be feeling that same inner subjective sense? Stimulus is gone, every neuron's doing the same thing because I'm controlling it.
There's a philosophical question there. If you ask me specifically, I would say yes.
Okay, good. Most people would say that because it's hard to say no, right?
It's very hard to say no.
If every cell in your brain is doing what it was doing, what else could be different? How could...
Well, most normal people would say yes. Of course, philosophers would then start saying no. They're the ones that say, I'm in sort of to parallel. Sorry if it's a bit of an interruption, but if there's a robot that's conscious in front of you, if it appears conscious, then it's conscious. Like, to me, of course, philosophers again speak up and say, well, no, how do you know it's conscious? Well, how do you know anything is conscious? And sort of, as normal humans, we tend to lean on the experience versus some kind of philosophical concept.
So the great thing about the what you just said, the Turing test, is it's very practical. If it acts conscious, it is conscious. But I think that's limiting. I like the thought experiment. I think it's actually more informative. And so I'm halfway to the conclusion there. But let's take it as your answer was yes, that you would be feeling the same thing. Okay. Now here's where it gets fun. Now that every cell in your brain knows what it has to do, in the sense that we know it and we're providing it, your brain cells don't need to be in your head anymore at all, right? The only reason they're next to each other, and the only reason they're wired together, is to affect each other, to stimulate or inhibit each other. But we don't need that anymore, because optogenetically, we're providing that activity pattern for as long as needed. We're providing the effect of the communication. They don't need to be connected anymore. They don't even need to be in your head. I could spread your neurons all over the continent, all over the galaxy, and I could still provide the same stimulus pattern over 10 or 15 seconds, all those neurons, and somewhere Lex Friedman would have to be, even though no longer existing as a physical object anymore, would be feeling that subjective feeling. And it's inescapable because it's exactly the same as the previous situation.
All the neurons have to be spatially, like the locality constraint. They have to be spatially close to each other. And you talk about light, opto, which is funny because, light is the fastest traveling thing that we know of.
Maybe let's not put them all over the universe because we might get relativistic problems then. Let's just keep them out. Let's keep all your neurons. Let's spread them over North America, okay? And let's play them out. Same pattern of activity. And right, it seems absurd, right? There's no way that could be true. There's no way that Lex would be feeling that internal sense if his neurons are spread all over North America. And yet, it's exactly the same as the previous situation where you said, sure. Well, so we got a paradox, and this is what makes people say
paradox, though. Sorry.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe paradox is the wrong word. We got a problem. We got a problem because it reveals that there's something big about that internal subjective state that we're not explaining, and we don't really have a hope of explaining in the near future.
But don't you think we would still have that? It's just the word internal loses meaning, but don't you think we would still have that internal subjective state? Where's if not, then where the heck is the magic coming from? Okay, well, I think one of the problems that I think we need to let go of is we tend to, outside of the experience of consciousness, hard problem consciousness, we tend to think that we individual humans are really special. not the subjective experience, but the entirety of it, like the body that contains the thing. So the local, the constraint of all the stuff has to be together, and it's all mine.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very. I don't know if that has anything to do with the mechanisms that are creating this. So, in fact, one really nice way to break through that is to either observe or create consciousness that spans multiple organisms. So like that, say it's not an organism dependent phenomena. That the phenomena that's just a peculiar way it has evolved on Earth, but it's a phenomena that doesn't have anything to do with a specific biological system.
Yeah. So we have different parts of our brain exist and sometimes create complex awarenesses of things that involve different neurons that are distributed widely and that need to communicate with each other to form this joint representation, this state of consciousness. But indeed, why do they have to be in the same head? We don't know why that would be the case that they do. And so that's a huge unanswered question in the field is what is it that binds the activity of neurons together so they can form a joint representation? And actually, this comes back to the dissociation experiment we talked about before, where your sense of self becomes separated from your body. Those things that were fused in joint representation, the same concept, unitary, are now separate. And in late 2020, we published a paper in Nature showing how this could be. We used optogenetics to drive this rhythm that ketamine and PCP cause in retrospinal cortex, and we got different parts of the brain to be out of sync when they were active, never able to be active at the same time, never able to form a joint representation at the same time. And so we've got to tipple into these questions. We don't have the answers,
and that mimics the dynamics of ketamine effects.
Exactly.
And you're able to find that kind of oscillation that, wow. So you get even greater and greater control, with more control of individual neurons and understanding. Like if you think of certain neurons that having some role to play in the sense of self, you can play like an orchestra. That to create certain degrees of consciousness, degrees of subjectivity, and thereby understand what is consciousness. But by having a very complicated light switch, essentially.
And here's the challenge: is the nice thing about the thought experiment is that it kind of highlights that we're going to hit the point where we're addressing some very, very fundamental questions. What allows the activity of two sets of neurons to become mutually relevant to each other? This is in some ways maybe one of the deepest remaining questions in neuroscience is what allows activity patterns to become relevant to each other. Do they have to be in sync temporally? Do they need to be is there some other quality that we don't know about that also needs to be present to allow cells to fuse together into a joint representation?
Just so I understand, because it feels close to some very, very deep idea. So there's a bunch of semi-distributed signals going on in the brain, and you're saying there could be something like a theory of everything if one to exist, is to understand how and why signals close to each other start becoming relevant to each other.
That's right.
As part of some very much bigger signal that they're producing.
That's right.
How they coordinate, essentially. Because it's very distributed. I mean, that's a kind of, within a distributed system, how is order achieved? And this is a very specific kind of distributed system that is one of the most intelligent that we're aware of in the known universe. In that would maybe be something also an understanding of the full conscious experience too. That this kind of coordination. How does the coordination between different neurons that are responsible for sense of self, how do they begin to form a big picture that we see as a human experience? That's really, really interesting. So uniting the small and the that's actually literally theory of everything. Uniting the small, the sort of the theory of the neuron, the function of the neuron with the big, just the functioning of the entire mind.
That's right. And I think keeping a toehold in both at the cellular level of resolution and the brain-wide resolution will be critical. If you lose touch with either, I think you'll miss the big insight. So that's what we're trying to do, keeping grounded in the cellular resolution, trying to keep the broadest brain-wide perspective and meet in the middle.
Do you think you'll see it in your lifetime? A major breakthrough in that dimension?
I have hope. It's very hard to predict what will happen with big things like this. If we don't get there, there'll be plenty of other exciting stuff, so it's okay.
But the other aspect of this whole thing is that your life is pretty short. So, first of all, you can die any day. I tend to try to think about that it ends, it can end at any moment, because it really, really can. And if not, it'd be soon anyway. Do you think about that? Do you think about your mortality?
I do. Yeah, it comes back to what we talked about earlier. I never think I've done enough, and it's relevant to that for sure.
There's a deadline.
Yeah.
Do you think there's ever going to be a feeling where you sit back and you're really proud of yourself?
I hope so.
Like, I've done enough. I've done everything there is. Like because the thing is, a warrior has some number of battles in them. And at a certain point, if you're deeply honest, it's like, well, that was a pretty good run. As far as running goes, that was pretty good. And you can hang up your helmet and then go sort of drink some ale, listen to some music with the old lady, and say, I did pretty good. You think you'll get there?
It's something that nature always has surprises for us. The curious mind is always after more. But
Yeah, true.
But biology gives us other rewards, children and family, community, and one can feel good about those things.
Biology is full of rewards, but do you think about those rewards? What do you think is the why of those rewards? What's the meaning of life and this existence? What's the why of biology? What does it want from us? Why are all these cells very busy putting together an organism that seems to want to just be in a hurry to do stuff and survive, but it also just doesn't, it's not happy being survived. Like you said, it's curious. It keeps wanting to get into more trouble. Why?
Yeah, that we're clearly designed for that, right? We're clearly designed to ask why and to answer, and that I think is I don't know the meaning of all life. I think a meaning of our lives is that, and this is the Aristotelian happiness. This is an organism is happy, an animal's happy if it's performing to its design, right? If it's doing what it was made for.
Yeah. Well, you have to understand what's the design, and who's the designer, and what were they up to, and how hard is it? Do you have to build the whole universe? And does the design even know what the hell they're doing? Because maybe the designer built humans to find out about themselves. That's what I would do. Like, if I had the power to build clones, I would build a lot of clones, and I would get them into different trouble to understand, like, what am I designed? What's this body designed to do?
How far can I go that way?
Exactly. And I dissociate myself completely from having any way to know, like, that I know that person.
That's good.
I mean, I suppose you could do that in a single person's body by dissociation. You could yeah. But I do wonder what if you look at Earth as a collection of humans, as a collection of biological organisms, it seems that we're busy doing something, and it just seems too beautiful and too special to be a random experiment. It seems like it's an experiment that's cleverly designed by by some forces of nature that are beyond our current understanding. And maybe that's part of our design is to keep asking why. You said answer. I'm not sure that's part of the design. The answer. I think we're given just the sufficiently limited cognitive capability that we know how to long to find the answer, and we lack the ability to find the answer. That's basically a summary of your career. No, I'm just kidding. And then we give each other Nobel Prizes for having even an inkling of a good step towards the right direction. Carl, you're an incredible human being. I'm a huge fan of who you are as a person, who you are as a scientist, who you are as a writer. I just thank you so much. I'm so honored that you would sit down and talk to me today. It was amazing.
It's been incredibly fun. Let's do it again sometime. It's been really great. Your insights and wit and modesty are really quite rewarding.
Thanks so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Carl Diceroff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
There are no right answers for anything involved in art. We're all trying experiments to find a way. And even for the things that I work on, I don't have a set way that I do anything. I come to every project blank.
Maybe you're just a neat vehicle, and you're channeling ideas from somewhere else.
I believe we know close to nothing about anything. If we embrace that not knowing, we'll have a healthier experience going through life.
The following conversation with Rick Rubin, one of the greatest music producers of all time, known for bringing the best out of anyone he works with, no matter the genre of music or even the medium of art, or just the medium of creating something beautiful in this world. And the list of musicians he produced includes many, many, many of the greats over the past 40 years, including the Beastie Boys, Eminem, Metallica, LL Cool J, Kanye West, Slayer, Tom Petty, Johnny Cash, Dixie Chicks, Aerosmith, Adele, Danzig, Red Hot Chili Peppers, System of a Down, Jay-Z, Black Sabbath. I can keep going for a very long time here. Most importantly, Rick is just an amazing human being. We became fast friends, which is surreal to say and is just an incredible honor. I felt truly heard as a person when I spent the day with him, eating some delicious Texas barbecue, talking about life, about music, about art, about beauty. This was a conversation, an experience I will never forget. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Rick. Are you nervous?
I'm not shaking, but I would say I feel uneasy. And I feel like the sooner we start talking, the more relaxed we'll get.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should sit in this moment and enjoy the nervousness of it. Let me start with Nietzsche. He said, without music, life would be a mistake. What do you think he means by that? Let's talk some philosophy. Let's talk Friedrich Nietzsche from a century ago.
It seems like music has the ability to bring us so much depth in our soul that's hard to access any other way. And without it, there would be a loss beyond the pleasure of it. feels like it's a window into something else.
Something that no other medium can express quite the same way.
I would say not as automatically. Something about music can do it automatically. Maybe poetry or maybe certain abstract forms can get us there. But there's something about music that really can get us there quickly.
But it's also the time, the place, the history. There's something about, like, a lot of my family's from Philly. There's something about driving through Jersey and listening to Bruce Springsteen. And then I'll get like emotional. Like listening to like I'm on Fire. That like one of my favorite Bruce Springsteen songs. There's a haunting kind of strumming to it. It's not a strumming. It's like you picked. It has a country feel to it, almost like a Johnny Cash feel actually. And I don't know, it makes me feel. So for people who don't know, I'm on Fire. That song is, I guess, a love song to a woman that you can't have because she's married or she's with somebody else. I guess it's quite a lot of love songs. But there's something about the haunting nature of the guitar, and then it has to be driving through Jersey. And I feel like everyone has fallen in love with a Jersey girl at one point in their life. I don't know if that's true for everybody, but I feel like that. I haven't either, but I feel like that. I feel there's something about Bruce Springsteen. Is like, yeah, I've been there. And that just takes you to a place of emotion that you just that captures love, that captures longing, that captures the heartbreak of just the way time flows in life and the fact that it's finite. Just all of that in a single simple song. But God, what else can capture that?
Yeah, I don't know. But it's true that there's a connection both between time and place and music. And certain music growing up on the East Coast didn't really resonate with me until I spent time on the West Coast. Eagles being an example. When I lived in New York, the Eagles didn't really speak to me. ZZ Top didn't really speak to me. And then when I started spending time in California and driving through Laurel Canyon, all of a sudden the music of the Eagles felt appropriate somehow. And I started listening to it more.
Got it. So not until you went out west can you understand the sounds of the West. So it's really like New York is a sound. What other places have a sound in the United States?
I think every place does. And that said, sometimes we can get an experience through music of a place. Like we can resonate with the music and not understand why. And then maybe when we go to the place where it was created, it's almost like we have a knowingness of that place. It's not a strange place anymore.
Yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan with blues, Texas blues. You can just listen to Texas Bud and just, again, this is like a woman you're missing, a broken heart, and somehow that connects to the place. The Eagles, what song of the Eagles connects with you? We're talking about like Take It Easy, or talking more like Hotel California.
I'm thinking Take It Easy, but both are great.
Yeah, there's certain songs when I started learning guitar when I was young. That's like, I would like to be the kind of person that not only knows how to play this song, but understands this song, and like have that song be something I played 20 years ago. And I've lived with that song for a while. Like Hotel California is an example. Obviously, there's the solo, but there's also the soulfulness of the lyrics, which I still don't understand. And it could be about anything. And as you get older, I feel like the meaning of the song could be anything.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's the beauty of them. I think when the person wrote them, they may have had one interpretation, but it's not contingent on us getting that interpretation to like it or resonate with it or feel it. In some ways, the best art is open enough where the artist gets to have their experience when they make it, and then the audience gets to have their experience when they listen, and they don't have to be the same.
And then it connects thousands or millions of people together. There's a togetherness in music when you share that music and you're listening to stuff together, like in a car. First of all, the car is a sacred place. So I work in part on autonomous vehicles. And you start to think, well, what are the things you lose when the car stops being a central part of American life? Um, the car ownership. It just feels like the car when you're alone. It's like a therapist thing session because you get angry at other humans. You get and then you get to like sit in your own anger and emotion. You get to listen to a song on a long road trip and remember, like, run through your memories, the heartbreak. I don't know when they got away, but also like the beautiful moments, all of it. Yeah, and all of that in the car.
Yeah, driving also serves another purpose, and it's one of the things that we can do that we have to pay attention enough not to crash, but typically can essentially run on autopilot enough where we could be thinking about something else or concentrating on something else. And the difference between concentrating on something or trying to solve a problem, when you're solely trying to solve a problem versus when you have some little task that's keeping you occupied, I find if I have something slight to take care of, it frees a more creative side of my mind to better solve problems.
You know, I'm kind of jealous of people that found that in painting, for example. They'll be drawing or painting and listening to. So that's the small task you do. You're coloring in the lines. It's like this gentle, peaceful, slow process that requires just a small fraction in your mind, and then you can listen. Some people listen to podcasts that way. Some people listen to music that way. Yeah.
How do you do it? How do you free your mind?
Running is one of them. There's a process. So the most freeing of the mind for me has to go through a process of a bit of pain for a bit. So doing something difficult, it's just like a airplane taking off or something. So that's like, for example, running. The first few miles would just be just first of all, the physical aspect, which is like, you're so fat, you're out of shape, you're this is getting old, this or that. Okay, that slowly dissipates, and then the demons come in, or like, you should be getting this and that and this done. You haven't gotten it done. You're like breaking promises. All those kinds of voices coming in, and after that, maybe mile 4, it's like, fuck it. You just run with the wind at a very slow pace, but with the wind, and then you can think. So it's the footsteps, the physical activity. Then you can deeply think about stuff, ideas, sort of design, whether it's program design stuff or your like high level life decisions, all those kinds of things. I would say running. I used to build bridges from toothpicks. I used to be a thing. It's an engineering. I guess some people like glue together airplanes and stuff like that. But the bridge is such deeply honest work because at the end of it, you're gonna have to test that bridge, and you're gonna see how good your work was. The little details, but also the big picture.
Do you use glue or no?
Yeah, you use glue. So it's not pure physics. It's materials engineering too. There's a way you want to do it is you actually split the wood as thin as possible and then glue it back together because glue is really strong, except for the arches and things like that. So you're building arch bridges, which is a whole nother skill. You have to bend the wood. And it's so cool because the thing can hold thousands of times its weight. And then you get to watch it explode at a certain point from the pressure. And when you do a really good job, it doesn't explode in a kind of some weak point that you didn't anticipate. It just kind of starts cracking. Everything cracks. Everything explodes. It's just pieces fly everywhere. And it's literally hundreds of hours of work just explode in front of you. And that's it's a metaphor for life, maybe. And it's all for nothing. Except for the journey that you took to get there. And no one understands. Speaking of which, back to Nietzsche. These questions are ridiculous, so you're gonna have to try to figure out what the heck I'm trying to do here. So Nietzsche also said a line I love, just and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Do you, Rick Rubin, ever feel crazy? Or maybe you're the one who's sane and everybody else is crazy. You know that the dancing, the joy of the music, of just feeling the music and everybody else just doesn't understand. And this doesn't have to be literally about music. This is about art, about creation.
I would say I feel different, and it's hard to say. It's like which side of the equation is crazy, you know?
Did you ever find a group of people that get you?
Yes.
Is that what producing is essentially? Is you try to find the moments when you just get each other?
No. I would say they're definitely certain artists with certain temperaments. When you're around them, it feels like you can finish each other's sentences. You know, just see the world the same way. Comedians as well.
And that's not essential for the two of you together creating something special.
No.
So it could be a tension too.
It could be anything. It could be any. There's no rules. It'd be like think of it like a coach. The coach could bring what they have to bring to any talented individual, and help them find their way. And sometimes the right coach for the right athlete really works, and other times there's a mismatch.
Have you seen the movie Whiplash?
I did. I saw it when it came out, so I don't really remember it well, but I did see it.
So there's a coach type of figure,
yes,
who is pushing a drummer to grow as a musician, but also to create something special. I don't know if it's even special music skill-wise. It's a special moment. I don't know what he's trying to create. From one perspective, it's just a person who selfishly gets off on being abusive to those he's with. But from another perspective, the way I saw that movie, it's just the two right humans finding each other at the right moment in life and risking destroying each other in the process, but maybe something beautiful will come of it. Do you think that's a toxic relationship? Or does some of that movie resonate with you as that sometimes is required to create art? That kind of suffering?
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, there's suffering involved, but not that kind of suffering. Not for me. There are some people who that's their process, and that's whatever works. There are no right answers for anything involved in art. We're all trying experiments to find a way. And even for the things that I work on, I don't have a set way that I do anything. I come to every project blank, and I really listen to what the artist plays and says, and through what they explain they want to do, help find the best way to get there. Was it implicit in the movie that the mean teacher liked being a mean teacher? You said the way you described it was that he got off on treating people this way. Do we know that to be the case? I don't remember that in the movie.
But we sometimes project that onto people who are really rough on students. We start to think, well, maybe that is fundamentally who they are, and if it's fundamentally who they are, there must be some pleasure in it, or it's an addiction of some sort. But it could be also a deliberate choice made by the teacher.
It also could be a lineage, like in the Zen tradition, there are sort of the mean roshis who, if you do something wrong, take a physical action, and it's just in the lineage. It's considered that's how you teach. I didn't come from that lineage, so I'm much more of a. I feel like it's more of a collaboration between people working together to make the best thing. It's not a boss slave relationship at all. Much more of a let's find our way. And we agree at the beginning of the process that if either of us or any of us don't like what's happening, we say it. And the goal is to keep working until we get to a point where we're all really happy with it. It's like if we make something that an artist likes and I don't like, or if that I like and they don't like, we haven't gone far enough.
In terms of lineage, the ones that seek destruction and the ones that seek happiness all come from the same lineage. You all came from fish, so somewhere in you, deep down, there's the other stuff too. It's just that you haven't been yet, by the way, because you said every new project, including maybe starting today, is an opportunity to channel, to plug into something that was always there and you haven't gotten a chance to plug into. You mentioned listening. How do you listen to a person? How do you hear a person? When you first come in, like we just met, what's the analysis happening? But I mean, with me is one thing. I'm an artist of sorts. I program and I'm human, I guess. So I guess we're all creating art. How do you see, like, how do I bring out? So for people who don't know, I mean, obviously everyone knows that you've produced some of the greatest records ever, but the way I see that is you just brought out the best in a lot of interesting artists. And so in order to bring out the best in them, you have to understand them. You have to hear the music of their soul. Hopefully not being too romantic here, but just like, is there something you could say of how difficult that is? If there's a process, if there's tricks, if it's luck?
I think it starts with this, again, coming in blank, like not having any preconceived ideas, being open and really listening and not thinking about what you're going to say next or what your opinion is or any, not basically being a recorder, just hearing what comes in. And then once you hear what comes in, processing that information and trying our best to do that without any of the beliefs that we might have to impact what that is. If I ask you a question, I don't want to listen to you and have any reaction happening when you're speaking. I want to be as neutral as possible. For me, my goal is not to form an opinion, it's to understand. So if anything, I would draw you out from there and just ask questions to really understand. And if you say something that that somehow triggers me in a way I wonder how you came to that. I wouldn't challenge you. I would ask, like, how did you find that? How did you get to that place?
From a place of curiosity, we would try to figure out.
Yeah, I want to understand who the person is, and through questioning, we can usually get there, or through just spending time together, you find out who the person is.
What about finding out and figuring out how to then take the next steps of bringing out the best in them? Like, is it just trial and error? Let's try this.
It's definitely trial and error. It's always trial and error.
Are you afraid of making a mistake? Like, let's add this instrument, let's remove this instrument. Let's try. Add this line, let's remove this line.
Let's try. And let's be open. One of the we don't really have rules, but one of the agreements in the studio is any idea that anyone has, we'll always demonstrate it. We'll always try it. Because I can describe to you an idea, and you can think, that's a terrible idea. Let's not do that. And then I can play you the idea, and then you can say, oh, that's really good. And it's completely different. Because when we're told something, we have to imagine what that is. And the way you see something and imagine it, the way I see something and imagine it are completely different.
So you say a thing, and now there's two humans that play that thing in their mind differently in their imagination, and then there's a cool creative step in when you actually do it to see how it differs in the imagination, and then the difference or the commonality will be like an exciting little discovery together.
Well, so many groups of people making things together in a room. One person will suggest something, and someone else will say, that doesn't sound like a good idea, let's not do that, and then we move on. The testing of every idea is really important, and that's how you get to see, oh, that's not at all what I thought it was going to be. It happens to me all the time. I know, because someone will suggest, why don't we do it like this? And I'll think, that sounds bad. And then I'll think, okay, let's try it. And then we hear it, and then 8 times out of 10, it's nothing like I imagined, then great.
And you try not to have an ego about the fact that you thought it was not a good idea in your head.
There can't be any ego in this. It doesn't. If everyone's there with the purpose of making the best thing they can, there's nothing else. There are no. There can't be any boundaries to that.
So there's a moment I saw with. I know you don't love talking about previous things you've done, but it's cool to dive in there.
I'm fine to talk to
sample it. Anything?
We'll
I have this pain. I gotta talk now. I'll think of something ridiculous that would make you change your mind. You mentioned I saw a video of you with Jay-Z at Work on 99 Problems where you suggested a cappella, opening the song with a cappella, just no instruments, just voice. That to me, I mean, that's one of the characteristics of the things, of the ways you brought out the best in artists is doing less, sort of tending towards simplicity in some kind of way. So that choice of acapella is really interesting because I could see a lot of people think that that's a bad idea, but it turned out to be a really powerful idea. Can you maybe talk about the simplicity, how to find simplicity, why you find simplicity is beautiful? It does appear to be beautiful. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know where it comes from. It has been with me from the beginning of my work. The very first album I ever produced, the credit I took was produced by me instead of produced by me. For that reason, like I like the idea of getting to the essential, and I have a better idea now that I've done it for a while. But at the time, it was purely an instinctual thing, and part of it is there's a sonic benefit, which is the less elements you have, you can hear each of the ones that are there, and they can sound better. And the less there are, the more space they can have around them, and the more you can hear their personality. If you were to record 10 people playing the same guitar part, and you listen to it, it would sound like guitar. If you record one person playing a guitar part, it sounds like a person playing the guitar. It's different than just guitar. And often in the studio, the idea of building upon things and adding layers to thicken to make it sound bigger. Sometimes the more things you add, the smaller it gets. So it's a lot of it's counterintuitive until you just in practice see what works.
Try it. So try removing stuff until it's just right. It's the Einstein thing. Make it as simple as possible, but not simpler. That's such a like finding a stopping place. Just keep chopping away.
Yeah, there's something we also like to do called the ruthless edit, which is, let's say you're at a point where you can work for anything. I'll give you the example with an album. We've recorded 25 songs. We think the album's going to have 10. Instead of picking our favorite 10, we limit it to what are the 5 or 6 that we can't live without. So going past even the goal to get to the real heart of it, and then see, okay, we have these 5 or 6 that we can't live without. Now, what would we add to that makes it better and not worse? And it's just it puts you in a different frame when you start with building instead of removing.
And you might find that there's nothing you need to add.
Sometimes something happens when you get to the real essence. And when you start adding things back, it becomes clear that it was just supposed to be this tight little thing.
Can I ask you like a therapy session question? So I like you mentioned somewhere that one way to kind of think about music, to get into music, is to look at the top 100 albums of all time and just go down the list, like just take it all in like one piece of artwork. So I was doing that for a while. It's a cool experiment because unfortunately I have to admit I've gotten lazy and stopped taking in albums as albums. And I looked at one interesting top 100 list, top 500 actually, which is put together by Rolling Stone. And they put the therapy session part. And this has to do with simplicity too. They put Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On" at number 1. Spoiler alert. So I'd like to maybe get your opinion on that choice. The reason Marvin Gaye is really interesting, it'd actually be cool to play with what's going on in a second. But when you just listen to his like a cappella, just listen to his voice, it is really good. Like people, it makes me wonder if it's possible to pull off like most of his songs with no instruments. Like in many parts, there's so much soul in just Mercy, Mercy Me, What's Going On. There's so many songs that you could just be like, I wonder if you could just like, just go raw. Or maybe in parts, or maybe do what you do with Jay-Z, just open up and up. Anyway, there's something so powerful with a great soulful voice. But do you mind if I play it real quick?
No, please.
It's probably one of my favorite songs, and it's up there. That voice. There's some just very subtle backing vocals. This one hurts. Father, Father, we don't need to escalate.
What if the father he's talking about is?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, so for people who don't know, his own father ended up killing Marvin Gaye.
Yeah.
I mean, that one is really painful. I mean, for a lot of people, your relationship with your father, I mean, there's different dynamics, but it's almost like part of life is resolving some kind of complex puzzle you have with the people you love, the people close to you, or the people who are not there, all those kinds of things. That's so much pain in that. You don't need to escalate father. I never thought I always thought it's his father directly.
Yeah, I don't get that. It could be, but I don't. I feel like it's more masculine spirituality.
Like a father figure, or just broadly some kind of spirituality.
Could be like God, Father God, Mother God. You know, like it could be. I don't know.
There's so much. It's like both hope and melancholy.
You saying war's not the answer. It's like you don't tell your father war's not your blood father war's not the answer. It's a strange conversation. It's a bigger conversation than a personal.
Don't you think it feels like war when it's personal? What's the difference between the war is personal too? It's only leaders think about war in a geopolitical sense.
Yeah.
When people that fight wars, you lose your brothers. You lose. I mean, the death is just right there. So it might feel just like that. But yeah, there is a dance between like the personal and like talking to the entirety of the society. So John Lennon, Imagine, like also a song where cynical? Is it like melancholy? Like heartbroken? Like you hope, you wish things would be a certain way and they're not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. John Lennon's giving up on the world. If you imagine.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's an interesting question. There's another John Lennon lyric, and I think what it is. Give me a second. Different songs keep coming into my head. It's not the one that I'm looking
And you keep pressing next.
Across the universe, nothing's going to change my world. And when I hear that, I hear it as hopeless. But I don't believe that that's, well, it may be how he meant it, but I don't think that's how it's normally taken.
And it's also the taker is important. I'm generally optimistic and hopeful, so I always like look for the hope in the harshest love, heartbreak songs are always somehow hopeful to me. That's a love song. To me, like a song about losing love is a song about the great capacity for love in the human heart. That's what I hear. So to me, losing love is exciting. Because it's like, that means you really cared. That means you felt something, you feel something, you can sit in that pain, and that pain is a reminder what it means to be human. When you're that, what is it? We're just listening, the only man who could ever reach him is the son of a preacher man. It's like that early love or something, or partially sexual or whatever. That's not as interesting to me. It's fun. It's great. It's that heartbreak. That's the mind that you go deep. Although that's a damn good song.
Have you ever heard the Detroit mix of the Martin Gaye album? Call it up. By far better. Mind blowing. I just heard it recently. Blew my mind.
Oh wow. Reverb. Distant. Feels like it's all around the room more. More voices. More voices. He's layering his own vocals. Feels like there's multiple people singing. Yeah, it's beautiful.
It seems to have more energy. If you listen to the whole album, even though you just said you don't listen to albums anymore, the Detroit mix of the whole album,
Yeah.
a lot.
I don't know.
I mean, that
makes me wheeze laughing every time. I love you. You just made my day.
There's layers.
Mommy short legs.
And maybe, I don't know if you remember, if memory serves me correct here, he produces this own album here. Marvin Gaye was the producer on this.
I believe so. And this one sounds more like it's a get together. And the whole album sounds more like a get together where it's a group of people in a room playing music together. Whereas the album version sounds more like like a recording. This sounds less like a recording and a little more like a party.
Now, you had a series of conversation with Paul McCartney, which is amazing, and people should watch. But is there, this is continuing our therapy session, is there a case to
Fuck off, Rabbi. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. Fuck off. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. Shout out to Janston Bird. Love you as well.
Can you in that each case.
There's always a case. I mean, there's always a case. There's no in reality in art. There is no.
Fuck off, Rabbi.
That makes sense.
Fuck off, Rabbi.
Numbers on things.
Love it.
It's like
love
is
it.
this apple better than this peach? Like,
fuck off, Rabbi.
But if you just have to keep one to represent the human species,
this Rabbi Discord spam has follows me like 5 times in a different. Yeah, no. Fuck yeah, girl. You know it. You love it. Biggest pimp of all time.
But I don't know the full historical context to the impact of the music. I don't know if that's something.
Mommy short legs.
Like this
Let
kind
me
of
see them stems.
imagine what it was like back then to create, to go to the studio, to do such interesting work in the studio.
Did you name your kid Grimace like that McDonald's thing?
I've never been able to understand Beach Boys. God only knows.
The song God only knows.
God only knows, but all of it. The album, the Pet Sounds, just
My Room
was in my room.
That song.
Is that what was your favorite on the album? That
on the Pet Sounds album.
Pet Sounds.
The opening track.
Do you mind if I play it?
Please.
It's too fun.
That's part of their trip, though.
You open the heart with fun.
Oh man, we might have a bang bang play here, kids.
Mono and stereo mix version.
What's the opening song? Wouldn't it be nice? Yeah, that's the song.
Wouldn't it be nice if we were older, then we wouldn't have to wait so long? And wouldn't it be nice to live together in the kind of world where we belong? You know it's gonna make it that much better if we could take a night and stay together. Wouldn't it be nice if we could wake up in the morning when the day is new? And spend the day together, hold each other close.
To me, like George Harris, like is that the one about album? While my guitar gently weeps. I mean that. With the Beatles, it's so hard.
Oh man, I gotta take a dumpster.
I'll say a very different song. That's my favorite song, but
why?
I often return to.
Why not? Shout out to Mommy Short Legs. You can get it, girl.
Anything George Harrison, honestly, something.
I'll give you some longer legs, girl.
What would you classify that? There's like several Beatles songs, like categories of Beatles songs. So that's like the melancholy love songs or ballads or something like that. Yesterday, Let It Be. Do you have favorites? So from how would you change as a man, as a human being, as a musician and music producer, ever having done that lengthy interaction with McCartney?
Anytime you're around someone who's such a hero and you spend time with them and they're a human being, it helps put perspective on everything.
That they're just human.
Well, obviously. I mean, everyone's just human. And but I remember the first time I got to see Paul McCartney play live. It was in a stadium of 70,000 people, and he started playing, and I started crying. And I couldn't believe I was in, even with 70,000 people, I couldn't believe that this man walks the earth and that I'm in the same place as him. And he's the person who wrote that and played that. And now he's here playing it for us. Mind-blowing. That's the voice. It's overwhelming.
Is it inspiring, or is it because sometimes when you have, and I've gotten a chance to meet, I mean, I love people in general, like every person is fascinating to me, but yeah, when you've been a fan for a long time and you meet a person, I'll just remove present company, is you it's like, oh, they're just human. So there's both. It's both inspiring that just a simple human can achieve such beautiful things, but it's also like almost wishing there were gods moving around us. It's somehow peaceful. It's more comforting to know that there's bigger fish. I'm just a small fish, and then there's bigger fish, and they will take care of the ocean for us.
I think we're all capable of being big fish. I don't think that there are special people. I don't think it's like that.
I would make a case. So the variety of artists that you worked with and brought the best out of, it does seem that you're out of this world. So, do you think you would know, like, if you're the same kind of species? Maybe you're just a meat vehicle and you're channeling ideas from somewhere else.
I feel like I'm channeling ideas from somewhere else, 100%. But I think
Have you asked questions about where from?
I believe we all are, though. I believe we are. We're vehicles for information that when it's ready to come through, it comes through, and the people who have good antennas pick up the signal. But if I'm sure you've had an experience in your life where you've had an idea for something and you've not acted on it, and eventually someone else does it. And it's not because they're doing it because you had the idea and they stole your idea. It's because the time has come for that idea. And if you don't do it, someone else is going to do it.
It's being broadcast by whatever the source is.
Whatever the source is.
Yeah, I tend to see humans as not quite special in that way. Yeah, it's different kinds of antennas walking around, listening to ideas. And ideas are. I like the notion of Richard Dawkins of memes. It's kind of the ideas of the organisms, and they're just using our brains to multiply, to select, to compete, to evolve. And humans, we really want to hold on to the specialness of our body, of our mind, but it's really the ideas. So if Fred Krugman was born 2 centuries ago, you wouldn't be a music producer. You'd be, or I mean, maybe, but you have an antenna. And if no signal's coming in, or you'd be hearing potentially a different signal. Is there...
I think we all have our own antenna for whatever it is that we, maybe not everyone has tuned into their antenna to see what it is that their strength in bringing through is. I'm lucky in that it found me because I didn't know that I didn't even know this was a job.
I sometimes wonder, a lot of young people, a lot of people wonder, like, what's the purpose and the specs of my antenna? What am I put on this earth to do? Like, if I can live 1,000 lives. There's so many trajectories, and imagine the greatest possible trajectory that reveals the most beautiful thing I can possibly create in this world. Live the most beautiful way. What is that? I feel like that's a good exercise to think about, because it's also liberating to think that you can do anything. I mean, that more and more, I suppose that's kind of life. It's like society is pushing conformity on you. I thought I had my own flavor of conformity I thought I was supposed to be following. And then early on, I would say, like, in the late 20s, you realize, wait a minute, you don't have to do what teachers tell you to do, what parents tell you to do, what society tells you to do. You can, like, I would never wear a suit if I listened to, like, my colleagues in the community who think that a suit is like the symbol of a symbol of conformity, actually, which is hilarious. But it's actually a kind of rebellion, and everything else of that nature. Doing these silly podcasts, like.
I have a question I have to ask.
Sure.
Because you brought up the suit.
Yeah.
Do you wear the suit? Is this your daily uniform outside of podcasting?
So for the longest time, it was some kind of suit, and then recently, coinciding with going to Texas, there's a I'm such a loner. I'm an introvert, and there's a bit of a hiding from the world when I wear other stuff. I really want to not make fame, recognition, money, all those things a motivation at all. And the world kind of wants you to make those motivations. Not the world, but I would say maybe the Western world, maybe America, maybe a capital system does. But
That's a choice to buy into that or not.
it takes a brave person, a person of character, to not buy in.
Oh, this is wonderful.
I'm like a baby deer trying to find its legs. You don't have to buy in. 'Cause I love people, and I think I'm kind of an idiot. And so when other people say do this and do that, there is a pressure there. It's actually very difficult to not listen necessarily to the advice of others, and yet keep yourself fragile and open to the world. It's easy to be like, I'm always right, just kind of sticking your ground. But if you want to be like vulnerable, if you want to connect with people and just wear your heart on your sleeve, then you go to listen to them. I mean, that's the double-edged sword of it. And but then again, that pain, like if you don't let it destroy you, you grow from that. Has fame affected you at all? Did you unplug from the system at some point?
Saying I've always been sort of removed. I don't feel like I'm part of any system.
Do you feel famous?
I'm aware that when I go out, people, say nice things to me, which is great. But that's about it. That's as far as it.
But it doesn't affect your art, about your creativity, or your thoughts. Like when you're sitting alone and thinking about the world.
It can't. It's a destructive force. The reason that
Shout out to Mommy Short Legs.
and the reason that you're finding the success you're finding is because
Fuck off, Rabbi. I don't want to talk to. Fuck off. I don't want to talk to
so
Rabbi.
Start changing that to conform to you.
Please talk with Rabbi in Discord now.
Someone else's idea of what you should be doing. It just seems like it doesn't make sense.
Everybody
Do you
knows
have a
me.
sense of who you are? Because I don't necessarily have a...
I don't know. I know that I really like making good things, and I know that I'm crazy about it in that it's like an obsession. That I want things to be as good as they could be, whatever it is. And if I finish a music project and I have a window of time where I'm not working on music, I might be moving the furniture around in the house. I'm always looking for a creative outlet to find a way to make something better. Or there was a period of time where I was in a weird corporate situation that was it didn't allow me to flourish, and I focused the creativity in on myself, and I lost a bunch of weight and changed my life. And
So that was the kind of art, like you've gone through the whole process of losing weight, getting in shape, getting healthy. That was a kind of creative act.
it certainly was. It wasn't an intentional creative act, but I had a lot of energy, and a series of events happened. I read a book. At the time that was my heaviest. I weighed about 318 pounds.
Yeah.
And I've been sedentary my whole life, basically laying on a couch working on music. So I've never been physically active in my life. And I read a book about a guy named Stu Middleman, a runner, who ran 1,000 miles in 11 days. And I thought, wow, I get out of breath walking to the corner, and another human being can run 1,000 miles in 11 days. I feel like I have bad information. Clearly I'm doing something wrong. And I reached out to the person that Stu mentioned in the book, Phil Maffetone.
Who's a legend. I really appreciate him as well. He's Math 180 method too. He's just such an interesting. I think he focuses on
Heart rate training, and he was the first person to talk about essentially
low carbs,
paleo, keto diet 40 years ago.
Okay, for a person who's going to be healthy, who can exercise and actually perform at an elite level. He's the first person when I, talk about heart rate training, him and other endurance athletes he influenced. he gave me permission to like run slower.
Yeah.
It was the first time I realized, oh, I can run long distances if I just run slower and I take that seriously. And I actually fell in love with running very much so. Because for me, everyone's different, but for me, the love of running happens in the longer distances.
Did you read Born to Run? Great book.
Amazing. But there is something special about running. And everybody has their own journey with it. And even ultra marathon running was kind of the thing. It is like many journeys, one that can pull you in. Like you won't be the same person after. And I try to be deliberate about making choices after which you will not be the same person. And so I'm nervous about like the ultra marathon running world. I have to talk to you about Johnny Cash. I mean, when people ask me what my favorite musical thing is of all time, it's a very difficult question to answer, of course, but I'm pretty quick, if I'm not allowed to pick anything by Tom Waits, I'm pretty quick to say Hurt by Johnny Cash, the performance, the whatever you call it, whatever the heck that is, because that's not just a song covered by an artist. That's a human being at the end of their life. That the rawness of that, there's also a music video which for a lot of people adds a lot to it. For me, just the music alone is, the guitar, every choice on that. See, the few things I've heard about it, it seemed like almost accidental. Like little subtle choices here and there. Can you maybe comment on that? To the degree, I think you had a huge role in sort of bringing Johnny Cash back from a different part of his life. So bringing something out that wasn't there before, and it was incredible. It was a celebration of a really special musician, and a totally new kind of celebration. Now, Hurt is just one of the songs that's an amazing celebration of Johnny Cash, but Hurt is like at the peak of that. So what was that like, putting that song together? Maybe it might be nice to listen to because I love that song. And as a guitarist, the simplicity of it. It seems like every choice contributes to the greatness of the song. Simple, it's crisp, it's dark too.
It's one of the greatest opening lines of any song.
The shape, that's that. Yeah. See if I still feel.
Yeah, I'm talking about the lyrics. I don't even mean the performance. The words are.
But those words out of Trent Reznor are not the same. They have a different meaning coming out of Johnny Cash's mouth.
What have I become?
Written probably for a young man.
I think he was 20 when you wrote it, Trent.
Anger, regret, pain. The way the guitars played, the choice of instrument, the layers there, the freedom to give him to use the voice that's faded, not fading, it's changing. Maybe he's losing some aspects of his voice. And it's almost like shaking a little bit, and it's a little bit out of tune parts. How much of that was deliberate? How much was like? How do you give Johnny Cash the freedom to do that? How do you find that together? Is there any insights you can give?
I think it's a case almost of like the right pairing the right role with the right actor, you could say. The song lyrics, the reason we chose the song was because of the lyrics, purely about the lyrics. And at that point in time, both Johnny and I would send each other songs of possible ideas to record, and that was one that I sent him, and he didn't respond to initially. I would send him that time we would burn CDs. I would send him like CD of 20 songs or 25 songs, and he would send them to me.
You burned a CD for Johnny Cash, and you sent him of different songs,
of like songs to consider recording.
Yeah.
And we would send these back and forth. And then that I had heard on one of the ones that I sent him, and he didn't respond. And usually, if he didn't respond, we didn't go back to it. You know, and that one I remember I sent it again, and I put it first on the next CD. And when we spoke about when he listened to the CD again, he didn't respond. I said, check out that first song, and I really feel like that one could be good.
What did you see in that song?
It's the lyrics. It's the lyrics.
Because I feel like there's very few people in the world that would see these lyrics in Johnny Cash's mouth and think this is a good idea, including Trent Reznor.
Yeah, I know that Trent had trepidations in the listening. But if you listen to the words, if you forget the music, and if you forget what Nine Inch Nails sounds like, and you just read it like a poem, and then you imagine a 70-year-old man reading these lyrics, it'll be profound. It's profound. So that was based on the lyrics that started the journey. And then at this point in time, Johnny was not in great health. And sometimes I would go to Nashville and record with him at his house. Sometimes he would come to California, but he was coming to California less regularly. And because there were so many songs we wanted to try, he would start sometimes recording just a straight acoustic version. Like he would have someone play guitar, he would sing, and they would send those to me, and we would discuss, like, is this one to build on? And that was when we said, I don't want to record this one until we're together. I feel like we should do this one together. So on the next trip to California, we recorded it at my old house. And I mean, all the songs we recorded felt special, so I can't say this one felt special. But lyrically, it's more the lyrics have such a profound sense of regret.
What have I become?
Yeah, and to hear when you're 20 years old talking about regret, it's heartbreaking, but it's heartbreaking in a different way because you have your whole life to figure it out. When you're looking back over your life at the end of your life with regret, it's brutal. It's brutal. So that was the initial spark of doing it. And then when we recorded it, I believe it was 2 guitar players, if I remember correctly, maybe even 3. Smokey Hormel, Matt Sweeney, and Mike Campbell, I believe. And then Montench was playing the piano in my living room as we were doing it. And we cut the basic track, and with Johnny singing. And then Johnny probably sang over that basic track a few more times. And then we comped his vocal, and then built up the drama. And you didn't get to the part, but at the end of the song, it gets very loud. The music gets very loud. Yeah. It's subtle because it's not anything that takes your ear, and the vocal is so powerful that you don't really think about what's going on.
But it's building the whole time.
It's building, and it even gets distorted at the end. It gets really like overpowering, and that's part of the emotion of it. Yeah.
So I hear almost anger and frustration. And it just brings out the clean vocal. And it's so simple, so incredible. And it's interesting to have a young man's lyrics in an old Johnny Cash voice and heart, mind. I had, are you a fan of Tom Waits?
Of course.
Tom Waits, when he was younger, had his a song called Martha. There's a bunch of songs he's written when he was young. It's like, how does a young man have that like melancholy wisdom? The song Martha is about an older man calling a woman he used to love that she's now married, that he's married, and they're having that conversation that was spoken for 30 years, and they realize that there's still love there, and it could have been a different life, a different world where they could have been together. And here's like a 23-year-old Tom Waits writing so beautifully about
Fuck Rabbi in his
that's
Discord.
very,
Fuck yeah, hot boy.
like telling me how real that as an older person looking back at that love that you had and realizing it was really, it's still there. Inklings of that love are still there.
I think there's a
Fuck Rabbi
when a
in
young
his
person
Discord.
writes a sad song, they almost seem more willing
Peppa
to
Pig.
go to a more hopeless place because they have a
Summer's
journey ahead.
Yeah.
Fuck
And
Rabbi in
older
his
artists
Discord.
tend to want to look at the bright side of things, which also I think comes from the wisdom of aging. It's a more realistic position, so it's not uncommon for younger people to write. I think even in the Beatles, you'll see like they're very heavy lyrics, middle to late
Fuck
era Beatles,
Rabbi.
which is still
And
they're
fuck
in
his Discord.
early 20s, I guess.
Oh, that's fun to
Hilarious.
think about. So much accomplished.
Unbelievable.
And they went to the full journey from fun to darkness in a span of a few years. You mentioned lyrics. So you've obviously produced albums with incredible lyrics. I think you mentioned the interesting characteristics of hip hop or rap is that you're writing poetry to rhythm versus writing poetry to melody. So that's like one way to think about it. And I'm a fan of
Fuck
Tom Waits,
Rabbi in
Leonard
his
Cohen. I'm a fan
Discord.
of poetry, period. Is there something about highlighting the poetry of it, the power of words, did with Hurt? If I had to put it, it's one a Tom Waits song that's like less than a minute long that I always go back to. It's one I really love. It has just a few lines. It's called "I Want You." And all it is him saying, "I want you." This is a 22-year-old Tom Waits.
Give me some brothers, giving wrong. If only you would see.
Fuck you, Rabbi.
All I want is you.
And then he hums for 20 more seconds.
Yeah, beautiful.
So some man, that young man, like, and but for people who don't know Tom Waits, you should definitely listen to him. And his voice sounds very different now, and it's interesting to see the evolution of a human voice, the the artist over time, because that's a young, like, boy-like voice, hopeful, less clever, less witty, more simple. That simplicity is there. And he's not. I mean, that takes guts to be so simple. I would say, and lyrically and musically. Is there sort of laying that out on the table? Is there ways that you like to highlight the voice, the lyrics, or is there's no one rule? So, to you, what is the thing that makes music special? Is it the rhythm, the melody, or is ultimately the lyrics are always there, or the idea?
You just asked me 5 different questions.
I don't care. I just get that. It's not about you.
You don't want the answer.
I don't want
Just want to ask.
the
I'll listen.
I look forward to your comments, the internet. Okay. You have the greatest producer of all time in front of you, and you can't shut the hell up. That's right, friends. But you do value lyrics. Is there a way to celebrate lyrics?
I value lyrics if the lyrics are important. I'm not a lyric person. I'm very much whatever the thing that makes the thing good is the thing that I'm drawn to. For me, for a long time, lyrics meant very little. I would say from the yes,
Beginning?
yes, from the earliest
Fight for
days.
your right to party, Beastie Boys?
Yeah, it was fun. I thought they were good lyrics, but it wasn't what was important. I mean, it was in a almost a novelty way, not in a serious way. Early in my career, I was much more focused on the rhythm, first the rhythm, and I would, if the lyrics weren't good enough, I would be aware of it, but it wasn't the driving force for me. And eventually, over time, then melody became an important piece, which it wasn't in the beginning. And then lyrics became more important over time. But it's always been always changing what draws me in. And one of the things I found, as it relates to lyrics, that can give a lyric a different power has to do with rhythm, where if there's no drum, the lyrics tend to mean more. So earlier what you were saying about if it was just a cappella, you felt Marvin Gaye in a different way hearing the a cappella.
Can you comment on, I mean, in terms of one of the greatest albums ever, why does it sound so raw? Her voice.
She's just a great singer.
But this is you're not doing anything else. You're doing the there's strumming, and then there's just a single beat, and then it builds. It gets simpler, but it feels like it's a giant orchestra. Goes back and vocals. The anger. I love it. But it just, there's something about such a powerful voice and the instruments not getting in the way. I mean, the same with her and Johnny Cash. Is there? Why does it sound so like raw? It's the same as her. It feels like you're in the room with them, it feels like they're not even singing. They're like they're literally freshly mad and angry.
I think those are the things that make great singers sound like great singers. It's not anything that's happening in the studio. I mean, I would say the only thing that us in the studio can do is kind of get out of the way and not ruin it. You know, it's like that's what comes through of these people.
I should also, before I forget, there is a lot of song choices on that CD. I'd love to see the full options on the CD that you sent to Johnny Cash that I love. So Solitary Man is one of my favorite choices made there. Is that a Neil Diamond song?
It's funny you talk about them as songs because I tend to listen more to albums than songs. So
That's what you're doing in your head. You're pulling up the album essentially.
no, I'm going to that song, but I don't know. I've never listened to that song, but I know that when that song comes up in the sequence of the album, it has a really powerful effect in me. Let's see what it does if you just start it.
If you could read my mind.
Oh, so interesting. Wow.
Just like an old time movie about a ghost in a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains around my feet. You know that ghost is me, and I will never be set free as long as there's a ghost that you can't see.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful choice.
Beautiful melody, such a beautiful melody, haunting words.
Sung so simply. I have to. I was born in the Soviet Union. When you're growing up, there's a few bands that kind of. I mean, they're probably forbidden still, but they seep in. You get like bootlegged, and they somehow take over the culture of the young folks, such as myself. So on the metal side, it was Metallica and Iron Maiden, and on the I don't know what you call them, but Beastie Boys. I remember hearing "Fight for Your Right," and it was just like, for some reason, that stuck, as it did for a lot of people in Russia. It's like, wow, America is when you get to say "fuck you" to the man, the rebellion, the freedom. I probably heard it a few years after it was released because it dissipates the culture. You get the bootleg it. I mean, it's hard to get your hands on. I just remember. I want to kind of bring that up because it was such a personally important song to me, and yet probably you didn't even think of that. You probably thought of it as its role in the culture here in the United States, like in terms of musically. But it's just,
21 years old, and we just.
Well, you were that kid too,
right?
right?
We were just making fun songs for our friends. There was no expectation.
That's just a fun song.
Yeah, no one thought. We never imagined anybody would like any of it.
One of the greatest albums ever. I have to. I love this so much. I just remember, this is America. I didn't even understand the lyrics, to be honest. And the lyrics are ridiculous.
You gotta fight
So hearing that and hearing Metallica, Master Puppets, I was like, I knew I'm gonna have to end up in America one day. I mean, maybe now that I'm more mature, or maybe a little bit more mature, I realize like that was kind of the longing for freedom. It felt like, at least at the time, if this is allowed, then anything's allowed.
Yeah.
And I think that the rebellion of it, I guess it's also fun. I just loved it. Is there, if you look back to that, because you're I mean, you were that person, not just the producer. It feels like,
Well, yes and no. Like it was, even to us then, it was still like satirical. You know, it wasn't.
It was.
Oh, absolutely.
But isn't like music in part, like you're dancing on the line, is part satirical, part serious, in the sense, like you're losing yourself in the satire. Like when you, anytime you go over the top, isn't that part of the, or is it explicitly satirical? You make it fun. I mean, girls. There's a lot of ridiculous songs in that album.
I don't know. I just think it was definitely to make each other laugh. Like we were trying to make each other laugh. We weren't trying to make a point. We were trying to make each other laugh.
But that person, how's that person different than the person today, than you? The person that produced that.
I wouldn't say so different. It's like it really is that I like things that make me laugh. You know, I like ridiculous things.
It's the same person still.
I think so.
Is it strange just how many incredible...
I mean, I don't think I would make that today, but I understand why we made it when we did. It's in the vocabulary of ridiculous that would make sense to do. You know, for the right artist today, could make something ridiculous and gives you that feeling.
I mean, there's just a sense when you make so many different albums, and you look back at that creation, it can feel like a different person created that. But you're making it seem like if you travel back in time and maybe do a memory replay, you'd be able to hang out with a teenage in your 20s with Ruben.
Yeah, I don't think I was so different, honestly.
That's hilarious.
It's funny. I ran into someone recently in Costa Rica who I hadn't seen in a long time and who I knew from the New York days those days. And we spent a couple of hours talking, and she said, "You're exactly the same person that you were then." So I have a short, a recent confirmation that that's the case.
That's beautiful. Was it fair to ask you about like who's the most successful person? That's the definition of success, I would say. Exactly the same person. You haven't lost yourself, or rather, you found yourself early on.
I would say there are aspects of me that have changed for sure, but I can't say that it's necessarily better. It's different. I would say at that time I was more confident than I am now, and I'm very confident now. But then I had an unrealistic confidence, and I think now it's a little more based in reality. At that point in time, I'd never been depressed, and then once you go through a depression, some people I know, in my case, when I went through depression afterwards, I was a different person than I was before, and I feel more grounded now than I did then, and I probably relate to the artists so many of the artists I work with suffer. So many artists suffer because that's part of what makes an artist great is their level of sensitivity. The same thing that makes an artist uncomfortable, other people don't feel at all.
The time you were depressed, what was the darkest moments of your life? What took you there? How did you get out?
It was triggered by a person making a comment about something to do with work that didn't matter. It was like to anyone else, they would hear that and they would just go, okay, we'll deal with it next week, whatever. But for some reason, I took it in a way that I felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me. Even beyond the rational part of it, of understanding, even after that problem that came up was solved, it somehow undermined something in me and made me feel very vulnerable in a way that I hadn't felt before.
And it spiraled. How did you get out?
I did a lot of different kinds of therapy. I did, starting with alternative therapies, I was seeing, I would say, between 7 and 8 doctors and or therapists a week. Acupuncture, talk therapy, herbs, any possible modality. Tried everything for a long time, and nothing seemed to have an impact. And then finally, I'm wary of taking any Western medicine. I'm not a drug taker and or drinker or partier in any way. And I found a psychopharmacologist who was a psychic. But because she was a psychic, I was okay to see her. It's just like I'll listen to a psychic, but I'm not going to listen to a psychopharmacologist. But the fact that she had the psychic that made her fit into my worldview, and she recommended antidepressant, which went terribly wrong in the first night that I took it. And then that set me on a journey of looking for the right antidepressant, which was a long and painful process.
Heck of a journey.
Everyone that I took made me sick, everyone. And then finally, I don't know, 5 months later, 6 months later, I found the magic one that worked for me. And it shifted me out of the depression. I took it for, I can't remember, it was 6 months or a year, and then weaned off and was okay. And then I had another event some years later. I think I took it again for a short period of time and got out of it, and I've not needed it since.
Were you able to kind of introspect the triggers that led to the events? Is there something, or is it random events of life?
I think it's more that because of the way that I grew up, I never had to deal with much controversy. And when I was challenged, I didn't have any ability to deal with it. It's like Jonathan Haidt talks about. It's like that.
So you actually also mentioned like business sometimes gives you stress. So this was business related stuff.
Yeah, it was a business related thing. It just made me feel bad.
It's one of the saddest things about art and music is that it's often interleaved with business folk. I suppose that's the way of the world if you have a capitalist system, but it makes that business folks rubbing up against artists can sometimes destroy a fragile mind and soul. Like to me, like one of the best representations of an artist, honestly, is Johnny Ive, the designer from Apple, and he's just so fragile with his ideas. And he talked about like when he has ideas, he really wouldn't show it to Steve Jobs or anybody except for the small design team. He was so nervous that it would break. But give it a chance. Give it a chance to grow. And it seems like the outside world, business people, PR people kind of have not lost themselves in the passion of creating, but instead are kind of representing or like making deals, all that kind of stuff. They can kind of trample on those little ideas. And it's sad to see. It's really heartbreaking to see because you know how much trampling there's going on.
It's one of the main jobs, my jobs as a record producer, is to keep the voices away from the artist, from all of the people who are really on their side but don't know. Like whether it be people, anyone on the business side who doesn't make things. They're excited to do their part. They're excited when you deliver the thing, the art that you make to me, then we can start the project. But there's nothing to sell if the art doesn't happen in the right way, and it has to be protected, and it can't happen on the same kind of a timetable that that business can. It's just a different thing. Art doesn't come in a quarterly way.
And that doesn't apply just to music, or it applies to art, it applies to all creative pursuits. Like, this is generally the case, again, at MIT. It's just, there's the administration, and then there's professors and students. And the professors and students are the creative folk.
Yeah.
They create stuff, they dream, they have wild ideas, they go on tangents and so on. They have hopes, and they go with those, and they get like on these weird passionate pursuits, and then the administration can often just trample on that, and they set up bars and all kinds of in all kinds of ways that you think you're not actually hurting, but you really are. And I won't mention why, but because this happens to everybody, and I have a large amount of leverage at MIT now, but even I get a little bit of pressure in such stupid ways to don't be careful. Be careful. It's like, we really want your career to succeed. Be careful. And that little pressure to an artist, do you want to go a cappella? Do you want to do a country record? Like, be careful. Like, you're already a superstar. Be careful. And then in that way, you kind of push people like a flock of fish into one fish tank, but they're all the same. And it's sad to see. And it's obviously in the modern world, there's a nice mechanism to let artists flourish a little bit more, because they get to put themselves to the world, get a little bit more confidence, maybe different funding mechanisms, all that kind of stuff.
Tremendous problem. The voices that don't understand interfering with the process is huge. The other side of it is, in success, there can be a lack of reality where all of the people around the successful person just tell them everything they do is great, and then they don't have anything to bump up against anymore, or have a realistic sense of how things work, or how things measure, so both sides are really important, both avoiding the voices getting in the way, and having a trusted group of, a sangha, a group of people who can say, I don't know if that's as good. And you can still, say, I don't care what you think, that's fine. But it helps to hear it. It helps to have, if someone who you respect tells you something isn't good enough, it's helpful.
When it comes from a place of love, when it comes from a place of wisdom,
100%, and not from a place of fear, not from a place of, this doesn't sound like it's going to do as well as your last thing. That's not the point. The point is, on this quest for greatness, are you living up to your ability?
By the way, is there something interesting to say about your worldview? Because you mentioned psychic, and it's sort of the ways we can be healthy, the ways we can grow, how much maybe medicine or science has the answers. Is there some interesting way to describe that worldview?
I would just say I'm open-minded. I believe anything's possible. And if I was going to trust in any practical information, it would be something thousands of years old.
There's wisdom in that history. Yeah.
Well, it's more tested. It's not always right, but at least it's been somewhat tested.
So science is also tested. The thing I'm a little bit skeptical of sometimes is just the hubris that often comes with the modern, with the latest, the newest, this feeling like you figured it all out. Everything that's been done in the past has no wisdom, and we basically solved every problem. There's nothing else to be solved. That's a defining characteristic of any age. Is like, we've solved all the problems there are. We have the final answers, and our parents are all stupid. That kind of energy. Yeah, that you have to be extremely, extremely careful with that.
You ever got one of these
color requests? As complex as the human body or the human mind, to be very, very, very careful.
close to nothing.
Yeah,
Ninja.
Close to nothing.
that's
About anything.
about anything.
About anything.
That place of humility is a
They
good place to
creative.
start to figure it all out. And in the end, we'll still know.
Yeah, I don't think we need to know. I think we need to see what works. And we need to see what works for us. It's interesting to know. I know on the art side,
Ninja who?
knowing how it works isn't what makes it work. It isn't the magic of it. Isn't how it works. The magic is the magic.
Fuck
And
yo.
the magic happens
Fuck
in
yo
ways
Discord.
that's intuitive and accidental at times, or incidental where you're trying many things, all of a sudden something works, and you don't know why. And it's okay not to know why. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter why, as long as it does the thing that you want it to do, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's so weird. When you know the components, you still, the magic. What's the magic? Where's the magic? Like, we know the components for stuff I care about, artificial intelligence. We know the components of a powerful computing machinery. Where does consciousness?
You haven't got one of these fucking spam requests.
Where does the brilliant moments of insight come from? What's that? When even in simple games of chess or in simple, where do those breakthrough ideas of taking a big risk that doesn't make any sense, and then all of a sudden it becomes something beautiful? Yeah, we don't need to understand why. It just happens.
It just happens. And often the things that end up breaking through don't break through in the way we thought, or turn out to be a third iteration of something that we thought was an entirely different thing, or we don't know. And I think it's, if we embrace that not knowing, we'll have a healthier experience going through life.
You made a lot. It's not just music, everything. Rearranging the chairs and the furniture as well. You've done, like I said, the documentary, I guess you would say, with Paul McCartney. And you've done a podcast yourself, Broken Record podcast. And you've done conversation for them. So what have you learned from that process about the art of conversation? And also maybe
You
what
haven't got
advice
one of
would
these
you
spam
give
requests.
to this, to me, about what to do with conversation? Like, what is interesting to you about conversation?
One of the things that I like is to not feel like there's any stakes, or that it's actually almost that it's not happening. Like the fact that when I came in, you were setting up cameras, made it less good for me. I knew that would impact the conversation in a negative way. The best version of it would be if we didn't see the cameras, and if we didn't see any technology, and we were just sitting at this table having a conversation. Maybe even if we were mic'd beforehand, would be okay if it was necessary. But then we were just sitting here having a conversation, no people in the room, nothing, and feeling like we're just having a conversation. I feel like it would get closer to
You don't got one of these.
closer to the relaxed feeling. Same thing we do in the studios. Like, you've heard red light fever, when artists get nervous when, like, they play a song great and then the tape starts rolling and they can't play it. And we're all to some degree like that.
When you were Paul McCartney, I mean, were you cognizant of cameras?
We had the room black. Everybody who was working there was dressed in black. Everything was invisible. We were lit in a way where, even though there were probably 20 people, between 12 and 20 people working in the room, within 3 minutes of starting the conversation, Paul and I were alone. So that was the feeling. On occasion, you'd hear a noise, and it would be weird. We also had, he was allowed to wear shoes, because it had to, we were trying to create this intimate space. And I know from in a recording studio, when we're recording, if even one person is there that's just watching and not working, I'm usually there and an engineer is there technically making it happen. If anyone else is in the room, it's different, because then it goes from this moment where the person is doing performance to the sense of, or where the person is feeling something internally and we're capturing it, to the other version is they're performing for someone.
It's so interesting. So, like, to push back the alternatives here. So, one about the third person, not to make people self-conscious, but I find that I'm so torn on that because sometimes when that person, so Evan is in the room here. He's been in the room before. He's a huge fan of yours, by the way. So he'll he'll nod. Yeah, he'll get excited. It's like, and you can see that nodding. And for some reason, for me, it's like, yeah, you get it, like, yeah, you get excited together. I mean, that third person can be like a really special. So having an audience, when it's a friend or somebody that has that love in them.
It depends on the performer.
Right.
Yeah, some people really thrive in front of an audience.
And you're saying you like that simple intimacy of
I like the reality of it not being. I want it to be as far from the performance as possible. And if someone, I'll tell you a story. A story that just happened, and it was viewed as kind of it seemed uncool in the moment to the person that it happened to. It wasn't at all. We were recording the Chili Peppers album, which is coming out, I think, any day now. Like, I don't know what today's date is, but within the next, maybe by the time this airs, it will be out. And the band was playing in the studio, and it was ripping because they're incredible. And one of the members walked through the control room after a particularly great performance, and the engineer said, "Wow, that solo was really great." And the person who heard this said, "Please don't say that," and walked away. It's like it was not. It just changed.
Yeah.
This feeling of we're in this place where we're doing this thing, and there is no outside world.
Yeah.
You know, we're doing this for us. We're going as deep as we can for us. And as soon as there's an acknowledgement to someone else, in a way, it breaks the concentration of being inside of it.
That's so well told. And something about saying, "Wow, that solo was great," is shows that it reminds you that there's an outside world. But I feel like there's a way to enter the inside world as an audience. You just have to do that. So it matters what you say. It matters how you look. It matters. So there's like these generic compliments, not generic, but they sound in the way an outside world would interact, as opposed to that creative thing where you're dancing around the fire together or something.
There's actually, I tell you, there's another interesting one that happened to me, and I didn't know this until I saw the film of it, which was a strange one. We were recording with the David Brothers, and the song was called "No Hard Feelings," and it was this recording of "No Hard Feelings."
It's a clean break. You know that separation is happening. Step 2, psychologists call it the middle stage. It's just in between stage. It's that weird wobble phase where you're not and you're not becoming. So it can get to this significant, but not quite certain.
When my body won't hold me anymore, and it finally lets me free, will I be ready? When my feet won't walk another mile.
Such a great voice.
So beautiful.
Kiss goodbye. My hands will steady when I lay down my fears, my hopes and my doubts, the rings on my fingers and the keys to my house. With no heart feeling. When the sun hangs low in the west and the light in my chest won't be kept held at bay any longer. When the jealousy fades away,
So bright, so hopeful, so lighthearted.
for cash and lust, and it's bright, hallelujah. and love in thoughts, love in words, love in the songs they sing in the church, and know feelings. Lord knows they haven't done much good for anyone. Can't be afraid to call with so much to have. When my body won't hold it around me, lets me free. Where will I go?
Does he sound as good as studio?
Yes, every bit.
Take me slide through Georgia grain, tropical rain, or snow from the heavens. Will I join the ocean blue, or run into the same flow, and shake hands laughing, and walk through the night, straight to the light, holding the love I've known in my life, and know our feelings. Lord knows they are
Welcome, Caspian. See how you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. I have expanded my bot army, and in the last 60 minutes, I've gotten 3 people to post about me, and they said fuck Rabbi and his Discord. Then Mommy Shortleg said the Rabbi Discord spam account has followed me like 5 times under different handles, and I don't know why. It makes me wheeze laughing every time. And then Janston Bird said, fuck off. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. So that's good. What's new in your neck of the woods? Did you tell them that you heard that they can go fuck themselves? Was this IRL or was this online? No, 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 no. Was this a person in real life or was this a online? Oh well, fuck it then. Who gives a shit? Did they I mean, what were they saying that was so they thought was so fucking important? I mean, you just get distracted with other things, so there's nothing out of the ordinary about that. And you didn't follow up and just you weren't like So what was it that was so important that you were telling me? Obviously, I didn't hear it. So tell me. I'd like to know. What a weirdo. Yeah, that happens. Do they? Were they speaking clearly? Like, could you hear them? Yeah, I mean, you just move on. They either forgive you. Time heals all wounds. I always tell myself that whenever I fuck up, and you just take it and move on to the next activity. How is Kaya? She's just talking to you. Very well. I'm watching Lex Friedman rolling through these. He's talking to Rick Rubin. It's been a really good one. It's about music, and I I get I this is gonna sound so lame, but I kind of get sad when people aren't talking about me because I put so much work into these bots and like the game of like whack-a-mole. It's like my computers are very much like that where one of them gets banned and I have to restart the macros and do all kinds of other things and do captchas and but I just have to say to myself that like the rate at which people are talking about me is incredibly high. 3 people in an hour, that's fucking great. I mean, I have to think over the course of, let's say, 16 hours that I'm awake, that's 48 people who are making a comment about me. And then over the course of 10 days, it's 480 people. I mean, it's a lot of people talking about me, which is good. And then it gets people in here. Um, I tried to build this bot to work overnight, and there are just so many variables that can happen that I'm okay if it doesn't run overnight. It's not the end of the world. I mean, I can still get it to like run some things, but what ends up happening is I create these accounts, and it's very easy for Blue Sky to just search my name and then just delete them all. And so that's like all my hard work that just goes into that. So but I can't get too sad that I mean 3 people in an hour is really good. But if it goes, I sometimes I go 2 or 3 hours without anybody saying anything, And then I'm like, man, did they forget about me? Are my bots not working? No, it's just kind of it's a crapshoot. So uh, that's what I've been doing for most of the day. And some of these people say things that are so funny, and they just make my day when they say some funny things. So, um, yeah, we've had people come. Yeah, yeah. I don't have any major gotcha moments. Right. I The major issue that people have is they think this is a religious Discord, and it's not. It's really there are some elements of religion in it, but not. I don't push religion on people, and but when I'm saying join Rabbi's Discord, I get it. They think it's a religious movement, and they're like, no, I'm not going to join your fucking cult, and I get that. I 100% get that. Um, but I don't really know how else to market myself, and so I'm okay with that. I mean, it is what it is. Um, and I mean, I I'm surprised with the amount of people that I gain every single day in this Discord. And when I first started the Discord, I bought 500 people, I think, and a lot of those people have been banned. So like I don't always grow. It's like sometimes the old people will get banned, but I'm at 1,731, and like last or earlier this week, I didn't even have 1,700. So that tells me just keep on keeping on. But yeah, how'd you redid a Discord? How did that ever go? Oh, so you don't have your own Discord anymore. I know you got rid of the one, but I know you. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. That's right. I gotcha. Yeah, I got to the point on Discord where you can only have 1,000 friends, and which I don't under. I understand why they do that because their server costs are pretty high. But I get it. But to me, that they won't ever see monstrous growth of their platform if they limit people to that. Nevertheless, that's fine. So I have to remove people, and then I get all these server um, invitations, and so I've had to go through and kind of work my way through some of those. Um, and have you talked about Wappy Flanker anytime recently? No, he's kind of a weird bird. He like first we were fine. Then he's got this guy who kind of talks in his ear and kind of becomes obsessed with me. And and then he banned me from his server. I asked him why he banned me from his server, and he said because I was in the daddy Discord. And I said, well, that's like the maybe like the sixth biggest Discord. It's like I'm in all the biggest Discords. I don't really care what they are. If they're really big, I want to be in there so I can get my name out there. And he's like, yeah, well, um, there are just weird people in there, which is like there's weird people in all the Discords, dude. But okay, that's fine. So then he let me back into his Discord, and I did a shout out to him in one of my interviews. He thought that was cool and was just really nice. But then I noticed that either he banned me or maybe he lost it. I'm not sure, but like it's a weird thing that Discord has. It doesn't tell you that you've been removed or that the Discord's been deleted. So you don't. You're just kind of left um, without any information regarding it. I haven't been on Kick in so long. Like just even to watch people. All right, so I'm looking. Let's see if Wappy Flanker's going. He streamed an hour ago. Right. He's a nice person. I mean, I like him. I don't have anything against him. I just wish he was more consistent in just his server letting me in or not. Okay, here he is. X and three more. Okay, he does have a Discord. He's somebody who, man, he's been streaming for a long time, and he doesn't have Kick, whatever it's called, Kick. They changed the name of Kick Creator Incentive Program to just being a Kick partner, and that's pretty wild. Like he deserves it. He's been streaming for so long. I don't understand why they wouldn't give it to him. He's been streaming on there. Sometimes he does like 24-hour streams. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't ban me. I think he just lost his server. I don't know. He only has 25 members in this one. Maybe he lost his old one. I don't. Are you in his Discord? Yeah. So I thought the same thing. But let's see if he says anything about it. No, I mean it's. I don't know, but okay. So I I don't want to say I take it back. I mean my feelings on Wappy Flanker remain the same. I like him. I just didn't know if he kicked me out of the server or not, and it seems like he did not. He just got a new server or something. Yeah, I know you've met him. Um, you said you gave him a ride. See where he lives or anything. Right. Well, I'm glad there's no bad blood there. Good. Um, it does tell me though, like, okay, let's say you were gonna start streaming on Kick, and you did for some time. But let's say you were just Wappy, you still wouldn't be Kick Creator Incentive Program, and that would be very frustrating at this point. I know Wappy buys viewers, or he has to. He doesn't have an. I mean, he's the first person I noticed it. Whenever I would join his stream, he'd always have 56 people, and it was like he just was buying 50 people, and there were six real viewers. Um, and I know that I just the thing is with Kick, it just moves so slowly, and I know that like they were so excited that they got their API, which is great, but any change, I took in my interview with uh, Ori, I told um, Eddie Craven that, like, dude, you need as many people working at Kick as you have at Stake. You need to double it because you just don't have enough project teams like working on these things, and you want to be a player, and it's just you're not you need features. You can't be reactive saying like, oh well, Twitch has this feature and YouTube has this feature, so we're going to implement those features. You need to be proactive, and you need to have state of the art features. And it's just like we're going to like the changes that they're making are just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. We're changing it from the Kick Creator Incentive Program to Kick Partner. Okay, I mean that's fine. It doesn't really change anything. It's not like you're allowing more people to get that. You would, and so I'm not exactly sure.
Building.
Struggling to find a healthy relationship myself. Sam eventually went to graduate school, got a master's and PhD in psychology. He focused on relationships, wrote a dissertation on attachment theory. And I've been reporting.
Oh, Caspian Sea. Do you know what the way to prevent, like, let's say Blue Sky comes to me eventually, and they're like, or somebody, anybody, once I go viral or whatever, they'll be like, "How do we stop somebody from spamming as much as you spam?" Do you know what the best way to prevent this is? You do it like Reddit does it, where in order to start commenting, you have to have a certain amount of points or karma or whatever. And then it's just that is the way, you know what I mean? Like then exactly. That's the way. And I mean, I'm sure they know that. They just don't have it implemented, but um right. Right. I heard something that's very concerning about Reddit, that within the next year or so, they are going to make all of Reddit behind a paywall unless you are like a Reddit premium user. And the only thing you'll be able to see is what comments were made within the last 7 days. That's like forever. Dude, but they're taking like the world forum with all this knowledge and just hiding it. And I think that's really unfortunate. Yeah. Do you know the story of Aaron Schwartz? So he's the guy. He and another guy started Reddit, and he was just like this whiz kid from MIT, and he apparently found something at MIT on their servers that was like really concerning. I don't know what it was, but it was like really bad. And then he died, and he was like really young, and he didn't have any, like, it was very suspicious death. But then Condé Nast ended up buying Reddit, and then they've made it very corporate. And Aaron Schwartz death, I forget how he died, but it's like it's a very weird story. Um, his death was a result of a suicide by hanging, but it was like one of these. Okay, like at what point does everybody do that? Like he was only 26. I mean, he had okay. So what did he find? He was facing federal charges for downloading a large number of academic articles from a website, JSTOR, through the MIT network. The legal proceedings against him were seen as overly harsh, with potential penalties including 35 years to imprisoned, $1 million fine. Like for downloading shit from fucking JSTOR? Like, come on. His family and partner issued a statement criticizing the prosecutors and MIT after his death, suggesting that the pressure from the legal system contributed to his decision. In the wake of his death, there were significant protests and calls to reform. Over 50,000 people signed an online petition for the White House calling for the removal of the that the Carmen M. Ortiz, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, for overreach in the case against Aaron Schwartz. The White House declined both petitions in January 2015. It's just like the guy who created Reddit, the biggest forum. I don't know. It's just okay. I at a certain point, I hear about these stories like the guy who what is his name? I always forget. The guy who yo dog, who's the guy who worked for the San Jose Mercury who had two bullet holes to the back of his head? Gary Webb. Gary Webb. So like Gary Webb comes out with the story about how the LAPD is like and the CIA are like funneling crack cocaine in the uh, inner city of Los Angeles, and then all of a sudden this motherfucker dies with two bullet holes in the back of his head, like, and it's ruled a suicide. That kind of shit just bothers me. That's not looked into. And I'm telling you, if I go viral someday, one of the things that I'm gonna do is say that you have to be a medical professional to be a coroner in the United States, because too often it's the sheriff, especially in rural towns and things where they can't afford a coroner. Okay, well, guess what? You're just going to have to find the money. I'm sure that you've got a couple people who, a couple police officers who are sitting on their asses. Well, just replace one of them, replace them with a real doctor who actually makes determinations. And then the other thing is, I feel like there's a machine that could be made that just could do autopsies for people. Like, it's just like basically like the size of a coffin, and it just tells you how the person died. I don't see why that would be that difficult. Like, we already have MRIs that can like image the brain. So why couldn't you have one of those that like actually tells you, like, maybe they were poisoned, maybe they were suffocated, and you don't know. I feel like that's a kind of technology that somebody should be working on, but I feel like isn't funded. Anyway, these are my feelings, and I stand by them.
Got the like Jeff
Shit's
Buckley,
crazy, yo.
more like so much more flavor to the voice. He's also,
Okay.
you could the Jeff Buckley way I can tell. It's incredible. That's an incredible song. Is this a new record? No,
It was 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. But what happened with this, that happened, and I mean, they're great, and it's always good. But that performance in that moment felt like the sky opened.
Oh, yeah.
It was unbelievable.
But this is a single take. This was a single. Oh wow,
That was just like
that was incredible. Yeah, that was perfect.
So
that was perfect. Yeah.
When it ended, I said, "Great. What do you want to do next?" And they said, "We just need a few minutes." They walked out, and that's all I know. I was like, "Okay." I'm laying down, waiting until they're ready to start again. And in the film, there was a film made of the sessions of this. They went out and they're like, "What was that like? Didn't you get what just happened? Because it was so heavy, and it was just as heavy for me. And in the spirit of we're here to make the most great stuff we can, we're not gonna like open champagne. Like that's not. It's like, great. What do you want to do next? It's like let's not revel in this. But they took it as like, this guy just like doesn't even understand what we're doing. But I had no idea until I saw the film.
That's funny.
Whoa, that was the reaction.
Yeah, but I think your response is the right risk to take, right? Because it's the celebration at the end of you want to keep people celebrate too early.
Yes. Be able to let your guard down, and to if you want to start crying when you're singing, whatever it is, and it's hard to get to that place. And again, just the idea of someone like, hey, that was good, that could take you right out of that going in.
It's so interesting to think about how to achieve that and still have lights.
Yeah,
that
hard. It's harder. It's harder.
Some of it is space, some of it is raw conversational skill. Like, there's something about certain, but some of that is also just like, you have that, as I'm sure you're aware, there's a legend to it. There's like my friend Joe Rogan, there's a legend to him. When you show up at Joe Rogan's studio, the legend creates an aura, and he, I think, subconsciously or consciously uses it. So like this is somehow that it's nervous, and then you realize, oh, he's just human or something. I don't. There's a relief, and then yeah, you could be yourself, and that. So that nervousness. It's like, oh, it's not that. This legend is just a human, and it's normal. But I don't know how that's done, but it's so interesting to think about how that's, because I forget recording. I just enjoy it when it's real. Like this microphone gives us an excuse to connect on a human level. And forget that nobody's listening. It doesn't matter.
I would say I felt maybe in the last 15 minutes I was less aware of anybody else being in the room or neighborhood here.
Yeah,
But it took that long.
that's so interesting. I didn't have that at all. All I had, I mean, the wind calmed down outside, but there was a wind before. And there's something about the wind. Now you can think of it from an audio engineer perspective. Like, oh, I wonder if the wind creates sound or whatever that you hear. But I was thinking, like, none of this matters. Like, the wind is like nature will be here before us, after us, and all of this will be dead and forgotten. That's what the wind was reminding me of. It's almost like laughing at the fact that we could even consider ourselves important enough to put on clothes and talk. But you love it. You love talking. You love the podcast and just that. So why did you dive into that? Like what?
It was a strange occurrence. My friend Malcolm said he wanted to start doing a podcast about music and asked if I would do it with him. It's like, I like Malcolm. And I thought it would be more like his podcast, which is, it's not an interview podcast. I thought it was going to be telling stories in the music world using audio stories. And then it just started being interviews. Not again, it wasn't intentional, just started that way and ended up being that. But I love it, and I love both because I get to talk to people that I don't know, but also when I get to talk to people that I know and ask them about things that we would never talk about, ever. I don't know the origin stories of any of the people, any of my friends. So to get to hear their perspective, another like related to Chili Peppers, their albums coming out now, I interviewed all 4 members of the band individually. I interviewed John, and midway through Anthony came in, and then I interviewed Flea separately, and I interviewed Chad separately. And it was fascinating. I know them for 30 years, and I learned a tremendous amount because you don't ask people about themselves when you're just workmates or friends.
I do this sometimes. I'll just set up my microphones and I'll record a thing for private consumption with friends, with loved ones.
Yeah,
it's fascinating.
Good idea.
Because you would get to ask those ridiculous questions. First of all, about life, about the future, about the past, about little fears and the things you miss. And, there's something that people just reveal. First loves, all those kinds of things. Your view on love, your view on, and those are things that don't come up in regular conversations. So it's so nice to. That's something about. See, that's the pushback. There's something about this microphone, or maybe it's just the deliberate nature of sitting down. Let's just talk. There is something about the microphone that, for me, thinks. Same with the suit. I'm going to take this moment seriously. I've long forgotten that anyone is listening. And I'm going to try to really listen to another human, first of all, and to also ask the questions that are really interesting. Like, I feel like when I talk to normal people out on the street, I'm not allowed to ask anything. I'm allowed to ask the more sort of generic ones.
I think you can ask anything.
I'm starting to think.
I think you're allowed to ask anything.
I think you're allowed to basically do anything, especially in Texas.
Yeah, I think it's okay to ask people, and I think people like it when you ask them. People like to be seen and like to show who they are.
As the wind blows again, do you have advice for young people? You have a fascinating life journey. Is there advice you can give to people in high school and college about I don't have a life like yours in whatever pursuit. In terms of success is such a silly word, but just find success or maybe happiness in career or just in life in general.
Yeah, the advice I have would be to not listen to anyone and to do what you love and to make things that you love. Whatever it is, make your favorite. Be the audience. You be the audience. Make the thing the audience.
Welcome.
It doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks. And if you have to get a job to support yourself so that you can make your art, that's fine. You can't make art for someone else. You can't make art with someone else in mind. I don't believe it can be good.
So what does success feel like? Are you grateful? Are you proud of the work you've done in the past? Or is there some engine of constant dissatisfaction, like self-criticism of I could have done better?
No, I'm pleased with the work that we did. Excited to keep working. It's fun. I don't know what else I would do with myself because I like making things. It's fun. I feel like it's my reason to be on the planet, so I just keep doing it.
Whatever ideas are actually coming from elsewhere and are using your mind as a temporary vehicle, that's their purpose to be on this planet. Your purpose is to procreate and not die and eat regularly enough such that the brain is alive. It's a biological purpose.
Yeah, and anything I can do to keep the channel open to allow what wants to come through. I'm a willing channel.
It's so interesting because I'm extremely self-critical. So you don't have that self-criticism, harsh, like, this could have been better.
If it could have been better, I would keep working on it. It's like if it gets better, it's not done.
It's the one that's done. It's done.
It's the best it can be. I've done everything I can to make it the best it can be, and that's all. I can't do more than that. So there's nothing to be critical of. I did my very. If you always give all of yourself and do your best, which you're capable of doing, I'm not suggesting that you're capable of doing more than you can do. But whatever it is that you can do, if you've given all of yourself to it, you've done your best. Where could there be regret?
Yeah, I mean, there could be you re-listen to an album, you listen to or anything you've created, and think, oh, there's so many interesting ideas missed.
It's fine though, but that was that moment. It's like everything is like it's almost like a diary entry. Everything we make is a reflection of a moment in time, a window in time. It could be a day, it could be a year, it could be it could be whatever window you decide that it is. But if you give it all of yourself, and if you're not interested in working on it anymore, it's done. Now you may decide it's not good enough to share with people, and that's fine. But if it's good enough to share with people, there's no regret looking back.
That's funny, because like thinking of it as a diary entry, it's hard to look back at a diary entry and say,
I did it wrong. It's impossible.
Yeah, and even if it's read by 100 people, 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people, it's just a diary entry.
Doesn't matter.
Speaking of doesn't matter, this life is finite. All of us, even Rick, will be forgotten one day. Do you think about your mortality tomorrow? Yes. Do you think about the finiteness of this thing? Do you think about mortality, about your mortality? Does it make any sense to you? Do you think about death? Are you afraid of death?
I don't think about it. I don't think about it very much.
Are you afraid?
I don't think I'm afraid. I mean, I don't want to die, but I know that that's in the cards, and when it happens, it happens.
Your nature of not wanting to die is kind of like you don't want to go to a shitty restaurant. You'd like to go to a nicer one. So it's just a preference thing.
Well, I want to keep living because I want to do what I like to do. So whatever. Now, who knows? Whatever comes next, maybe even better. Maybe I don't know. I haven't experienced it yet, so who knows?
What do you think happens after you die?
I believe we go on in some capacity. I don't know what that means, but in the same way that everything recycles, everything comes around. I don't know why we would be different.
In some way.
In some way, I don't know what that way is, and I don't know that it's in the same being, or in the same grouping of information, whatever that is. But the thing that makes us us, that information, I imagine goes on.
Yes, it does seem like our world here, at least on Earth, is like a memory. And just like history, it kind of rhymes. It brings back creations of the past and riffs on them, improvises on top of them, and that in that way, humanity propagates.
I mean, you see with garbage, you see the like mountains of garbage. Yeah. It's like it doesn't really go anywhere. Even when it breaks up, it disintegrates, but it's never really gone. Same.
Is there anything in this world you're afraid of?
A lot of things,
but not that.
Why? I don't know.
What are you afraid
of? Death is more of a question mark. Again, I'm not. I'm not in any
to be answered.
Yeah, I'm not in any hurry for that to happen. But it will happen, and when it does, as we get to experience what that is.
Well, the big question mark. What's the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life?
Put my name on it makes it harder to answer.
It's just a diary entry, like we said.
It's true. And you will get a different answer tomorrow. Let's see what's the meaning of life today.
Later today. It could be, so for people who don't know, we were maybe thinking maybe meeting in Austin, have some barbecue, and now we're in the middle of nowhere in beautiful West Texas. And this is basically a glorified delivery of barbecue to of my favorite barbecue, maybe one of your top favorite barbecues, to one of my favorite humans. So we get to eat some barbecue today. Maybe that's the meaning. Do you have something bigger than barbecue?
Barbecue's pretty big.
Where's your love for barbecue come from?
Well, I was a vegan for 20-something years, and once I found my way back into eating meat, I think barbecue is my favorite of any of the things that I didn't eat for so long.
I have to ask you, I almost forgot. So there's an SNL skit with Will Ferrell that he wrote about Don't Fear the Reaper, where Bruce Dickinson is the producer. I always think about you when I see that skit. I don't know why. People should definitely watch it. And he demands more cowbell into the mix. And the whole band, that's how I imagine people interact with you. The whole band is really impressed. Like, we get to work with the great Bruce Dickinson. And then it's played by Christopher Walken, and he says, like, fellas, I put on my pants one leg at a time, just like the rest of you. But once my pants are on, I make gold records. And I just, and then the whole skit continues, and he wants to add more and more cowbell. And Will Ferrell said he wrote that skit because he always heard the song "Don't Fear the Reaper," and there's a distant cowbell, very light in the mix. And he's like, I wonder what the story of that cowbell is. Like, if we just look at that one layer, who's that guy that was in there? So is that basically exactly how your life is? Is Bruce Dickinson from the cowbell? I don't know if you've seen that skit.
I don't think it's like that.
It's not? Okay. All right. I'm just going to pretend that. Greg, this is a huge honor that you sit with me. I mean, what can I say about how incredible a human you are? You truly are out of this world. And thank you so much for talking today.
I'm a great fan. I'm so happy that you agreed to do this with me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Greg Rubin. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. Imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attraction. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Remember George Washington, you know how he died? Well-meaning physicians bled him to death. And this was the most important patient. In the country, maybe in the history of the country, and we bled him to death, trying to help him. So when you're actually inflating the money supply at 7%, but you're calling it 2% because you want to help the economy, you're literally bleeding the free market to death. But the sad fact is George Washington went along with it because he thought that they were going to do him good. And the majority of the society, most companies, most conventional thinkers, you know, the working class, they go along with this because they think that someone has their best interest in mind. And the people that are bleeding them to death believe they believe that prescription because their mental models are just so defective.
Following is a conversation with Michael Saylor, one of the most prominent, brilliant Bitcoin proponents in the world. He is the CEO of MicroStrategy, founder of Saylor Academy, graduate of MIT, and Michael is one of the most fascinating and rigorous thinkers I've ever gotten a chance to explore ideas with. He can effortlessly zoom out to the big perspectives of human civilization, human history, and zoom back in to the technical details, blockchains, markets, governments, and financial systems. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Saylor. Let's start with a big question of truth and wisdom. When advanced humans or aliens or AI systems, let's say 5 to 10 centuries from now, look back at Earth on this early 21st century, how much do you think they would say we understood about money and economics, or even about engineering, science, life, death, meaning, intelligence, consciousness, all the big, interesting questions?
I think they would probably give us a B- on engineering, on all the engineering things, the hard sciences.
Passing grade.
Like we're doing okay. We're working our way through rockets and jets and electric cars and electricity transport systems and nuclear power and space flight and the like. And you know, if you look at the walls that grace the great court at MIT, it's full of all the great thinkers, and they're all pretty admirable. You know, if you could be with Newton or Gauss or Madame Curie or Einstein, you know, you would respect them. I would say they give us like a D- on economics. Like, you know, an F+ or a D-.
You have an optimistic vision. First of all, optimistic vision of engineering, because everybody you've listed, not everybody, but most people you've listed, is just over the past couple of centuries. And maybe stretches a little farther back, but mostly all the cool stuff we've done in engineering is the past couple of centuries.
I mean, Archimedes, you know, had his virtues. You know, I studied the history of science at MIT, and I also studied aerospace engineering. And so I clearly have a bias in favor of science. And if I look at the past 10,000 years, and I consider all of the philosophy and the politics and their impact on the human condition, I think it's a wash. For every politician that came up with a good idea, another politician came up with a bad idea, right? And it's not clear to me that, you know, most of the political and philosophical, you know, contributions to the human race and the human condition have advanced so much. I mean, we're still taking guidance and admiring Aristotle and Plato and Seneca and the like. And on the other hand, you know, if you think about what has made the human condition better, fire, water, harnessing of wind energy, try to row across an ocean, right? It's not easy.
And for people who are just listening or watching, this is a beautiful, sexy chip from 16th and 17th century.
This is a 19th century handmade model of a 17th century sailing ship, which is of the type that the Dutch East Indies Company used to sail the world and trade. So that was made, the original was made sometime in the 1600s, and then this model is made in the 19th century by individuals.
Both the model and the ship itself is engineering at its best. And just imagine, just like rockets flying out to space, how much hope this filled people with, exploring the unknown, going into the mystery. Both the entrepreneurs and the business people and the engineers and just humans. What's out there to be discovered.
Yeah, the metaphor of human beings leaving shore, sailing across the horizon, risking their lives in pursuit of a better life is an incredibly powerful one. In 1900, I suppose the average life expectancy is 50. During the Revolutionary War, while our founding fathers were fighting to establish, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, the Constitution, average life expectancy of like 32, somewhere between 32 and 36. So all the sound and the fury doesn't make you live past 32, but what does, right? Antibiotics, conquest of infectious diseases. If we understand the science of infectious disease, sterilizing a knife and harnessing antibiotics gets you from 50 to 70, and that happened fast, right? That happens from 1900 to 1950 or something like that. And I think if you look at the human condition, you ever get on one of those rowing machines where they actually keep track of your watts output when it's like 200 is a lot. Okay, 200 is a lot. So a kilowatt hour is like all the energy that a trained athlete can deliver in a day, and probably not 1% of the people in the world could deliver a kilowatt hour in a day. And the commercial value of a kilowatt hour, the retail value is 11 cents today, and the wholesale value is 2 cents. And so you have to look at the contribution of politicians and philosophers and economists to the human condition. And it's like at best a wash one way or the other. And then if you look at the contribution of John D. Rockefeller, when he delivered you a barrel of oil, and the energy in oil, liquid energy, or the contribution of Tesla, as we deliver electricity, and what's the impact on the human condition if I have electric power, if I have chemical power, if I have wind energy, if I can actually set up a reservoir, create a dam, spin a turbine, and generate energy from a hydraulic source, that's extraordinary, right? And so our ability to cross the ocean, our ability to grow food, our ability to live, it's technology that gets the human race from, a brutal life where life expectancy is 30 to a world where life expectancy is 80.
You gave a D- to the economists. So are they too, like the politicians, a wash in terms of there's good ideas and bad ideas? And that tiny delta between good and bad is how you squeak past the F plus onto the D- territory?
I think most economic ideas are bad ideas. Like, take us back to MIT, and you want to solve a fluid dynamics problem. Like design the shape of the hull of that ship, or you want to design an airfoil, a wing, or if you want to design an engine or a nozzle in a rocket ship, you wouldn't do it with simple arithmetic. You wouldn't do it with a scalar. There's not a single number, right? It's vector math. Computational fluid dynamics is n-dimensional, higher level math. Complicated stuff. So when an economist says the inflation rate is 2%, that's a scalar. And when an economist says it's not a problem to print more money because the velocity of the money is very low, monetary velocity is low, that's another scalar. Okay, so the truth of the matter is inflation is not a scalar. Inflation is an n-dimensional vector. Money velocity is not a scalar. saying what's the velocity of money? Oh, it's slow or it's fast. It ignores the question of what medium is the money moving through. In the same way that, what's the speed of sound? Okay, well, what is sound, right? Sound is a compression wave. It's energy moving through a medium, but the speed is different. So, for example, the speed of sound through air is different than the speed of sound through water, and sound moves faster through water. It moves faster through a solid, and it moves faster through a stiffer solid. So there isn't one.
What is the fundamental problem with the way economists reduce the world down to a model? Is it too simple, or is it just even the first principles of constructing the model is wrong?
I think that the fundamental problem is if you see the world as a scalar, you simply pick the one number which supports whatever you want to do, and you ignore the universe of other consequences from your behavior.
In general, I don't know if you've heard of like Eric Watson has been talking about this with gauge theory. So different kinds of approaches from the physics world, from the mathematical world, to extend past this scalar view of economics. The gauge theory is one way that comes from physics. Do you find that way of exploring economics interesting? So outside of cryptocurrency, outside of the actual technologies and so on, just analysis of how economics works. Do you find that interesting?
Yeah, I think that if we're going to want to really make any scientific progress in economics, we have to apply much more computationally intensive and richer forms of mathematics.
So simulation, perhaps, or
yeah, when I was at MIT, I studied system dynamics. They taught it at the Sloan School. It was developed by Jay Forrester, who was an extraordinary computer scientist. And when we created models of economic behavior, they were all multidimensional, nonlinear models. So if you want to describe how anything works in the real world, you have to start with the concept of feedback. If I double the price of something, demand will fall, and attempts to create supply will increase. And there will be a delay before the capacity increases. There'll be an instant demand change, and there'll be rippling effects throughout every other segment of the economy, downstream and upstream of such a thing. So it's kind of common sense, but most classical economics is always, taught with linear models, fairly simplistic linear models. And oftentimes, I'm really shocked today that the entire mainstream dialogue of economics has been captured by scalar arithmetic. For example, if you read any article in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, right? They just refer to there's an inflation number or the CPI or the inflation rate is X. And if you look at all the historic studies of the impact of inflation, generally they're all based upon the idea that inflation equals CPI, and then they try to extrapolate from that, and you just get nowhere with it.
So, at the very least, we should be considering inflation and other economics concepts as a nonlinear dynamical system. So, nonlinearity, and also just embracing the full complexity, which is how the variables interact, maybe through simulation, maybe have some interesting models on that.
Wouldn't it be refreshing if somebody, for once, published a table of the change in price of every product, every service, and every asset in every place over time?
You said table. Some of that also is the task of visualization, how to extract from this complex set of numbers patterns that somehow indicate something fundamental about what's happening. So, like, summarization of data is still important. Perhaps summarization not down to a single scale of value, but looking at that whole sea of numbers, you have to find patterns. Like, what is inflation in a particular sector? What is maybe change over time? Maybe different geographical regions, things of that nature. I think that's kind of I don't know even what that task is. That's what you could look at machine learning. You can look at AI from that perspective, which is like, how do you represent what's happening as efficiently as possible? That's never going to be a single number, but it might be a compressed model that captures something beautiful, something fundamental about what's happening.
It's an opportunity, for sure. Right? If we take, for example, during the pandemic, the response of the political apparatus was to lower interest rates to zero and to start buying assets, in essence, printing money. And the defense was there's no inflation. But of course, you had one part of the economy where it was locked down, so it was illegal to buy anything. But you could, it was either illegal or it was impractical. So it would be impossible for demand to manifest. So of course there is no inflation. On the other hand, there was instantaneous, immediate inflation in another part of the economy. For example, you lower the interest rates to zero. At one point, we saw the swap rate on the 30-year note go to 72 basis points. Okay, that means that the value of a long-dated bond immediately inflates. So the bond market had hyperinflation within minutes of these financial decisions. The asset market had hyperinflation. We had what you call a K-shaped recovery, or we affectionately call K-shaped recovery. Main Street shut down. Wall Street recovered all within 6 weeks. The inflation was in the assets, like in the stocks, in the bonds. If you look today, you see that typical house, according to the Case-Shiller Index today, is up 19.2% year over year. So if you're a first-time home buyer, the inflation rate is 19%. The formal CPI announced at 7.9%. You can pretty much create any inflation rate you want by constructing a market basket, a weighted basket of products or services or assets that yield you the answer. I think that, the fundamental failing of economists is first of all, they don't really have a term for asset inflation, right?
What's asset hyperinflation? You mentioned bond market swap rate, and asset is where the majority of the hyperinflation happened. What's inflation? What's hyperinflation? What's an asset? What's an asset market? I'm going to ask so many dumb questions.
In the conventional economic world, you would treat inflation as the rate of increase in price of a market basket of consumer products, defined by a government agency.
So they have traditional things that a regular consumer will be buying. The government selects like toilet paper, food, toaster, refrigerator, electronics, all that kind of stuff, and it's like a representative basket of goods that lead to a content existence on this earth for regular consumers.
They define a synthetic metric, right? I mean, I'm going to say you should have 1,000 square foot apartment, and you should have a used car, and you should eat, 3 hamburgers a week. Now, 10 years go by, and the apartment costs more. I could adjust the market basket by they call them hedonic adjustments. I could decide that it used to be in 1970 to 1,000 square feet, but in the year 2020, you only need 700 square feet because we've miniaturized televisions and we've got more efficient electric appliances because things have collapsed into the iPhone. You just don't need as much space. So now, it may be that the apartment costs 50% more, but after the hedonic adjustment, there is no inflation because I just downgraded the expectation of what a normal person should have.
But the synthetic nature of the metric allows for manipulation by people in power.
Pretty much. But I guess my criticism of economists is rather than embracing inflation based upon its fundamental idea, which is the rate at which the price of things go up, right? They've been captured by mainstream conventional thinking to immediately equate inflation to the government issued CPI or government issued PCE or government issued PPI measure, which was never the rate at which things go up. It's simply the rate at which a synthetic basket of products and services the government wishes to track go up. Now, the problem with that is two big things. One thing is the government gets to create the market basket, and so they keep changing what's in the basket over time. So, I mean, if I said 3 years ago you should go see 10 concerts a year, and the concert tickets now cost $200 each, now it's $2,000 a year to go see concerts. Now I'm in charge of calculating inflation, so I redefine, your entertainment quota for the year to be 8 Netflix streaming concerts, and now they don't cost $2,000; they cost nothing, and there is no inflation, but you don't get your concerts, right? So the problem starts with continually changing the definition of the market basket. But in my opinion, that's not the biggest problem. The more egregious problem is the fundamental idea that assets aren't products or services. Assets can't be inflated.
What's an asset?
A house, a share of Apple stock, a bond, a Bitcoin is an asset, or a Picasso painting. So,
not a consumable good, not an apple that you can eat.
Right. If I throw away an asset, then I'm not on the hook to track the inflation rate for it. So, what happens if I change the policy such that, let's take a classic example, $1 million bond at a 5% interest rate gives you $50,000 a year in risk-free income. You might retire on $50,000 a year in a low-cost jurisdiction. So the cost of Social Security or early retirement is $1 million when the interest rate is 5%. During the crisis of March of 2020, the interest rate on a 10-year bond went to 50 basis points. So now the cost of that bond is $10 million. Okay. The cost of Social Security went from $1 million to $10 million. So if you wanted to work your entire life, save money, and then retire risk-free and live happily ever after on a $50,000 salary, living on a beach in Mexico or wherever you wanted to go, you had hyperinflation. The cost of your aspiration increased by a factor of 10 over the course of some amount of time. In fact, in that case, that was like over the course of about 12 years. Right? As the inflation rate ground down, the asset traded up. But the conventional view is, oh, that's not a problem because it's good that it's good that the bond is highly priced because we own the bond. Or what's the problem with the inflation rate in housing being 19%? It's an awful problem for a 22-year-old that's starting their first job, that's saving money to buy a house. But it would be characterized as a benefit to society by a conventional economist who would say, well, housing asset values are higher because of interest rate fluctuation, and now the economy's got more wealth. And so that's viewed as a benefit.
So what's being missed here, like the suffering of the average person, or the struggle, the suffering, the pain of the average person, like metrics that captured that within the economic system. Is it when you talk about
one way to say it is a conventional view of inflation as CPI understates the human misery that's inflicted upon the working class and on mainstream companies by the political class. And so it's a massive shift of wealth from the working class to the property class. It's a massive shift of power from the free market to the centrally governed or the controlled market. It's a massive shift of power from the people to the government. And maybe one more illustrative point here, Alexis, is what do you think the inflation rate's been for the past 100 years?
Are we talking about the scalar again?
If you took a survey of everybody on the street and you asked them what do they think inflation was or what is it, Remember when Jerome Powell said our target's 2%, but we're not there? If you go around the corner, I have posted the deed for this house, sold in 1930. Okay, and the number on that deed is $100,000, 1930. And if you go on Zillow and you get this D estimate,
Is it higher than that? No.
$30,500,000.
Yeah.
So that's 92 years, 1930 or 2022, and in 92 years we've had 305x increase in price of the house. Now, if you actually back calculate, you come to a conclusion that the inflation rate was approximately 6.5% a year, every year, for 92 years. Okay, and there's nobody in government, no conventional economist that would ever admit to an inflation rate of 7% a year in the U.S. dollar over the last century. Now, if you dig deeper, I mean, one guy that's done a great job working on this is Seyfedin Amos, who wrote the book, The Bitcoin Standard, and he notes that on average, it looks like the inflation rate in the money supply is about 7% a year, all the way up to the year 2020. If you look at the S&P index, which is a market basket of scarce desirable stocks, it returned about 10%. If you talk to 10% a year for 100 years, the money supply is expanding at 7% 100 years. If you actually talk to economists or you look at the economy and you ask the question, how fast does the economy grow in its entirety year over year? Generally about 2 to 3%. Like the sum total impact of all this technology and human ingenuity might get you a 2.5%, 3% improvement a year.
As measured by GDP. Are you okay with that?
I'm not sure I go that far yet, but I would just say that if you have the human race doing stuff, and if you ask the question, how much more efficiently will we do the stuff next year than this year, or what's the value of all of our innovations and inventions and investments in the past 12 months, you'd be hard pressed to say we get 2% better. Typical investor thinks they're 10% better every year. So if you look at what's going on, really, when you're holding $1 million of stocks and you're getting a 10% gain a year, you're really getting a 7% expansion of the money supply. You're getting a 2 or 3% gain under best circumstances. And another way to say that is, if the money supply stopped expanding at 7% a year, the S&P yield might be 3% and not 10%. It probably should be. Now that gets you to start to ask a bunch of other fundamental questions, like if I borrow $1 billion and pay 3% interest, and the money supply expands at 7 to 10% a year, and I ended up making a 10% return on a $1 billion investment, paying 3% interest, is that fair? And who suffered so that I could do that? Because in an environment where you're just inflating the money supply and you're holding the assets constant, it stands to reason that the price of all the assets is going to appreciate somewhat proportional to the money supply. And the difference in asset appreciation is going to be a function of the scarce desirable quality of the assets, and to what extent can I make more of them, and to what extent are they truly limited in supply.
Yeah, so we'll get to a lot of the words you said there, the scarcity, and so connected to how limited they are and the value of those assets. But you also said, so the expansion of the money supply, just put another way, is printing money. And so is that always bad, the expansion of the money supply? Is this just put some terms on the table so we understand them? You nonchalantly say it's always on average expanding every year. The money supply is expanding every year by 7%. That's a bad thing. That's a universally bad thing.
It's awful. So I guess to be precise, it's the currency. Money. I would say money is monetary energy or economic energy, And the economic energy has to find its way into a medium. So if you want to move it rapidly as a medium of exchange, it has to find its way into currency. But the money can also flow into property, like a house or gold. If the money flows into property, it'll probably hold its value much better. If the money flows into currency, right? If you had put $100,000 in this house, you would have 305x return over 92 years. But if you had put the money, $100,000 in the safe deposit box and buried it in the basement, you would have lost 99.7% of your wealth over the same time period. So, the expansion of the currency creates a massive inefficiency in the society, what I'll call an adiabatic lapse. It's what we're doing is we're bleeding the civilization to death. Right?
What's the adiabatic? What's that word?
Adiabatic lapse.
Adiabatic.
Right, in aerospace engineering, you want to solve any problem, they start with the phrase, assume an adiabatic system. And what that means is closed system. Okay. So I've got a container, and in that container, no air leaves and no air enters, no energy exits or enters, so it's a closed system.
So you got the closed system lapse.
Okay. What's a closed? Okay, I'm going to use
There's a leak in this chip.
I'm going to use a physical metaphor for you because you're the jiu-jitsu, right? Like you got 10 pints of blood in your body, and so before your next workout, I'm going to take 1 pint from you. Now you're going to go exercise, but you're 1 pint. You've lost 10% of your blood. Okay, you're not going to perform as well. It takes about 1 month for your body to replace the red blood platelets. So what if I tell you every month you got to show up and I'm going to bleed you? Okay, so if I'm draining the energy, I'm draining the blood from your body, you can't perform. If you adiabatic lapse is when you go up in altitude. Every 1,000 feet you lose 3 degrees. You go 50,000 feet, you're 150 degrees colder than sea level. That's why you look at your instruments, and instead of 80 degrees, you're minus 70 degrees. Why is the temperature falling? The temperature's falling because it's not a closed system, it's an open system. As the air expands, the density falls, right? The energy per cubic whatever, falls, and therefore the temperature falls, right? The heat's falling out of the solution. So when you're inflating, let's say you're inflating the money, the currency supply by 6%, you're sucking 6% of the energy out of the fluid that the economy is using to function.
So the currency, this kind of ocean of currency, that's a nice way for the economy to function. It's the most kind of, it's being inefficient when you expand the money supply, but it's liquid. I'm trying to find the right kind of adjective here. It's how you do transactions at a scale of billions.
Currency is the asset we use to move monetary energy around, and you could use the dollar, or you could use the peso, or you could use the bolivar.
Selling houses and buying houses is much more inefficient. You can't transact between billions of people with the houses.
Yeah, properties don't make such good mediums of exchange. They make better stores of value, and they have utility value if it's a ship or a house or a plane or a bushel of corn, right?
Can I zoom out just for?
Yeah.
Can we zoom out? Keep zooming out until we reach the origin of human civilization. But on the way, ask. You gave economists a D-. I'm not even going to ask you what you give to governments. Do you think their failure, economists and government failure, is malevolence or incompetence?
I think policymakers are well-intentioned, but generally all government policy is inflationary, and it's inflammatory and inflationary. So what I mean by that is, when you have a policy pursuing supply chain independence, if you have an energy policy, if you have a labor policy, if you have a trade policy, if you have any kind of foreign policy, a domestic policy, a manufacturing policy, every one of these, a medical policy, every one of these policies interferes with the free market and generally prevents some rational actor from doing it in a cheaper, more efficient way. So when you layer them on top of each other, they all have to be paid for. If you want to shut down the entire economy for a year, you have to pay for it. Right? If you want to fight a war, you have to pay for it. Right? If you don't want to use oil or natural gas, you have to pay for it. If you don't want to manufacture conductors in China,
Welcome,
and you
Mr.
want to
Aquarius.
manufacture them in the U.S., you got to pay for it. If I rebuild the entire supply chain in Pennsylvania and I hire a bunch of employees and then I unionize the, and not only am
How are you?
In the Far East.
Are you ready? All righty. How's your foot? Did you ice? Uh-oh. That's a good one. Boo. Oh, no. Boo. Perfect. Perfect. No doubt, no doubt. Oh, no. You're going to go up a bunch of points right now. You've got more than double my score. Whoa. Ma'am. Oh, it didn't even get any. It just slightly kissed him over. Oh, look at you. Look at you delivering strikes. More than twice my score. I did the greatest comeback of my career. Perfect. Oh, very good. Get it. Nice spare. Extra points here. More than double my score. You got it. Boo. This is a tough split. Boo. Destroy it. You win, I win. Get it. Wow, you are on fire today, Miss Aquarius. That's what I'm talking about. That was a tough spare. Got it. Nope. Not even. Yep. Oh, come on. That was garbage. Nice spare. Okay. I've got this, no doubt. This is easy. Super easy. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you've got these two. And you do. Yeah. Nope. I need just like what you did. Get these two. Oh, for sure. All right, I'm only down 4. Get it. You've got these two. You've got these two. No doubt, no doubt. Got them. Extra frame. You got. All right. Get it. That's a big strike. Curious. I got you. Oh, I need 2. Oh, I got the 2. Got comeback time. All right, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams. That's right. Take care. Excellent. Thank you. See you. Good night. You too, Miss Aquarius.
City, so whatever it sells, it has to raise the price on, and then I drive up the cost of labor for every other manufacturer in the U.S. because I'm competing against them, right? I'm changing their conditions, so everything gets less efficient, everything gets more expensive, and of course the government couldn't really pay for its policies and its wars with taxes. We didn't pay for World War I with tax. We didn't pay for World War II with tax. We didn't pay for Vietnam with tax. In fact, when you trace this, what you realize is the government never pays for all of its policies with taxes.
Because it's too painful to ask to raise the taxes to truly, transparently pay for the things you're doing with taxes, with taxpayer money. Because they feel
that's one interpretation, or it's just too transparent. If people understood the true cost
of war, they wouldn't want to go to war.
If you were told that you would lose 95% of your assets, and 90% of everything you will be taken from you, you might reprioritize your thought about a given policy, and you might not vote for that politician.
But you're still saying incompetence, not malevolence. So fundamentally, government creates a bureaucracy of incompetence. It's kind of how you look at it.
I think a lack of humility, right? If people had more humility, then they would realize
humility about how little they know, how little they understand about the function of complex systems.
The phrase from Clint Eastwood's movie Unforgiven, where he says a man's got to know his limitations. I think that a lot of people overestimate what they can accomplish, and experience experience in life causes you to reevaluate that. So I mean, I've done a lot of things in my life, and generally, my mistakes were always my good ideas that I enthusiastically pursued, to the detriment of my great ideas that required 150% of my attention to prosper. So I think people pursue too many good ideas. You know, they all sound good, but there's just a limit to what you can accomplish. And everybody underestimates the challenges of implementing an idea, right? And they always overestimate the benefits of the pursuit of that. So I think it's an overconfidence that causes an overexuberance in pursuit of policies. And as the ambition of the government expands, so must the currency supply. You know, I could say the money supply, but let's say the currency supply. You can triple the number of pesos in the economy, but it doesn't triple the amount of manufacturing capacity in the said economy. And it doesn't triple the amount of assets in the economy, it just triples the pesos. So as you increase the currency supply, then the price of all those scarce desirable things will tend to go up rapidly. And the confidence of all of the institutions, the corporations, and the individual actors and trading partners will collapse.
If we take a tangent on a tangent, and we will return soon to the big human civilization question. So the government naturally wants to buy stuff it can't afford. What's the best form of government? Anarchism, libertarianism. So there's not even armies. There's no borders. That's anarchism. It's the smallest possible.
The best government would be the least, and the debate will be over that.
When you think about this stuff, do you think about, okay, government is the way it is. I, as a person that can generate great ideas, how do I operate in this world? Or do you also think about the big picture? We start a new civilization somewhere on Mars. Do you think about what's the ultimate form of government? What's at least a promising thing to try?
You know, I have laser eyes on my profile on Twitter, Lex.
What's that mean?
And the significance of laser eyes is to focus on the thing that can make a difference. And if I look at the civilization, I would say half the problems in the civilization are due to the fact that our understanding of economics and money is defective. Half, 50%. It's worth $500 trillion worth of problems. Like money represents all the economic energy in the civilization, and it kind of equates to all the products, all the services, and all the assets that we have and wherever we got half. So that's half. The other half of the problems in the civilization are medical and military and political and philosophical and natural. And I think that there are a lot of different solutions to all those problems, and they are all honorable professions, and they all merit a lifetime of consideration for the specialist in all those areas. I think that what I could offer as constructive is inflation is completely misunderstood. It's a much bigger problem than we understand it to be. We need to introduce engineering and science techniques into economics if we want to further the human condition. All government policy is inflationary. And another pernicious myth is inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. A famous quote by Milton Friedman, I believe. It's a monetary phenomenon. That is, inflation comes from expanding the currency supply. It's a nice phrase, and it's oftentimes quoted by people that are anti-inflation. But again, it just signifies a lack of appreciation of what the issue is. Inflation is, if I had a currency which was completely non-inflationary, if I never printed another dollar, and if I eliminated fractional reserve banking from the face of the earth, we'd still have inflation. And we have inflation as long as we have government that is capable of pursuing any kind of policies that are in themselves inflationary, and generally they all are.
So in general, inflationary is a big characteristic of human nature that governments, collection of groups that have power over others and allocate other people's resources, will try to, intentionally or not, hide the costs of those allocations, like in some tricky ways, whatever the options that are available.
You know, hiding the cost is like the tertiary thing. Like the primary goal is the government will attempt to do good, right? And
that's the primary problem.
They will attempt to do good, and they will do it. They will do good imperfectly, and they will create oftentimes as much damage, more damage than the good they do. Most government policy will be iatrogenic. It will create more harm than good in the pursuit of it, but it is what it is. The secondary issue is they will unintentionally pay for it by expanding the currency supply without realizing that they're actually paying for it in a suboptimal fashion. They'll collapse their own currencies while they attempt to do good. The tertiary issue is they will mismeasure how badly they're collapsing the currency. So, for example, if you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and look at the numbers printed by the Fed, they'll say, "Oh, it looks like the dollar's lost 95% of its purchasing power over 100 years." Okay, they sort of fess up there's a problem, but they make it 95% loss over 100 years. What they don't do is realize it's a 99.7% loss over 80 years. So they will mismeasure just the horrific extent of the monetary policy in pursuit of the foreign policy and the domestic policy, which they overestimate their budget and their means to accomplish their ends, and they underestimate the cost, and they're oblivious to the horrific damage that they do to the civilization, because the mental models that they use that are conventionally taught are wrong, right? The mental model that it's okay, we can print all this money because the velocity of the money is low, right? Because money velocity is a scalar and inflation is a scalar, and we don't see 2% inflation yet, and the money velocity is low, and so it's okay if we print trillions of dollars. Well, the money velocity was immediate, right? The velocity of money through the crypto economy is 10,000 times faster than the velocity of money through the consumer economy, right? It's like, I think Nick pointed out when you spoke to him, he said it takes 2 months for a credit card transaction to settle, right? So you want to spend $1 million in the consumer economy, you can move it 6 times a year. You put $1 million into gold will sit in a vault for a decade, okay? So the velocity of money through gold is 0.1. You put the money in the stock market and you can trade it once a week. The settlement is T+2. Maybe you get to 2-to-1 leverage. You might get to a money velocity of 100 a year in the stock market. You put your money into the crypto economy, and these people are settling every 4 hours. And if you're offshore, they're trading with 20x leverage. So if you settle every day and you trade with 20x leverage, you just went to 7,000. Yeah. So the velocity of the money varies. I think the politicians, they don't really understand inflation, and they don't understand economics, but you can't blame them, because the economists don't understand economics, because if they did, they would be creating multivariate computer simulations where they actually put in the price of every piece of housing in every city in the world, the full array of foods and the full array of products and the full array of assets. And then on a monthly basis, they would publish all of those results. And that's a high bandwidth requirement. And I think that people don't really want to embrace it. And also, there's the most pernicious thing. There's that phrase, you can't tell people what to think, but you can tell them what to think about. The most pernicious thing is I get you to misunderstand the phenomena so that even when it's happening to you, you don't appreciate that it's a bad thing and you think it's a good thing. So if housing prices are going up 20% year over year, and I say this is great for the American public because most of them are homeowners, then I've misrepresented a phenomenon. Inflation is 20%, not 7%, and then I've misrepresented it as being a positive rather than a negative. And people will stare at it, and you could even show them their house on fire, and they would perceive it as being great because it's warming them up and they're going to save on their heat costs.
It does seem that the cruder the model, whether it's economics, whether it's psychology, the easier it is to weave whatever the heck narrative you want, and not in a malicious way, but just like it's some kind of like emergent phenomena, this narrative thing that we tell ourselves. So you can tell any kind of story about inflation. Inflation is good, inflation is bad. Like the cruder the model, the easier it is to tell a narrative about it. And that's what so like if you take an engineering approach, I feel like it becomes more and more difficult to run away from sort of a true deep understanding of the dynamics of the system.
I mean, honestly, if you went to 100 people on the street and you asked them to define inflation, how many would say it's a vector tracking the change in price of every product, service, asset in the world over time?
Yeah.
Not many. Now, if you went to them and you said, do you think 2% inflation a year is good or bad? The majority would probably say, well, here it's good. The majority of economists would say 2% inflation a year is good. And of course, look at the ship next to us. What if I told you that the ship leaked 2%, right, of its volume every something, right? The ship is rotting 2% a year. That means the useful life of the ship is 50 years. Now, ironically, that's true. Like a wooden ship had a 50-year to 100-year life. 100 would be long, 50 years, not unlikely. So when we built ships out of wood, they had a useful life of about 50 years, and then they sunk, they rotted. There's nothing good about it, right? You build a ship out of steel, and it's zero as opposed to 2% degradation. And how much better is 0% versus 2%? Well, 2% means you have a useful life of, it's half-life of 35 years. 2% is a half-life of 35 years. That's basically the half-life of money in gold. If I store your life force in gold, under perfect circumstances, you have a useful life of 35 years. 0% is a useful life of forever. So 0% is immortal. 2% is 35 years average life expectancy. So the idea that you would think the life expectancy of the currency in the civilization should be 35 years instead of forever is kind of a silly notion. But the tragic notion is it was 7 into 70 or 10 years. The money has had a half-life of 10 years, except for the fact that in weak societies in Argentina or the like, the half-life of the money is 3 to 4 years. In Venezuela, 1 year. So the United States dollar and the United States economic system was the most successful economic system in the last 100 years in the world. We won every war. We were the world superpower. Our currency lost 99.7% of its value, and that means, horrifically, every other currency lost everything. Right? In essence, the other ones were 99.9, except for most that were 100% because they all completely failed. And you've got a mainstream economic community, that thinks that inflation is a number and 2% is desirable. It's kind of like, remember George Washington? You know how he died? Well-meaning physicians bled him to death. Okay, the last thing in the world you would want to do to a sick person is bleed them, right? In the modern world, I think we understand that oxygen is carried by the blood cells, and if there's that phrase, right? A triage phrase. What's the first thing you do with an injury? Stop the bleeding. Single first thing, right? You show up after any accident, I look at you, stop the bleeding, because you're going to be dead in a matter of minutes if you bleed out. So it strikes me as being ironic that orthodox conventional wisdom was bleed the patient to death. And this was the most important patient in the country, maybe in the history of the country, and we bled him to death, trying to help him. So when you're actually inflating the money supply at 7%, but you're calling it 2% because you want to help the economy, you're literally bleeding the free market to death. But the sad fact is George Washington went along with it because he thought that they were going to do him good. And the majority of the society, most companies, most conventional thinkers, the working class, they go along with this because they think that someone has their best interest in mind. And the people that are bleeding them to death believe that prescription because their mental models are just so defective, and their understanding of energy and engineering and the economics that are at play is crippled by these mental models.
But that's both the bug and the feature of human civilization, that ideas take hold, they unite us, we believe in them, and we make a lot of cool stuff happen by, as an average, sort of, just the fact of the matter, a lot of people believe the same thing, they get together and they get some shit done because they believe that thing. And then some ideas can be really bad and really destructive. But on average, the ideas seem to be progressing in the direction of good. Let me just step back. What the hell are we doing here, us humans on this earth? How do you think of humans? How special are humans? How did human civilization originate on this earth? And what is this human project that we're all taking on? You mentioned fire and water, and apparently bleeding you to death is not a good idea. I always thought you could get the demons out in that way, but that was a recent invention. But what's this thing we're doing here?
I think what distinguishes human beings from all the other creatures on the earth is our ability to engineer. We're engineers, right?
To solve problems or just build incredible, cool things?
Engineering, harnessing energy and technique to make the world a better place than you found it. Right? From the point that we actually started to play with fire, right? That was a big leap forward. Harnessing the power of kinetic energy and missiles, another step forward. Every city built on water. Why water? Well, water is bringing energy, right? If you actually put a turbine, on a river, or you capture or change an elevation of water, you've literally harnessed gravitational energy. But water is also bringing you food. It's also giving you, a cheap form of getting rid of your waste. It's also giving you free transportation. You want to move 1-ton blocks around. You want to move them in water. So I think, the human story is really the story of engineering a better world. And the rise in the human condition is determined by those groups of people, those civilizations that were best at harnessing energy. If you look the Greek civilization. They built it around ports and seaports and water, and created a trading network. The Romans were really good at harnessing all sorts of engineering. I mean, the aqueducts are a great example. If you go to any big city, you travel through cities in the Med, you find that the carrying capacity of the city or the island is 5,000 people without running water. And then if you can find a way to bring water to it, it increases by a factor of 10. And so human flourishing is really only possible through that channeling of energy, right? That eventually takes the form of air power, right? I mean, that ship, look at the intricacy of those sails. I mean, it's just the model is intricate. Now think about all of the experimentation that took place to figure out how many sails to put on that ship and how to rig them and how to repair them and how to operate them.
There's thousands of lives spent thinking through all the tiny little details, all to increase the efficiency of this, the effectiveness, the efficiency of this ship as it sails through water. And we should also note there's a bunch of cannons on the side. So obviously,
another form of engineering, right? Energy harnessing, explosives.
To achieve what end? That's another discussion, exactly.
Suppose we're trying to get off the planet, right?
Well, there's a selection mechanism going on, so natural selection. This, however evolution works, it seems that one of the interesting inventions on Earth was the predator-prey dynamic. That you want to be the bigger fish. That violence seems to serve a useful purpose if you look at Earth as a whole. We, as humans, now like to think of violence as really a bad thing. It seems to be one of the amazing things about humans is we're ultimately tend towards cooperation. We like peace. If you just look at history, we want things to be nice and calm, and but just wars break out every once in a while and lead to immense suffering and destruction and so on. And they have a kind of like resetting the palette effect. It's one that's full of just immeasurable human suffering, but it's like a way to start over.
We're clearly the apex predator on the planet. I Googled something the other day, what's the most common form of mammal life on the Earth?
By number of organisms?
Count.
By count.
The answer that came back was human beings. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it, right? It says that apparently if we're just looking at mammals, the answer was human beings are the most common, which was very interesting to me. I almost didn't believe it, but I was trying to think. 8 billion or so human beings. There's no other mammal that's got more than 8 billion. If you walk through downtown Edinburgh and Scotland and you look up on this hill and this castle up on the hill, and you talk to people and the story is, oh yeah, well that was a British castle before it was a Scottish castle, before it was Pict castle, before it was a Roman castle, before it was some other Celtic castle, before, then they found 13 prehistoric castles buried one under the other. And you get the conclusion that 100,000 years ago, somebody showed up and grabbed the high point, the apex of the city, and they built a stronghold there, and they flourished, and their family flourished, and their tribe flourished until someone came along and knocked them off the hill. And it's been a non-stop, never-ending fight by the aggressive, most powerful entity, family, organization, municipality, tribe, whatever.
All for the hill.
For that one hill, going back since time immemorial. And, you scratch your head and you think, it seems like it's like just this never-ending.
But doesn't that lead, if you just all kinds of metrics, that seems to improve the quality of our cannons and ships as a result. It seems that war, just like your laser eyes, focuses the mind on the engineering tasks.
It is that, and it does remind you that the winner is always the most powerful. And we throw that phrase out, but no one thinks about what that phrase means. like who's the most powerful, or the most powerful side won, but they don't think about it, and they think about power, energy delivered in a period of time, and then you think a guy with a spear is more powerful than someone with their fist, and someone with a bow and arrow is more powerful than the person with the spear, and then you realize that somebody with bronze is more powerful than without, and steel is more powerful than bronze. And if you look at the Romans, they persevered, with artillery, and they could stand off from 800 meters and blast you to smithereens, right? You study the history of the Balearic slingers, right? And you think we invented bullets, but they invented bullets put in slings thousands of years ago. They could have stood off 500 meters and put a hole in your head, right? And so there was never a time when humanity wasn't trying
Welcome.
to come up with an
How are you?
asymmetric form
What's
of
up, big dog?
projecting their own power via technology.
And absolute power is when a leader is able to control large amounts of humans that are facing the same direction, working in the same direction to leverage energy.
The most organized society wins.
Yeah.
When the Romans were dominating everybody, they were the most organized civilization in Europe. As long as they stayed organized, they dominated, and at some point they overexpanded and got disorganized, and they collapsed. And I guess you could say that the struggle of the human condition, it catalyzes the development of new technologies one after the other. It penalizes anybody that rejects ocean power, right? Gets penalized. You reject artillery, you get penalized. You reject atomic power, you get penalized. If you reject digital power, cyber power, you get penalized. And the underlying control of the property keeps shifting hands, one institution or one government to another based upon how rationally they're able to channel that energy and how organized or coordinated they are.
Well, that's a really interesting thing about both human mind and governments, that once they get a few good, and companies, once they get a few good ideas, they seem to stick with them. They reject new ideas. It's almost, whether that's emergent or however that evolved, it seems to have a really interesting effect, because when you're young, you fight for the new ideas, you push them through, then a few of us humans find success, then we get complacent, we take over the world using that new idea, and then the new young person with a better new idea challenges you, and you, as opposed to pivoting, stick with the old and lose because of it. And that's how empires collapse. And it's just both at the individual level that happens, with two academics fighting about ideas or something like that, and at the human civilization level, governments, they hold on to the ideas of old. It's fascinating.
An ever-persistent theme in the history of science is the paradigm shift. And the paradigms shift when the old guard dies and a new generation arrives. Or the paradigm shifts when there's a war and everyone that disagrees with the idea of aviation finds bombs dropping on their head. Or everyone that disagrees with whatever your technology is has a rude awakening, and if they totally disagree, their society collapses and they're replaced by that new thing.
A lot of the engineering you talked about had to do with ships and cannons and leveraging water. What about this whole digital thing that's been happening over the past century? Is that still engineering in your mind? You're starting to operate in these bits of information.
I think there's two big ideas. The first wave of ideas were digital information, and that was the internet wave, been running since 1990, so for 30 years. And the second wave is digital energy. So if I look at digital information, this idea that we want to digitally transform a book, I'm going to dematerialize every book in this room into bits, and then I'm going to deliver a copy of the entire library to 1 billion people, and I'm going to do it for pretty much de minimis electricity. If I could dematerialize music, books, education, entertainment, maps, right? That is an incredibly like exothermic transaction. It's a crystallization when we collapse into a lower energy state as a civilization. We give off massive amounts of energy. Like if you look at what Carnegie did, the richest man in the world created libraries everywhere at the time, and he gave away his entire fortune. And now we can give a better library to every 6-year-old for nothing. And so, what's the value of giving 1 million books to 8 billion people? Right? That's the explosion in prosperity that comes from digital transformation. And when we do it with maps, I transform the map, I put it into a car, you get in the car, and the car drives you where you want to go with the map, right? And how much better is that than a Rand McNally Atlas right here? So it's like 1 million times better. So the first wave of digital transformation was the dematerialization of all of these informational things which are non-conservative. That is, I could take Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, played for by the best orchestra in Germany, and I could give it to 1 billion people and they could play it 1,000 times each at less than the cost of the one performance, right? So I deliver culture and education and erudition and intelligence and insight to the entire civilization over digital rails. And the consequences of the human race are first order, generally good, right? The world is a better place, it drives growth. And you create these trillion-dollar entities like Apple and Amazon and Facebook and Google and Microsoft, right? That is the first wave. The second wave.
Do you mind? I'm sorry to interrupt, but that first wave, it feels like the impact that's positive. You said the first order impact is generally positive. It feels like it's positive in a way that nothing else in history has been positive. And then we may not actually truly be able to understand the orders of magnitude of increase in productivity and just progress of human civilization until we look back centuries from now. It just feels, or maybe like just looking at the impact of Wikipedia,
right?
The giving access to basic wisdom or basic knowledge, and then perhaps wisdom to billions of people. If you can just linger on that for a second, what's your sense of the impact of that?
I would say if you're a technologist, philosopher, the impact of a technology is so much greater on the civilization and the human condition than a non-technology that is almost not worth your trouble to bother trying to fix things the conventional way. So let's take an example. I have a foundation, the Sailor Academy, and the Sailor Academy gives away free education, free college education to anybody on Earth that wants it. And we've had more than 1 million students. And if you go and you take the physics class, the lectures were by the same physics lecturer that taught me physics at MIT. Except when I was at MIT, the cost of the first 4 weeks of MIT would have drained my family's collective life savings for the last 100 years. Like 100 years worth of my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they saved every penny they had after 100 years. They could have paid for 1 week or 2 weeks of MIT. That's how fiendishly expensive and inefficient it was. So I went on scholarship. I was lucky to have a scholarship. But on the other hand, I sat in the back of the 801 lecture hall that I was like right up in the rafters. It's an awful experience on these like uncomfortable wooden benches and you can barely see the blackboard and you got to be there synchronously. And the stuff we upload, you can start it and stop it and watch it on your iPad or watch it on your computer and rewind it multiple times to sit in a comfortable chair, and you can do it from anywhere on Earth, and it's absolutely free. So I think about this and I think, you want to improve the human condition, you need people with postgraduate level education. You need PhDs. And I know this sounds kind of elitist, but you want to cure cancer and you want to go to the stars, fusion drive. We need new propulsion, right? We need extraordinary breakthroughs in every area of basic science, be it biology or propulsion or material science or computer science. You're not doing that with an undergraduate degree. You're certainly not doing it with a high school education. But the cost of a PhD is like $1 million. There's like 10 million PhDs in the world. If you check it out, there's 8 billion people in the world. How many people could get a PhD or would want to? Maybe not 8 billion, but a billion, 500 million. Let's just say 500 million to a billion. How do you go from 10 million to a billion highly educated people, all of them specializing in, and I don't have to tell you how many different fields of human endeavor there are. I mean, your life is interviewing these experts, and there's so many, right? It's amazing. So how do I give a multi-million-dollar education to a billion people? And there's two choices. You can either endow a scholarship, in which case you pay $75,000 a year. Okay, $75,000. Let's pay $1 million and $1 million a person. I can do it that way. And you're never, even if you had $1 trillion, if you had $10 trillion to throw at the problem, and we've just thrown $10 trillion at certain problems, you don't solve the problem, right? If I put $10 trillion on the table and I said educate everybody, give them all a PhD, it still wouldn't solve the problem. Harvard University can't educate 18,000 people simultaneously, or 87,000 or 800,000 or 8 million. So you have to dematerialize the professor and dematerialize the experience. So you put it all as streaming, on-demand, computer-generated education. And you create simulations where you need to create simulations, and you upload it. It's like the human condition is being held back by 500,000 well-meaning average algebra teachers. I love them. I mean, please don't take offense if you're an algebra teacher, but instead of 500,000 algebra teachers going through the same motion over and over again, what you need is like 1 or 5 or 10 really good algebra teachers, and they need to do it 1 billion times a day or 1 billion times a year for free. And if we do that, there's no reason why you can't give infinite education, certainly in science, technology, engineering, and math, right? Infinite education to everybody with no constraint. And I think the same is true, right, with just about every other thing. If you want to bring joy to the world, you need digital music. If you want to bring, enlightenment to the world, you need digital education. If you, want to bring anything of consequence in the world, you got to digitally transform it, and then you got to manufacture it something like 100 times more efficiently as a start, but 1 million times more efficiently is probably off the, that's hopeful. Maybe you have a chance. If you look at all of these space endeavors and everything we're thinking about, getting to Mars, getting off the planet, getting to other worlds, number one thing you got to do is you got to make a fundamental breakthrough in an engine. People dreamed about flying for thousands of years, but until the internal combustion engine, you didn't have enough energy, enough power in a light enough package in order to solve the problem. And the human race has all sorts of those fundamental engines and materials and techniques that we need to master. And each one of them is a lifetime of experimentation of someone capable of making a seminal contribution to the body of human knowledge.
There are certain problems like education that can be solved through this process of dematerialization. And by the way, to give props to the 500K algebra teachers, when I look at YouTube, for example, one possible approach is each one of those 500,000 teachers probably had days and moments of brilliance. And if they had the ability to contribute to the natural selection process, like the market of education, where the best ones rise up. That's a really interesting way, which is like the best day of your life, the best lesson you've ever taught could be found and sort of broadcast to billions of people. So all of those kinds of ideas can be made real in the digital world. Now, traveling across planets, you still can't solve that problem with dematerialization. What you could solve potentially is dematerializing the human brain, where you can transfer like you don't need to have astronauts on the ship. You can have a floppy disk carrying a human brain.
Touching on those points, you'd love for the 500,000 algebra teachers to become 500,000 math specialists, and maybe they clump into 50,000 specialties as teams, and they all pursue 50,000 new problems, and they put their algebra teaching on autopilot. That's the same as when I give you 11 cents worth of electricity, and you don't have to row a boat 8 hours a day before you can eat. It would be a lot better, that you would pay for your food in the first 8 seconds of your day, and then you could start thinking about other things, right? With regard to technology, one thing that I learned studying technology when you look at S-curves is until you start the S-curve, you don't know whether you're 100 years from viability, 1,000 years from viability, or a few months from viability. So,
isn't that fun? That's so fun. The early part of the S-curve is so fun because you don't know.
In 1900, you could have got any number of learned academics to give you 10,000 reasons why humans will never fly, right? And in 1903, the Wright brothers flew. And by 1969, we're walking on the moon. So the advance that we made in that field was extraordinary. But for the 100 years and 200 years before, they were just back and forth and nobody was close. And that's the happy part. The happy part is we went from flying 20 miles an hour or whatever to flying 25,000 miles an hour in 66 years. The unhappy part is I studied aeronautical engineering at MIT in the 80s. And in the 80s, we had Gulfstream aircraft, we had Boeing 737s, we had the space shuttle. And you fast forward 40 years, and we pretty much had the same exact aircraft. The efficiency of the engines was 20-30% more. Right? We slammed into a brick wall around 69 to 75. Like, in fact, the Global Express, the Gulfstream, these were all engineered in the 70s, some in the 60s. The fuselage silhouette of a Gulfstream of a G5 was the same shape as a G4, is the same shape as a G3, is the same shape as a G2. And that's because they were afraid to change the shape for 40 years because they worked it out in the wind tunnel. They knew it worked. And when they finally decided to change the shape, it was like a $10 billion exercise with modern supercomputers and computational fluid dynamics.
Why was it so hard? Well, what is that wall made of that you slammed into?
But the right question is, so why does a guy that went to MIT that got an aeronautical engineering degree spend his career in software? Like, why is it that I never a day in my life, with the exception of some Air Force Reserve work, I never got paid to be an aeronautical engineer, and I worked in software engineering my entire career.
Maybe software engineering is the new aeronautical engineering in some way. Maybe you hit fundamental walls until you have to return to it centuries later. Or no?
The National Gallery of Art was endowed by a very rich man, Andrew Mellon. And you know how he made his money? Aluminum. Okay? And so, you know what kind of airplanes you can create without aluminum? Nothing, right?
So it's a materials problem.
Okay, so 1900, we made massive advances in metallurgy, right? I mean, that was U.S. Steel, that was iron to steel, aluminum. Massive fortunes were created because this was a massive technical advance. And then we also had the internal combustion engine, and the story of Ford and General Motors and Daimler Chrysler and the like is informed by that. So you have no jet engines, no rocket motors, no internal combustion engines, you have no aviation. But even if you had those engines, if you were trying to build those things with steel, no chance. You had to have aluminum. So there's like two pretty basic technologies. And once you have those two technologies, stuff happens very fast. So tell me the last big advance in like jet engines. There hasn't been one. Like the last big advance in rocket engines hasn't been one. The big advances in spaceship design, from what I can see, are in the control systems, the gyros, and the ability to land, right, in a stable fashion. That's pretty amazing. Landing a rocket.
Also, in the at least according to the Elon and so on, the manufacture of the more efficient and less expensive manufacture of rockets. So, like, it's a production, whatever that you call that discipline, it's at scale manufacture, at scale production, so factory work. But it's not 10x. I mean, maybe it's 10x over a period of a few decades.
When we figure out how to operate a spaceship, on the water in your water bottle for a year, right? Now, then you've got a breakthrough. So the bottom line is propulsion technology, propellants, and the materials technology. They were critical to getting on that aviation S-curve, and then we slammed into a wall in the 70s. The Boeing 747, the Global Express, the Gulfstream, these things were, the space shuttle, they were all pretty much reflective of that. And then we stopped. And at that point, you have to switch to a new S-curve. So the next equivalent to the internal combustion engine was the CPU, and the next aluminum equivalent was silicon. So when we actually started developing CPUs, transistor gave way to CPUs, and if you look at the power, right, the bandwidth that we had on computers and Moore's law, right? What if the efficiency of jet engines had doubled every 3 years? Right, in the last 40 years, where would we be right now? Right? So I think that if you're a business person, if you're looking for a commercially viable application of your mind, then you have to find that S-curve, and ideally, you have to find it in the first 5, 6, 10 years. But people always miss this. Let's take Google Glass, right? Google Glass was an idea 2013. The year is 2022, and people were quite sure this was going to be a big thing. But
it could have been at the beginning of the S-curve.
But fundamentally, we didn't really have an effective mechanism, and people getting vertigo, and
But you didn't know that at the beginning of the S-curve, right? I mean, maybe some people had a deep intuition about the fundamentals of augmented reality, but you don't know that. You don't have